Chapter 749. The black oil itself is expensive, but for immortal zombies, because it can delay the collapse of the blessed land, its value is even higher. Fang Yuan pondered. He also coveted the black oil. As his blessed land continued to collapse and disintegrate, it had shrunk by a lot. The black oil was also suitable for him. However, to obtain this black oil he had to go through the Zombie Alliance. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, was situated above the entrance of Earth Trench. Zombie Alliance's greatest force was stationed here. Although the Zombie Alliance delivered a large amount of black oil every year, there were fixed sellers. There were few goods, but the demand was high. It was a seller's market, just like the Jianghu business. Thus, in this aspect, Fang Yuan could not interfere. Although he had formed an alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, his force was too small and could not compare to a super force. If that's the case, I'll have to take action from within the Zombie Alliance. Accepting this mission is one way. Fang Yuan secretly memorized the mission of gathering black oil. The meeting continued. In the meeting hall, the light was dim. There were more than 20 immortal zombies. Even though most of them were wills left here, the Yin energy was still very dense. The entire discussion lasted for a day and a night. Fang Yuan participated in the entire process and had a general understanding of Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's status in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than the super forces. But from many missions, it could be seen that the Righteous Path super forces were tacitly suppressing Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had many collaborations with Demonic Path Gu Immortals, especially Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the Demonic Path headquarters of Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance was a faction that was both good and evil. This position was related to the higher-ups. The higher-ups of Zombie Alliance were all immortal zombies. As long as it was an immortal zombie, there was almost no immortal zombie that did not want to be reborn. These immortal zombies came from all levels. When they were alive, they had all sorts of identities. After death, they gathered together because of the same goal. As long as it was related to the goal of rebirth, the Zombie Alliance would be very interested. They would do everything in their power to obtain it. As such, this involved many of the Righteous Path's benefits. Many of the Righteous Path's methods that couldn't see the light of day were frequently used by Zombie Alliance. This also led to another characteristic of the Zombie Alliance, which was that it had many members but a loose structure. The Zombie Alliance had more than 20 members. This number could not even be compared to the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even though immortal zombies were usually weaker than living Gu Immortals, their combat strength was slightly weaker. However, with more than 20 members, they had the advantage of numbers. If they truly united, they would have long since become a superpower. However, the threshold to enter the Zombie Alliance was very low. This could be seen from Fang Yuan entering the alliance. The origins of immortal zombies were complicated. It was very difficult to work together. Thus, recently, many immortal zombies were extorted by Gu Immortals. After the meeting ended, Fang Yuan left a malicious message in the meeting hall. Then he followed Gu Yi to another hall and received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, it also recorded Fang Yuan's contributions to the Zombie Alliance. Other than the token, there was also a set of information path Mortal Gu. It was used for communication to pass on Zombie Alliance missions, or for members to join. Significant information about a member's withdrawal or death. Gu Yi wanted to say goodbye and suggested that Fang Yuan take a stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that he had the token, he could walk around Dark Flow Giant City freely. However, Fang Yuan did not want to let him go. He dragged him around and chatted with him, trying to get some information from him. Fang Yuan asked about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie. Known as Blazing Heaven Demoness, she had rank 8 cultivation level. His actions were rude and unreasonable, and he was arrogant. Her battle strength was especially outstanding. Fang Yuan asked how outstanding it was. Gu Yi only said one sentence, but Fang Yuan understood. Her lifespan has not reached its end. She turned into an immortal zombie on purpose to break through. Most immortal zombies were Gu Immortals who had reached the end of their lifespan and were forced to prolong their lifespan. Of course, there was one point to note. Gu Immortals could not only prolong their lifespan by turning into an immortal zombie, there were many other methods. For example, Wood Path Gu Immortals could turn into Tree Man. But these methods usually had limitations. For example, Strength Path Gu Immortals and Fire Path Gu Immortals could not turn into Tree Man. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method. Gu Immortals of all paths could use it. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not forced to turn into an immortal zombie, she did it on purpose. It was to break through and increase her battle strength. Think about it. To what extent did her battle strength have to rise? To what extent did she have to break through for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make such a choice, turning into an immortal zombie? Clearly, this breakthrough would be extremely high and move people. There are rumors in Zombie Alliance that the leader already has a revival method. During the conversation, Gu Yi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless. Since she turned into an immortal zombie, she might really have a way to revive. Fang Yuan dug out a lot of good information from Gu Ye's mouth. Combined with what Fairy Li Shan had given him and what he had seen, Fang Yuan quickly drew the outline of Zombie Alliance in his mind. Gu Yi still had the mission to protect the old Earthwood, so he bid farewell to Fang Yuan in Dark Flow Giant City. Fang Yuan also left. Before leaving, he looked into the distance, looking at the huge ravine guarding Dark Flow Giant City. The ravine was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, silently opening in the darkness. This was the entrance to the Earth Trench. It was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Lu Gong Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quan Weng, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, took turns guarding it. Fang Yuan activated 100 Li Eye at this moment and could see clearly. He knew that if he followed this entrance, the ravine would expand by tens of times or even hundreds of times. The interior of the Earth Trench could be said to be grand. The space was extremely vast. It was not a problem for it to contain tens of thousands of Dark Flow Giant City. It was also extremely deep. No one in Zombie Alliance had ever explored its true depths. One day I will go deep inside and take out the inheritance, increasing my foundation and bringing glory to the world. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Even if he did not become an immortal zombie, he would think of a way to take this inheritance. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He quickly flew up and left Dark Flow Giant City like a large bird. After flying for 1,000 li, the darkness that shrouded Dark Flow Giant City gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan could see the light of day again. He changed his direction and flew for over 10,000 li, finally confirming that there was no one following him. He landed in an inconspicuous forest, setting up Mortal Goo and activating Fixed Immortal Travel. Green light flashed. He vanished on the spot. The Mortal Goo that were left behind were split up, minimizing the remnant aura of Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. While waiting for Fairy Li Shan's news, he started to research the Wisdom Path killer move he had, Harboring Malicious Heart. This mortal killer move was not used for offense. It used Wisdom Path methods. Modifying a Goo Immortal's heart, filling it with Wisdom Path Dao marks inside and outside, turning it into Malicious Heart. If Malicious Heart was formed, not only would it use all the blood essence in the body, it would also generate a large amount of malicious intent. Moreover, when Fang Yuan used malicious intent to think, the consumption of malicious intent would be greatly reduced. But unfortunately, even though this mortal killer move was good, it was targeted at ordinary Goo Immortals. As for Fang Yuan, he was a Strength Path Immortal zombie. His heart was filled with Strength Path Dao marks. He was not a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Most importantly, his blood essence was already dead. He could not use blood essence to nourish the malicious heart, and even transforming it into a malicious heart was a huge obstacle. Harboring Malicious Heart killer move, even though Fang Yuan could not use it. But the theory behind it gave Fang Yuan a lot of inspiration. Especially the contents of the killer move. It was somewhat similar to the killer move that Fang Yuan had obtained earlier. This killer move was obtained from Fairy Li Shan's Poison Breath. Poison Breath was a killer move that could spit out poisonous gas with every breath. After accumulating, it would deal heavy damage to the enemy. And harboring Malicious Heart. Every beat of the heart could transform blood essence into heart force, forming malicious intent. There were similarities between the two. I am not a Poison Path Goo Immortal, nor do I have a Wisdom Path Foundation. But since there are similarities, I might as well use Wisdom Goo's power to give it a try. Northern Plains, Fengxian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, rank 8 Goo Immortal Princess Impatience was sitting. Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baisheng were excusing themselves. Go. I have many immortal Goo on me that do not suit my path. I need to exchange them at the auction. You have done a good thing for Northern Plains. You have prevented a lot of fighting and killing. Very good. Prince's Impatience let them go. His tone was filled with encouragement. Crown Prince cannot attend the auction. It is the regret of the whole of Northern Plains Goo Immortal world. Fairy Li Shan said respectfully. Prince's Impatience shook his head. There is no other way. I was adjusting my immortal apertures Heaven and Earth Chi earlier, but because of the immortal Goo, I had to come out. Right now, I am at the crucial moment of adjusting my immortal aperture world. I cannot go. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yulan, go send them off. Behind Prince's impatience, there were two female attendants. They were both rank 6 female Gu immortals. One was cold and refined like an ice flower in the snow, the other was tender and beautiful like a yellow flower in a green valley. Hearing Prince's impatience's orders, that cold female Gu immortal stood up and bowed to Prince's impatience, before saying to Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan, "Please. We will have to trouble Swordmaster Yulan." Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be careless, they quickly responded. This Swordmaster Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated sword path, her cultivation level was only rank 6, but her battle strength was very strong, her sword path attainment was even at Grandmaster level. Swordmaster Yulan led the two, she was silent as she led the way. The three walked through a long corridor, passing through several doors before stepping out of the Grotto Heaven's door, returning to the outside world of Northern Plains. Swordmaster Yulan, please wait, there is no need to send us off. Qin Bai Sheng said politely. Be it cultivation level or battle strength, he surpassed Swordmaster Yulan, but the latter had Northern Plains' few rank 8 Gu immortals behind her. He naturally would not be arrogant. Swordmaster Yulan nodded and closed the Grotto Heaven's door. Once the door was closed, there were no abnormalities in the sky, it was no different from the surrounding sky. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air. We have already visited the 5 rank 8 great experts, we even used Mountain Pledge Gu to sign contracts and successfully invited them. In this way the general trend has been set, and the holding of the auction is a foregone conclusion. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Qin Bai Sheng smiled as he praised. Saying so, he took out an Immortal Gu and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. I will give this reward to Fairy as promised. Qin Bai Sheng had a sincere expression of gratitude. Chapter 750. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan smiled as she received the Immortal Gu. After inspecting it, she placed the Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture. This matter is done, let's split up and meet again in half a month. Half a month later, it was the agreed date for the auction. The location was Qin Bai Sheng's Bai Sheng Blessed Land, it was still situated in the Crimson Reed Marsh. The two immortals separated on the spot, each choosing a direction and flying away. Not to mention Fairy Li Shan's free time, she used moving perspective cups Gu to contact Feng Yuan. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Sheng left, in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven, another person appeared in the guest hall. This person was wearing a red and white robe, he stood tall like a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long, his eyes were shining with divine light, under his gentle appearance was extraordinary confidence, like a fierce dragon crossing the river. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked casual and elegant, but he didn't lose his domineering spirit. He had his hands behind his back, facing the rank 8 prince's impatience, there was no pressure on his face or in his heart, it was as if they were equals. But from his unconcealed aura, he was only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even Qin Bai Sheng had to bow and scrape to Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience looked at this person, his tone and attitude changed, he was no longer arrogant like when facing Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Sheng, he was actually calm and equal. This rank 8 Gu immortal spoke. Feng Jioge, have you really decided to represent me in this auction? The red and white robed rank 7 Gu immortal smiled. That is correct. Prince's impatience frowned. You became an immortal in Central Continent, the heaven and earth chi in your immortal aperture world comes from Central Continent, it is slightly different from Northern Plains. The auction will be a grand event, Northern Plains Gu immortal experts will gather. There will even be rank 8 Gu immortals present. If you are discovered by them, you will be in trouble. You know, Northern Plains Gu immortals are holding back their anger, they want to find the culprit behind Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially when Dongfang Naganori deduced before his death that the culprit behind the Imperial Court Blessed Land case was not from Northern Plains. Instead it came from the outside. If your identity as a Central Continent Gu immortal is exposed at this crucial moment, the consequences would be disastrous. When Prince's impatience said this, he did not avoid the two Gu immortal attendants in the hall. The two female Gu immortals, including Swordmaster Yulan, heard this but their expressions did not change. Feng Jioge laughed. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Please watch my methods. As he spoke, a light flashed on his body, and his appearance changed drastically. Prince's impatience gasped in surprise. Swordmaster Yulan, who had been cold and aloof, opened her eyes wide. The other female Gu immortal was Lu Yao. She opened her small mouth and looked at the female companion beside her. Then she looked at Feng Jioge who was not far away. It turned out that Feng Jioge's transformation was exactly the same as Swordmaster Yolan's. It was so lifelike that it was as if they were carved from the same mold. What kind of trick is this? Princess Impatience smiled and exclaimed, not only does it look flawless on the surface, but it also has many tricks. The Dao marks are also disguised. It looks like they are sword path Dao marks. The aura is also exactly the same as Northern Plains Gu Immortals. This is vaguely familiar face. Feng Jioge answered. So it is, no wonder, no wonder. Prince's Impatience came to a realization. Shortly after, he sighed, only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method can be so profound and amazing. Feng Jioge nodded, unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, familiar face. This series of killer moves originates from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The former is a mortal killer move. It is insignificant. Vaguely familiar face is an immortal killer move. The core consists of 3 immortal Gu, 2 of which are transformation path immortal Gu. When used, it is hard to distinguish the real from the fake. This killer move was obtained by a fortuitous encounter in my early years. I only obtained this killer move. This killer move has a flaw, that is, it needs someone to act it. If the acting is not good, even the tone of voice can reveal flaws. As for familiar face, it does not have this flaw. Even if the acting is not good, it will not make others feel that it is strange. It can even affect the perception and mentality of others. Even if it turns into a non-existent person, it will make others feel like they are acquaintances or good friends. Feng Jioge spoke with confidence and composure. The immortals finally understood why Feng Jioge turned into Swordmaster Yulan instead of the others. It was because women were usually cold and quiet, they did not have high requirements for acting skills and were easy to disguise. Princess Impatience nodded, every rank 9 venerable is a peerless genius with unparalleled methods. With this method, I will not have to worry about you being exposed. Feng Jioge smiled proudly, even if I am exposed, who can stop me from breaking out? Princess Impatience thought of the sparring between him and Feng Jioge a few days ago. He could not help but laugh, praising, not bad, that immortal killer move of yours has peerless power, even rank 8 Gu immortals like us do not want to block it. Feng Jioge, you live up to your reputation, you truly have the ability to move unhindered in the world. Feng Jioge bowed, saying from the bottom of his heart, compared to senior brother and the 2 junior sisters, for the great cause of Spirit Affinity House, you chose to undergo immortal ascension in Northern Plains and hid for hundreds of years. I truly admire you. Princess Impatience, however, showed a dark expression. He clenched his fists and said hatefully, it is a pity that before I could make a move, someone actually used our arrangements and took the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise. It turned out that the great Princess Impatience, one of the 5 rank 8 great experts of Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House had made a huge move. In order to arrange for Princess Impatience, Spirit Affinity House had undoubtedly given up on many of Central Continent's benefits. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 Gu immortal guarding Central Continent, they would definitely be able to obtain more benefits from the competition with the other 9 sections. But Spirit Affinity House was in charge of the destruction of 88-point Jianghu Tower, and in order to complete this plan, they did not hesitate to arrange for Princess Impatience to be sent to Northern Plains. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Princess Impatience might have secretly contributed a lot to the destruction of 88-point Jianghu Tower for Central Continent's Gu Immortals. They provided a lot of help and contributions. But in Fang Yuan's current life, Princess Impatience had yet to show its usefulness, and the original plan was already ruined. As the main culprit of this case, immortal zombie Fang Yuan had already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Of course he did not borrow Immortal Gu for free. Fang Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Yuan stones for this. 3 was already an extremely favorable friendship price. If it were someone else, even if it were 10 Immortal Yuan stones, Fairy Li Shan would not casually borrow it. Borrowing Immortal Gu was also risky. There was an example right now. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, had lent Yuan tribe an Immortal Gu. When Blazing Heaven Demonis left Eastern Sea, Yuan tribe had been keeping this Immortal Gu. Zombie Alliance would ask for it once a year, but they could not return it. After using Mountain Pledge Gu to form an agreement with the Land Spirit of Langya, the Land Spirit of Langya roared as more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil. These coffins were filled with immortal chi, they were pure white like clouds, the surface of the coffins was filled with life and death, they were condensed from some immortal killer move. When the coffins were opened, the sleeping Gu immortals were revealed. In every coffin there was a Gu immortal captive. There were a total of 13 coffins, 13 Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, he was shocked at this number. There are actually so many captives? Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. His expression was a little exaggerated. The land spirit of Langya laughed smugly. He liked to see Fang Yuan's shocked expression the most. He shook his head. Who do you think I am? Don't even think about it. These Gu immortals are truly suicidal. They actually dared to invade my blessed land. Selling them off is what they deserve. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the land spirit of Langya. In Langya blessed land there seemed to be 12 desolate beasts at most. Resisting the attacks of 3 mysterious forces, the desolate beasts formation was rather thin. But Langya blessed land's true method was likely the land spirit's treasured immortal Gu. I have a premonition that the number of immortal Gu in this Langya blessed land is definitely more than what I have now. Moreover, it seems that one of the immortal Gu or one of the land spirit's immortal killer moves has the miraculous effect of capturing Gu immortals alive. Fang Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was clearly not normal. Most of the invading Gu immortals had already been captured, only a small portion had died in battle. Fang Yuan opened the coffins one by one to inspect them. He saw some familiar faces like Hua Hai's 3 immortals, Loner Hongyu and Gui Wang. As for the other unfamiliar faces, he learned from the land spirit of Langya that there were Metal Path Gu immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path Gu immortal Xue Xiong, Wood Path Gu immortal Mu Diansong, the famous carefree 4 sages of Northern Plains lone cultivators, and a rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Hao known as Rushing Thunder Hand. His battle strength was at rank 7 middle tier. Fang Yuan's horizons were broadened, be it his previous life or this life. This was the first time he had seen so many captives, such a heavyweight lineup. It was like Gu immortals had become worthless cabbages, placed on a street stall. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart gradually faded, worry and graveness appeared on his face. To be able to gather such a lineup and attack Langya blessed land again and again, this mysterious force hiding behind the scenes made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. If I sell this, I'm afraid I will immediately become a thorn in that mysterious force's side, a thorn in their flesh. Fang Yuan touched the coffins, sighing deeply. But with such great benefits in front of him, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fang Yuan decided to do this. He had never been a person who was afraid of trouble and did not dare to take risks. He was a demonic path person. He had an adventurous nature. If he did not choose to take the risk, that meant the benefits of taking the risk were not enough to move him. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya. You interrogated them and used many methods, did you not gain anything? The land spirit of Langya shrugged. Nothing. These Gu immortals were gathered here because of various reasons. There were indeed 3 crucial people in charge of connecting them, organizing the attack and providing information about Langya blessed land. But these 3 Gu immortals have already died in battle. Even if I purposely held back, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation was somewhat strange. Their souls were completely destroyed. I could not even find a fragment of their soul. At the end, the land spirit of Langya gradually frowned. Chapter 751. Fang Yuan planned to bring the 13 sleeping cloud coffins back to Hu immortal blessed land. Because of the mountain pledge, land spirit of Langya not only did not obstruct him, she even gave Fang Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the keys to unlocking the immortal killer move sleeping cloud coffin. Remember to use them according to the sequence I gave you, only then can you successfully unseal the coffin, otherwise, you will be destroyed along with the Gu immortal captives inside. Before Fang Yuan left, land spirit of Langya instructed. Fang Yuan nodded, memorizing these mortal killer moves. These killer moves did not even have names, their only use was to act as the keys to unlocking sleeping cloud coffins. But to Cloud Path Gu immortals they might have some value as references. Tai Bai Yunxing cultivated Cloud Path. Fang Yuan planned to let Tai Bai Yunxing take a look at these mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan brought the 13 Gu immortal captives and smoothly returned to Hu immortal blessed land. He first summoned Hu immortal land spirit and asked for the latest information. Hu immortal blessed land was doing well. Fang Yuan had instructed Hu immortal land spirit to operate it steadily. Step by step, she sold the rockmen in the blessed land and also brought in some fox groups. Hu immortal's main body was an enslavement path Gu immortal who controlled fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu immortal blessed land, was the most suitable place to raise fox groups. If she continued on this path, she would be able to raise desolate beast level fox groups. The profits would be huge. Compared to Fang Yuan selling 2 or 3 batches of Guts Gu, the profits were much higher. But this method took a long time, it needed to be persisted for a long time. Hu Immortal was a lone cultivator, her situation at that time was terrible. After several earthly calamities, her economy collapsed, and her losses could not be replenished. Her battle strength fell, and she died at the hands of the blue charm lightning shadow. Gu Immortal apertures faced calamities and tribulations every once in a while. They were like obstacles that restricted the number of Gu Immortals in the 5 regions' great world. There was another huge shackle, and that was the limit of lifespan. Hu Immortal had Danghun Mountain at that time. She naturally wanted to use this unique resource to make profits. What she did was also a wise move. Although he raised a fox group. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's way of management, but the results were too slow. The longer it took, the more accidents there would be. Moreover, Immortal Fox's situation was deteriorating, and she could no longer develop slowly. However, she did not have Wisdom Gu. He could not think of a similar method for Air Sac Gu. He could only use Guts Gu to indirectly increase the Rockman scale and sell them. Fang Yuan had used this method before, but it did not yield much benefit and was extremely troublesome. The Rockman market was already saturated, how could it be as easy and popular as selling Guts Gu? In the end, Immortal Fox failed. Died in the earthly calamity. The wealth she had left behind had benefited Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, it would provide Fang Yuan with an irreplaceable help. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could be said to be the place where Fang Yuan started his business, the place where he flourished. In his previous life, because Fang Yuan attacked Feng Kim Hong, he destroyed Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The contrast between before and after was quite amazing. Right now, since Fang Yuan could sell Guts Gu directly and had extra money, he was no longer in a pinch. He would naturally make use of Hu Immortal Blessed Land again, walking on the righteous path that even the original owner, Immortal Fox, did not have time to walk. He would slowly accumulate fox groups and raise desolate beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Fang Yuan was not anxious, and did not look forward to the profits. After paying attention to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's situation, Fang Yuan paid attention to Crane Gate and Combat Immortal Sect's latest movements. In name, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate had to pay more attention to it. As for his brother Guiyue Fangjing, who was in Crane Gate, Fang Yuan had already thrown him to the back of his mind. A mere mortal Gu master, even if he was rank 5, so what? It was like back on Qingmao Mountain. As long as they did not block his path, he would not even bother to step on them. No time. Mortals were like ants, there was no need to waste time and energy to step on them. That younger brother of mine, I'm afraid he's already dead? Fang Yuan guessed. Earlier, Fangjing had used Empathy Immortal Gu to communicate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gained a lot of information unilaterally. He knew Fangjing's situation. He saw Fangjing being in a blood pool with demonic flowers growing all over his body. Recently, Immortal Crane Sect's situation had been mediocre. They successfully resolved Great Heavenly Sword Sect's problem. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had a third Gu Immortal. They were preparing to get rid of their status as Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate was a righteous sect. Even though their strength far surpassed Great Heavenly Sword Sect, the righteous path had rules. They could not take action forcefully. They could only recruit Gu Immortals from Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Eventually, they successfully recruited a Gu Immortal from Great Heavenly Sword Sect, who was the third person. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had limited resources. They could barely provide for 2 Gu Immortals. Adding a third would be even more difficult. The newly advanced Gu Immortal was enticed by Crane Gate's conditions and joined Crane Gate. Great Heavenly Sword Sect lost a crucial person. Their strength fell. They no longer had the confidence to leave Crane Gate. They could only renew the subordinate contract. However, even though Crane Gate stabilized the situation in the northwest region, they were suppressed in Reincarnation Battlefield. The Gu Immortal guarding there, Lei Tan, had to return to the sect to recuperate because he was heavily injured. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had fought intensely for countless years to occupy this place. Crane Gate's attention was once again focused on Reincarnation Battlefield. They could not do anything to Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the short term. He Fengyang, who had been in charge of taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was also busy recently, trying to find a way to heal his beloved 9 Palace Crane Little 9. This was no doubt good news to Fang Yuan. He could participate in the auction without worrying too much about Central Continent. Fang Yuan paid more attention to Combat Immortal Sect. From some insignificant news from Combat Immortal Sect, Fang Yuan sensed something unusual. These news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for some time, but to Fang Yuan, who was familiar with the inside information, he could see it clearly. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed secretly mobilized Gu Immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan thought. He still did not know that ever since he left, Immortal Monkey King Shirley had been trapped in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 Gu Immortals as reinforcements, but when they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with a slight obstruction. This way, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. This concerns Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, and also Great Dream Immortal Venerable's Prophecy. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely secretly attack this Grotto Heaven. I need to hurry, the advantage of my rebirth is shrinking bit by bit. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Ever since he became familiar with all the forces in Central Continent because of the Guts Gu transaction, it was much easier to gather information. But this information was only general, it could not be considered important secrets. It could not compare to the Northern Plains information obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to this. Many Gu Immortals placed great importance on the collection of information. They invested large amounts of funds every year to obtain crucial information and maintain the channels to obtain information. But Fang Yuan did not need this. He saved a lot of expenses because of this. Because he had the advantage of rebirth, the information in his previous life's memories was countless times more important and detailed than the information these Gu Immortals obtained after paying a huge price. After confirming the situation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's surroundings, Fang Yuan relaxed. He looked at Tai Bai Yunxing's letter, and then paid attention to He Lolan's situation. Tai Bai Yunxing was currently exploring Yulu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and the rest. Landscape as before Immortal Gu had completely repaired Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. Tai Bai Yunxing gained a lot of goodwill and successfully joined the exploration team. As for He Lulan, she was undergoing tribulation recently. Gu Immortals would face calamities and tribulations every set period of time. Rank 6 Gu Immortals would face an earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not the time of the 5 regions, but the specific time of each Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Because every immortal aperture had a different tributary of the river of time, the time flow rate was also different compared to the outside world. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique's immortal ascension and became a super-grade blessed land. Her time flow rate was extremely high, even higher than the time path Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunxing. It was 1:38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions' time was 38 years in He Lolan's blessed land. She had to go through 3 earthly calamities, and there were only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed since Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed in the 5 regions' time. He Lolan's blessed land had already gone through 2 earthly calamities, and was going through the 3rd one now. Each tribulation was a difficult one. But He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and also had several immortal Gu. If she encountered any problems, she would ask Fang Yuan for help. There was no news from her side now, that meant she was fine. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Fang Yuan no longer had any worries. He went back to his plan. He calculated there was less than half a month left until the auction. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because the time flow was 5 times faster, it was slightly less than 2.5 months. The Guts Gu business still had to continue. At the same time, Fang Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to test the inspiration that he had earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fang Yuan came out of the underground cave with a satisfied expression. He had made great gains in this deduction using the light of wisdom. He successfully fused Poison Breath and the contents of Concealing Evil Heart, forming a brand new incomplete immortal move. Fang Yuan named it Poison Breath. With the immortal Gu woman's heart as the core, it was naturally named Immortal Path. But the killer move was not complete. Every time it was activated, a large amount of poison gas would remain in the body, causing the aftereffects of the poison. Thus, it could only be considered an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can use Poison Breath 3 times in a row. After 3 times, the poison gas in my body will poison my soul to death. These 2 killer moves are the manifestation of Wisdom Path and Poison Path attainment. They are a firm foundation. And the formless inspiration brought by the light of wisdom allows me to make full use of this foundation, to blossom. Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. Chapter 752. A few days later, Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan met him and saw the joy in his eyes. He said, "Old Bai, it seems that your trip to Eastern Sea this time was a joyous one." Tai Bai Yunxing laughed heartily. "Junior brother's eyes are sharp, that is indeed the case. Why don't you guess what I gained this time?" Fang Yuan was curious. Fairy Yulu is a servant girl of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She cultivates Earth Path and Water Path. She is proficient in defense and healing. I know about the lineup you used to attack the Blessed Land. You actually succeeded in one attempt and directly took down Yulu Blessed Land? The truth was, Fang Yuan did not think much of Tai Bai Yunxing's trip. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression froze. He sighed. "So junior brother did not think much of me. You were right after all. This time, we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights, but we were defeated by the land spirit and suffered huge losses. A Gu Immortal almost died but was saved by my man as before Immortal Gu." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before Immortal Gu. Once Tai Bai Yunxing exposed this Gu, his value would definitely soar in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai Bai Yunxing continued, "After my man as before Immortal Gu was known, I received many compliments. Next, I received Shark Demon's warm invitation. He invited me to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's headquarters alone? I rejected him politely. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me in Haishur Blessed Land, and during the banquet I learned of an important piece of news." Saying so, Tai Bai Yunxing paused for a moment. He looked at Fang Yuan with a bright gaze. Fang Yuan laughed internally. He followed along and asked, What important news is it? Is it worth it for you to keep me in suspense?" Tai Bai Yunxing's expression turned solemn. He said excitedly, "It's a method that can allow junior brother to be reborn and leave your immortal zombie body." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and had not made any progress. Who would have thought that Tai Bai Yunxing would gain something before Fang Yuan did? "What is it?" Fang Yuan asked. Tai Bai Yunxing said, "Shark Demon has a dual cultivation companion. His name was Su Baiman, also an immortal zombie. In his early years, Su Baiman had a fortuitous encounter and defeated a strong enemy, obtaining a time path immortal Gu called Time Anchor. This Gu could move in the river of time. Make a mark. It is useless on its own, but if used with other time path immortal Gu, it will have an extremely good effect." When Fang Yuan heard this, he immediately understood what Tai Bai Yunxing meant. His eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down. "Old Bai, I'm not sure." "Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I have long heard of Time Anchor Immortal Gu. If used with your landscape as before, it can allow mountains and rivers to return to a certain time in the past. If used with your man as before, in theory, it can also restore the target to a certain state in the past. But the prerequisite for all this is that Time Anchor Immortal Gu has to leave a mark." "That's right. My man as before Immortal Gu can only restore the time to an instant ago. But if used with Time Anchor Immortal Gu, it can break through the time limit. Junior brother, you might be able to use this method to get rid of your immortal zombie body," Tai Bai Yunxing said excitedly. Tai Bai Yunxing's words were not false. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. They had a single function. Each was different. Immortal Gu were unique. Although they were powerful, they had their own limitations. Man was the spirit of all living beings. They were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using different Gu worms together could increase their effectiveness and complement each other's weaknesses. With Time Anchor Immortal Gu, man as before Immortal Gu can indeed break through the time limit. But Fang Yuan shook his head and continued. Using 2 Immortal Gu together is not as simple as activating them together. Instead, it requires the assistance of many Mortal Gu worms, or even Immortal Gu, to form an immortal killer move. The combination of man as before and Time Anchor is indeed possible in theory. But you do not have the corresponding immortal killer move. I think Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies treated you with great hospitality because they wanted you to help them and contribute man as before so that they could research an immortal killer move? Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, praising, "Junior brother, you are a smart person. Your guess is very accurate. That is indeed the case." "It is a pity, a pity." Fang Yuan shook his head again. "What is a pity? I feel that this method has great hope." Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan in confusion. "Old Bai, it is already a fact that I became an immortal zombie. Maybe Shark Demon and the others had already used Time Anchor Immortal Gu before becoming immortal zombies, and left behind a mark in the river of time. But I did not. Thus, even if this killer move is researched, it is useless to me." Fang Yuan sighed. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed. Junior brother, you are right to worry. But I have good news to tell you, that Shark Demon and Su Baiman did not use Time Anchor Immortal Goo to leave a mark in time. Back then, Su Baiman defeated a strong enemy. Although he obtained Time Anchor Immortal Goo, he did not know its use. Su Baiman was on the verge of death at that time, and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned of it, in order to accompany his wife, he also resolutely turned into an immortal zombie even though he had enough lifespan. After the two became immortal zombies for several years, they finally figured out the origin and usage of Time Anchor Immortal Goo. Tai Bai Yunxing said. So it was like that. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. It was not uncommon to find out the origin and usage of mysterious immortal goo after obtaining them for several years or even more than a decade. Back then, Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land, but he did not dare to test their usage recklessly. Fortunately, he had Land Spirit of Langya. He was able to figure it out by relying on him. Tai Bai Yunxing continued, when the two learned about the usage of Time Anchor Immortal Goo, they were filled with regret, but it was already too late. I had the same concerns as you, junior brother, so I asked them directly during the banquet. Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method. They mentioned Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan had a curious expression mixed with suspicion. Is Spring-Autumn Cicada on that mystical goo list? Legend has it that it can go against the river of time and return to the past. Unfortunately, it has never been proven. Tai Bai Yunxing had no suspicions. Spring-Autumn Cicada is not reliable. I mentioned Spring-Autumn Cicada only as an example. Shark Demon wanted to say that although they missed the opportunity to use Time Anchor Immortal Goo, if they had an immortal goo like Spring-Autumn Cicada, they could bring the goo immortal to the river of time. At that time they could use Time Anchor Immortal Goo to set down the coordinates upstream, and then use man as before Immortal Goo to return. I think this method has a chance of success. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, falling into deep thought, and did not speak. Tai Bai Yunxing did not know that this Fang Yuan in front of him was the current owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Bai Yunxing, they did not know much about Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was only rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could use Spring-Autumn Cicada directly, I would have done so long ago. Why would I need to use Time Anchor Immortal Goo at that time? But this method in theory is indeed feasible. Fang Yuan had reached an agreement with Wisdom Goo. To a certain extent, he had grasped Wisdom Goo. He was able to quickly rise up from the immortal zombie quagmire, advancing valiantly in half a year, and changing his situation. Most of the credit was due to Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie problem, he would have used it long ago. Not to mention the failure rate of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. In his trip to Northern Plains, Fang Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if he revived, there would be too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have half a chance of obtaining greater benefits. Reaching an agreement with Wisdom Goo was a perfect time, place, and people. The circumstances at that time were too special. The rank 9 Wisdom Goo was Fang Yuan's greatest gain from this trip. Without Wisdom Goo, there would be no greater benefits. However, other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, there are other time path Immortal Goo. For example, viewing past Immortal Goo and visual memory Immortal Goo can allow the Goo Immortal to observe the past from the present. But there is a difference between the two. Using viewing past, one can see the flourishing scenes of the past from the old earth wood. Using visual memory Immortal Goo, one can observe one's past experiences. The fusion of these two Immortal Goo can form the rank 8 Immortal Goo Extreme Forward, which can extract the Goo Immortal's will and observe the river of time, observing everything that happened in the past. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I have the Time Path Investigative Immortal Goo Extreme Forward, I can use it with Time Anchor Immortal Goo to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move that can observe the past from the present. After that, I can use Man as Before Immortal Goo to restore my body and revive without losing Wisdom Goo. Of course, Extreme Forward Immortal Goo is only an example. Maybe there are other Time Path Immortal Goo that are more suitable to be used with Time Anchor. Fang Yuan thought for a long time before opening his eyes. Oh, bye, thank you. He thanked sincerely. Although this method has great prospects, it will expend a lot of energy, resources, and time. It is a project that will last for 100 years. But it is still a hope. We are one family, there is no need to thank me. What's there to thank? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately said. However, towards Fang Yuan's words, old Tai Bai had some understanding. He sighed and continued, that is right, at least there is hope. Although it will take a long time, during this period, Junior Brother can use Zombie Alliance's black oil to delay the Blessed Land's collapse. Although it is hard to get the black oil with my cooperation with Shark Demon, it is very convenient. Fang Yuan smiled. While you were away, I had already used the identity of Sha Huang to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So Junior Brother had a plan. Fang Yuan continued, I am going to participate in Northern Plains auction, come along. This is the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. There are also a few Cloud Path killer moves for you to take a look. Don't you cultivate Cloud Path as well? Tai Bai Yun Sheng received these killer moves, he could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. While I was thinking about Junior Brother was also thinking about me. Fang Yuan showed him the Gu immortal captives and told him about the transaction with Land Spirit of Langya. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was incredibly shocked. Then he said with mixed joy and worry, looks like the auction this time will be a good show. I will go with you, it is best if He Lulan and Fairy Lishan come as well. They will definitely go. Although we exposed our alliance relationship to He Qing, it is not good to travel with them now. Fang Yuan said. Chapter 753. The green peak pierced through the clouds. At the peak, there was a lake that was quiet like a mirror, reflecting the white clouds in the sky. This was true martial blessed land, the foundation of Northern Plains Yuan clan. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very common. It existed in southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and other regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was even more important. It represented a super force, it was supreme authority. In the sky above the lake, a white-robed old man waved his spear. His aura was grand and majestic. He created waves of clouds and wind. The old man had white hair, he was hale and hearty, his movements were as fast as lightning at times, and as still as a rock at other times. The spear in his hand stretched out like a swimming dragon, it was full of spirituality. But no matter how much commotion he caused, the lake at the peak of the green peak did not have any ripples, it was as calm as a mirror. The lake was full of life, the water plants swayed without any ripples. A large group of carps stared at the white-robed old man's spear through the water. They opened and closed their mouths, they started to speak. Old Yuan, your dance is quite good, it is quite nice. The spear move is quite good, it has the shadow of spear Taoist from back then. This spear move is too much, it is a bit biased. Hearing the carps say this, the white-robed old man stopped his movements, he landed beside the lake. The spear in his hand shined with white light, turning into a goo that entered his sleeves. Next, he bowed towards the carps in the lake, asking humbly, may I ask why the sweep earlier was biased? You used too much strength. Too forceful, it lost its charm. The old man is too old. His internal heat is too strong, he should eat some water plants to cool it down. The carps started to talk, commenting freely. These carps were extraordinary. Their skin was white as snow, their scales were black as ink. Black and white were distinct, there were no other colors. People called them true martial carps, they were spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. Each was a mutated beast king. The white-robed old man thought about it, he raised his finger. Using his arm as a spear, he tested it. Can this work? No. Wrong. Old man. You are so stupid. The carps started to criticize the old man. At this time Yuan clan Gu immortal Yuan Qi rushed over, hearing the true martial carp's criticism. However, he was already used to it. He bowed to the white-robed old man. He said respectfully, greetings, First Supreme Elder. The white-robed old man was Yuan clan's first Supreme Elder. He had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. When he saw who it was, he frowned in displeasure. Junior Yuan Qi, why are you here? Didn't this old man tell you not to disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts in peace? Milord, you took care of me earlier. Let me remind you not to miss the auction. Yuan Qi's greeting was even more respectful. There was such a thing. I almost forgot. Does this mean that the auction is approaching? The Yuan family's grand elder slapped his forehead. Yuan Qi smiled bitterly. Sir, today is the day of the auction. Ah? Time passed so quickly. Brat, you reminded me well. When I return I will give you a reward. Let's go this way. Saying so, Yuan clan's first elder waved his sleeves as an immortal Gu flew out of the mirror lake. This Gu was called human language, it could turn the words of wild beasts into human language. Once human language immortal Gu left, the discussions of the true martial carp group stopped. Only the sound of their mouths opening and closing could be heard. Yuan clan's first elder stored human language immortal Gu and flew into the sky, turning into light. The carp group coiled around each other. After some discussion they got bored and swam away. Yuan Qi watched as the First Elder's figure completely disappeared from his sight. First Elder is still the same. He sighed, waving his sleeves towards the mirror lake. Immediately, winds blew and clouds moved, as thick white clouds covered the most important area of Yuan clan. Mulan oars in the Lotus Flower Village. After singing, the night air turns cold. Beyond the smoke, beyond the willows, beyond the lake, the mountain's eyebrows are blue and the moon's eyebrows are yellow. The scholar shook his head, holding a scroll as he sat in a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the lotus flowers were blooming, the moon was shining brightly, there was a light breeze and a faint fragrance. A maid was beside the scholar. Her face was like a painting, her wrist was white as snow, she was holding a small flask, pouring wine into a wine cup on the stone table. After the scholar finished reading the poem, he held the scroll with one hand, his gaze still on it, his other hand grabbed the wine cup. He did not even look at it, he poured the wine into his mouth and smacked it, muttering, "Even though the wine is good, there is not much left. I can use the auction to ask for a few more jars of Lai Shi from that person. Ongxiu, come with me this time. Let Tianxiang stay here and guard the blessed land." "Yes, young master." The maid was slightly happy, replying. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of Immortal Gu heavenly bell resounded in Gu Immortal He Lang Zi's mind. He sat cross-legged on the ground, opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This Immortal Gu heavenly bell is amazing indeed. I only used 5% of its power, but my organs shifted and my blood flowed in reverse. Even though I have been using a top-tier defensive mortal killer move. He Lang Zi laughed sinisterly, his blood flowed back and disappeared in a few breaths of time, as if he had never been injured. With such power, I don't need to worry about not being able to exchange Immortal Gu. He stood up, flying towards the direction of Crimson Reed Marsh. This is Crimson Reed Marsh? It is truly a beautiful scenery. A rank 8 Gu Immortal with a tall hat and a large cloak looked down from the sky, looking at the reed marsh below him. There were reeds everywhere, the waterways were like alleys, it was complicated like a maze. The main character here was not the ducks, nor the herons, nor the fishes, it was the Crimson Reed Marsh. Tens of thousands of reeds leapt out of the water in a vigorous manner. They seemed to carry a heroic aura as they spread out in a grand and unbridled manner. With the posture of a king, they subdued the creatures that lived here and took them for themselves. This rank 8 Gu Immortal observed for a while, saying with deep emotions, "This scenery is majestic and beautiful, there is a deep ravine hidden within the heroism." Using the scenery to judge people, this Qin Baisheng was a meticulous person. Bold, uninhibited and shrewd. No wonder it could stir up a commotion in northern plains and hold this auction. Sect leader has great insight. A rank 7 Gu Immortal beside him said. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Qin Baisheng's move is like the clouds with a flip of his hand and the rain with a flip of his hand. It's a marvelous move that can bring the dead back to life. I Murong Jinshao admire him greatly. I am really looking forward to this auction that includes all the heroes of Northern Plains." The rank 8 Gu Immortal who was called the cult leader retracted his gaze as he said excitedly, "Aha, the East Sea is rich. Heroes came forth in large numbers. Even though Northern Plains had many talents, they could be an overlord of an area, dominating the whole of Colored Glass Sea. However, there aren't many who can catch your eye," Murong Jinshao said respectfully. From his words, this mysterious cult leader was not a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. It was from the East Sea. "Brother Qin. We meet again." Fang Yuan cupped his fists and greeted Qin Baisheng. "Ha, Brother Sha, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. But I did not expect you to come directly from Fairy Li Shan's side." Qin Baisheng was very enthusiastic, he held Fang Yuan's arms, as if he was treating Fang Yuan as his own brother. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing traveled together, they did not walk in Northern Plains. Instead they entered Fairy Li Shan's blessed land. Through whole Earth Gu they arrived at Baisheng blessed land. Because of their previous cooperation. And because of the mountain pledge, Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baisheng's blessed land already had a pair of whole Earth Gu, they could communicate easily. Fang Yuan brought the 13 sleeping cloud coffins and entered the blessed land through this method, meeting Qin Baisheng again. "I had no choice. I have great treasures on me but my cultivation level is low, I could only use this method to avoid any accidents." Fang Yuan purposely smiled bitterly. "Brother, don't be humble, you are an unfathomable person. Just based on your relationship with Fairy Li Shan, who would dare to target you?" Qin Baisheng said in a respectful tone. "No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. But one day if I have your battle strength, I won't be afraid." Fang Yuan quickly replied. In terms of communication skills, he did not lose to Qin Baisheng. I wonder who this is? Qin Baisheng turned his gaze towards Tai Bai Yunxing, who was beside Fang Yuan. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing had also used unfamiliar face, turning into an ordinary old man. His appearance and figure were very different from before. This is my good friend, Gu Immortal Baisheng. Fang Yuan introduced generously. Baisheng, forgive me for not knowing much, but I did not know that there was someone like you in Northern Plains. Qin Baisheng took the initiative to greet. You flatter me, you flatter me. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly returned the greeting. Qin Baisheng brought Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing to the auction venue. For this auction, I specially modified the blessed land to form this huge auction venue. Qin Baisheng introduced. It is truly extraordinary, it has a grand aura. As expected of Brother Qin's creation. Fang Yuan smiled, praising Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng showed a trace of unease and worry, saying, there is no helping it, this auction has invited almost all of Northern Plains forces and countless experts. I am in charge of this. If the auction venue is too shabby, I might offend people. To speak the truth, I have been under a lot of pressure these days. I can barely sleep. Thankfully, Brother Sha is here. The Gu Immortal Blessed Land will definitely cause a commotion. I am looking forward to it. I wonder how many there are. Fang Yuan did not say the number, he only smiled and said, Brother Qin, don't worry. Haha, of course I am. Qin Baisheng's gaze flickered. He could not probe any further. He changed the topic. My auction venue has a main hall, individual rooms and secret rooms. The main hall can be used to communicate, the individual rooms are for those Gu Immortals who like to be alone and have strange tempers. The secret rooms are for concealing the Gu Immortal's identity. These three arrangements have already been written in the alliance agreement. Brother Sha does not need to worry that I will tamper with them. Brother Sha, what position will you choose? Can these three positions be changed during the auction? Fang Yuan asked. Of course. But once a secret room is occupied, without the owner's permission, no one can enter or leave. Qin Baisheng answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fang Yuan said. I will also choose a secret room. Tai Bai Yunxing said. Qin Baisheng nodded. The first 9 secret rooms are already reserved. I will give you the 10th and 11th secret rooms, how about that? Chapter 754. In the secret room, Fang Yuan played with the Gu worms in his hands with interest. These mortal Gu were naturally Qin Baisheng's, but he had already lent them to the secret room's owner, allowing Fang Yuan to use them. He mobilized some primeval essence and tried to inject it. The secret room's environment changed immediately. It seems that Qin Baisheng put in a lot of effort. Although it is a secret room, it is a small world larger than a garden. I can also use these mortal Gu to change the environment, creating mountains and rivers, or even seas and lakes, pavilions and so on. As Fang Yuan moved, the secret room's environment continued to change. At times, there were lush green mountains and he was in a pavilion on a mountain peak. At times, there were surging rivers and he was in a boat by the river. Of course, these changes were all illusions, they could not be real. If it was real, to change the world in an instant, the power of immortal Gu would have to be used, and immortal essence would have to be expended. Fang Yuan took the Gu worm in his hands and looked at it with his mind. In this East Window Gu, there were many auction items, all of which were precious treasures. Fang Yuan was dazzled as he looked at it. Some of the items even had corresponding conditions written behind them. Other than using immortal Yuan stone to buy them, one could also use resources to exchange for them. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the items wanted. Fang Yuan looked at the contents in front, and focused on the latter part. This part listed many immortal Gu, they were of all kinds and involved many paths. Behind these immortal Gu, there was information to exchange for them. Different from the previous items, immortal Gu were unique. No matter how many immortal Yuan stones there were, they would not be sold. This was the iron rule of the market. Even during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was the same. Thus, if one wanted to buy an immortal Gu, one would need to use another immortal Gu as the price. Fang Yuan's attention was focused, he soon saw some of his immortal Gu listed on it. There were 4 immortal Gu: Rising Azure Cloud, Worldly Wave Trace, Calamity Beckoning, and Delight in Water and Mountain. The first 2 were Movement Immortal Gu, one was Cloud Path, the other was Water Path. They did not match Fang Yuan's Strength Path. Although Tai Bai Yunxing cultivated Cloud Path as a secondary path, but he was a Time Path Gu Immortal, rising rapidly was not suitable for him. As for Calamity Beckon Immortal Gu, as high as rank 7. But the effect was ridiculous, it was simply a suicidal weapon. Although Fang Yuan had thought of some uses, it would be more worth it if he could exchange it for other immortal goo. Finally, delight in water and mountain immortal goo can generate a lot of happiness. But Fang Yuan was already preparing to mass refine malicious thought goo. In this way the effect of joy could be suppressed. He might as well take it out and see what immortal goo he could exchange for. If he couldn't get it, he would just have to take it back. After the 4 immortal goo, there were naturally the immortal goo requirements that Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 immortal goo were handed over by Fang Yuan through Fairy Li Shan. It could be said that he had cleared his name. Even though Calamity Beckoning and other immortal goo were quite troublesome to sell. There might even be trouble. But if he could exchange it for an appropriate immortal goo, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Missed this golden opportunity. If he waited any longer, he would have to wait until the 5 regions' chaotic war in a few hundred years. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was decisive when it was time to take a risk. He would not cower. Other than these 4 immortal goo, I still have Spring Autumn Cicada, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and Wisdom goo can barely be considered as well. Fang Yuan calculated he needed the remaining 5 immortal goo. He would not auction them, in fact he would try to avoid exposing them as much as possible. Spring Autumn Cicada, whoever used it would know, even though there was a chance of failure, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of benefits and experience he could not stop. Even with Wisdom goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spring Autumn Cicada was still his greatest trump card. Fang Yuan had already decided to keep Spring Autumn Cicada as his vital goo in his first aperture. If there was a chance in the future, he would choose to undergo Immortal Ascension in Time Path. Cleanse Soul Immortal goo was the core of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self. Even though he was hungry now and could not use it, he would not sell it. Connect Luck Immortal goo was a supplementary immortal goo that made up for Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness. Fang Yuan had personally experienced the power of Luck Path. He would not let go of this immortal goo. Wisdom goo was even more out of the question. Once it was taken out, there would be a huge storm and a fatal disaster. As for Woman's Heart Immortal goo, it was something Fang Yuan had abandoned. But due to a coincidence, Fang Yuan comprehended the killer move Poison Spit. Right now, Woman's Heart Immortal goo was already embedded in Fang Yuan's right chest. It was shaped like a heart, it was beating slightly, but it was small, only the size of a baby's fist. It was purple-black in color, poisonous gas lingered around it. It was already connected to Fang Yuan's blood vessels. With every breath Fang Yuan took, the zombie blood would flow slowly, and poison gas would seep out and enter Fang Yuan's internal circulation. From this, one could see the shadow of the Wisdom Path killer move, harboring malicious intent. But the supplementary mortal goo around Woman's Heart were more like a reverse refinement goo formation. Through reverse refinement, the strength of Woman's Heart was extracted. This was thanks to the special property of Immortal goo Woman's Heart, nurture and refinement in one. This goo needed to be fed with a woman's heart, and on the basis that it was full, the more it was fed, the stronger its power. Right now, Fang Yuan reversed this process and extracted its power. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Woman's Heart was an expendable immortal goo. Normally, it would be expended in one go. But by thinking of a method and using goo worms, he could extract its power continuously and use it repeatedly. Poison Spit is only an incomplete immortal killer move, it needs to be perfected in the future. With Wisdom goo there shouldn't be a problem. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts, putting down the east window goo. With a thought, the area in front of him became transparent, allowing Fang Yuan to see the auction hall directly. The auction hall had the main hall, single rooms and secret rooms. Fang Yuan could not see the latter two, he could only see the scene in the main hall. At this moment, there were already over 20 goo immortals sitting in the seats in the main hall. They were talking to each other, the content was not hidden from others. Old Lu, long time no see, how have you been? So it is Qing Xianzi, it seems you have passed the second heavenly tribulation. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. My foundation is insufficient, I am afraid these last years, I have mostly planted my blessed land in the outside world of northern plains. I also spent a lot of money to borrow Time Path Immortal goo, greatly slowing down the time flow of the blessed land. Right now, I still have first heavenly tribulation cultivation. Earthly calamities are hard to pass, heavenly tribulations are even harder to pass. Sir is experienced and prudent, you do not advance rashly, this is the safest path. Sure Yu Yen, you are here too? Your words are too strange. You Wu Rong can come, why can't I? Oomph. Back then I will definitely take revenge for you stealing my goo. Just you wait and see. I know this immortal goo is suitable for you, but I have already decided to auction it. Let's see if you have the ability to do so today. Some Gu immortals were reminiscing about the past, trying to get to know each other, while others were in a state of mutual hostility. At this time, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall with his head held high. Haha, so many people are here. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder. He looked around and laughed loudly. His bold laughter attracted the attention of the people in the hall. Their discussions became quieter. Fang Yuan also looked over. This Yuan tribe's first supreme elder was a rank 7 Gu immortal, the leader of a super force, Northern Plains Yuan tribe. He had extraordinary battle strength and wealth. He was a strong competitor. Qin Baisheng had been standing at the entrance to welcome the guests. He took the initiative to greet. Lord Yuan, your presence brings light to my Baisheng blessed land. Don't call me Lord, call me Yuan Rangzun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Qin Baisheng and his eyes shined. He patted the latter's shoulder intimately. In the past he had fought with Qin Baisheng. The latter's strength was acknowledged by him. But I have gained some insights from practicing my spear techniques recently. When will we spar again? Yuan Rangzun suddenly changed the topic, revealing his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's Dao Mark spear technique is still fresh in this junior's mind. I wonder if Senior Yuan wants to sit in the main hall, a single room or a secret room. Qin Baisheng smiled, not following Yuan Rangzun's words. Give me a single room. Yuan Rangzun knew it was not the time to arrange a battle. He thought about it and decided. Yuan Rangzun had just stepped into the single room when a handsome scholar with a female Gu immortal behind him also entered the auction hall. Free Scholar is here too? The gazes of the Gu immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I heard that Free Scholar has great luck with women. He has 2 Gu immortals as maids. They are Hongxiu and Tianxiang. I wonder which one it is? More male Gu immortals looked at the female Gu immortal. Looking at her fiery red dress, it should be Fairy Hongxiu. Fairy Tianxiang has a body fragrance. If she were here, the main hall would be filled with fragrance already. A Gu immortal who was familiar with the situation said excitedly. In Fang Yuan's mind, the relevant information flashed past. This Free Scholar was a lone cultivator. His origin was a little complicated. His ancestors were not from Northern Plains. They came from an aristocratic clan in Central Continent. There were many sects in Central Continent. Clans did not have strong competitiveness and could not survive. Those with the conditions would pass through the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Living alone in a foreign land, Free Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of strength. It was hard for them to survive in Northern Plains. Their situation was getting worse. After a few generations they finally assimilated into Northern Plains, but they were like dying people. They were beyond cure. By the time it reached Free Scholar's generation, the clan could not turn back. It was completely destroyed. Free Scholar brought his 2 maids and escaped with their lives, surviving with great difficulty. In the midst of difficulty, even when facing the danger of death, Free Scholar did not abandon his 2 maids. Eventually he obtained a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu immortal. After becoming an immortal, he did not hesitate to spend money and effort to bring his 2 maids to become an immortal with him. This became a legend in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Be it Yuan Rangzun, Free Scholar, or other Gu immortals, they all had their own spectacular stories. They were the main characters of their own legends. Chapter 755. Brother Qin, you go do what you need to do. We can choose our own rooms. The Free Scholar waved at Qin Baisheng. His words and tone showed that he had a good relationship with Qin Baisheng. Then, the Free Scholar walked leisurely and entered a single room with Fairy Hongxiu. After him, more Gu immortals entered. Some chose single rooms while most chose the main hall. As for those who chose a secret room, there was another secret passage that led directly to their respective secret rooms. But it could not be seen in the hall. Although Qin Baisheng is a rogue cultivator, he is strong and humble. He travels a lot and is friends with many strong cultivators. Tai Bai Yunxing sent a secret message from the 11th chamber. This was his first time meeting Qin Baisheng and he had a very high opinion of him. Fang Yuan analyzed as he looked at the scene in the hall. It's not just Qin Baisheng's work. Earlier, when 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Northern Plains Gu immortals had obtained many immortal Gu. They needed to exchange for them and satisfy their own requirements. It was also because of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Adding on the destruction of Imperial Court blessed land, the situation in Northern Plains had changed drastically. All the forces needed to set new rules. It was precisely because of the right timing, location, and people that this auction was so grand. Qin Baisheng and Fairy Lishan were able to invite a rank 8 Gu immortal not just because of them. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals entered. In the hall, the Gu immortals were conversing intensely, creating a huge commotion. Although Gu immortals were strong and had unlimited primeval essence, suppressing mortals, they were busy managing their immortal apertures and had to make preparations to deal with calamities and tribulations. They had limited time. Furthermore, the world was vast and Gu immortals were rare. It was a rare opportunity for them to communicate with each other. Especially an opportunity like this where so many Gu immortals could gather, it was extremely rare. Gu immortals needed to socialize. They placed great importance on their network. Immortal Gu were unique. Many times, Gu immortals needed to borrow other people's immortal Gu to solve their own problems. Also, this world's commerce wasn't very developed. Rare and precious resources were difficult to purchase with immortal Yuan stone. Most of the time, rare resources could only be exchanged. This auction gathered almost all the Gu immortals in northern plains. Such an opportunity to communicate was extremely rare. Thus, in the hall, the Gu immortals were talking non-stop. They exchanged information. There were even 2 or 3 pairs of enemies that had been mediated and temporarily resolved. Gu immortals were few in number. The circle was only so big. They were either acquaintances or enemies. Even if they were strangers, they would often be brought out from the complicated network of relationships with each other. Not long after the free scholar, an old man holding a walking stick slowly entered the auction house. Seeing this, Qin Baisheng's expression shook, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward. Stepping forward, Qin Baisheng greeted. Qin Baisheng greets Lord Medicine Sovereign. Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of northern plains. The hall went silent. Many Gu immortals could not sit still anymore. They stood up. Greetings rang out incessantly. Lord Medicine Sovereign, you are my benefactor. Please accept my bow. If it wasn't for Lord Medicine Sovereign, I would still be injured. Lord Medicine Sovereign, do you still remember me? I'm Little Four, the one who helped you find the bean sprout worm. Even the Gu immortals who went into the single rooms earlier came out. He bowed to the Medicine Sovereign. Hello, everyone is well. Everything is fine. The Medicine Sovereign was extremely amiable as he nodded his head. He did not put on any airs. He did not rely on acting old. Like Tai Bai Yunxing, Yao Huang was a healing Gu immortal. He was also from the righteous path. He had the Huang Jin bloodline, the first supreme elder of the Super Force Yao clan. He had a high reputation in northern plains. He could be said to be the leader of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. There were many stories about Yao Huang. They could not be finished even in 3 days and 3 nights. Here, there was a story that was most closely related to Fang Yuan. It happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing immortal Gu. In the last 100 years, he often requested immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance to experiment on them. The more he researched, the more Yao Huang gained. He actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Even in front of many Gu immortal experts, he could not see through it. In fact, for some time, Northern Plains Gu immortal world was deceived. They thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was up and he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang took advantage of this and declared that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At this time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, had already entered Eastern Sea. Zombie Alliance had no leader, only Yin Lu Gong and the other 2 rank 7s were guarding it. Nobody in Zombie Alliance could see through Yao Huang's method, but at the final moment he failed at the door of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang tried, he could not open the door. The immortal zombies looked at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not enter. He could only laugh loudly and remove his method, speaking the truth. Even though he deceived everyone, he had a high reputation and high cultivation level. No immortal zombie dared to make things difficult for him. In the end, they even sent him back politely. Just as the Medicine Sovereign entered, Yin Lu Gong also appeared. Oh, it's Little Lu. Yao Huang turned around and greeted. Junior greets Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong had a flattered expression as he walked forward and greeted. This time, Zombie Alliance's mission was completed in time. That immortal zombie came to Yao Clan. I did not neglect my research. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to your cooperation with Zombie Alliance. Yao Huang chuckled as he thanked. You flatter me. It is Zombie Alliance's honor to be able to cooperate with Lord Yao Huang. And in the future, when Lord Yao Huang creates a new healing immortal Gu, it will also benefit the Gu immortals of Northern Plains. Yin Lu Gong was good at socializing. He knew how to speak. The Medicine Sovereign stretched out his withered old hand and grabbed Yin Lu Gong. Come, little 6, sit together with this old man during the auction. Before Yin Lu Gong could refuse, he said to Qin Baisheng, Little Qin, come, give us a single room. Thus, under everyone's envious and jealous gazes, the two entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 Gu immortal to enter, followed by Heavenly Lord Baizu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Xuehu. Each of them caused a commotion in the hall. Before Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared, rank 8 was the peak of Gu immortal strength. The 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains were grand achievements that people looked up to. Among them, Old Ancestor Xuehu was the #1 person in the demonic path, the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was Yao Clan's first supreme elder, a righteous path rank 8. Heavenly Lord Baizu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were both righteous and demonic, they were neutral. The final Prince's Impatience was also a righteous path Gu immortal. But he was only an external supreme elder of a super force, Gong clan. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline, his status was quite awkward. And because of some grudges with Gong clan in his early years. As a result, he lived outside all year round. He did not work for Gong clan, only when Gong clan faced a huge crisis would he take action. 5 rank 8s, 2 righteous, 1 demonic and 2 neutral. They were mutually restricting each other. This formed the current balanced situation in Northern Plains. The 3 rank 8 great experts who came later wanted a single room. There were already 40 to 50 people in the hall. Of the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already been seen. Only Lord Prince's Impatience is left. This is truly a grand event that is hard to see even in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opener. To be able to show my face in front of such a person. This is already a worthwhile trip. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and majestic. I wonder how glorious and majestic Prince's Impatience is? Just as everyone was secretly anticipating, a cold and aloof female Gu immortal entered the hall. It was Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about the relationship between Fairy Yulan and Prince's Impatience. Their gazes were immediately drawn over. Qin Baixing quickly went up to greet them. Master is recuperating the Grotto Heaven Tu Qi. I will represent his will in this trip. Feng Jioge said without a smile. He had great skills and was bold. As an outer region Gu immortal, he dared to participate in Northern Plains auction during this sensitive period. Once he entered, even if he announced it loudly, it would be a deterrent to others. He would use Prince's Impatience's name to help him bid for the rest of the auction. Hearing that Prince's Impatience was not coming, the hall was filled with disappointment. Feng Jioge had an indifferent expression, vaguely familiar face was truly extraordinary, the Gu immortals in the hall could not see any flaws. Of course. This was also because Gu immortals respected each other, they would not use investigative Gu to spy on others for no reason. Especially Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Behind him was a rank 8 great expert. No one could have imagined that someone would be so daring. Under everyone's intense gazes, Fairy Yulan entered the single room. Like Feng Yuan, he first played with several mortal Gu, changing the environment of the single room. Next he grabbed East Window Gu and looked inside. Looking at it, Feng Jioge's mind shook. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. Aren't these the core Gu worms of our sect's Immortal Gu House, Water Pavilion? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Jioge's eyes before he calmed down, showing his supreme control over his mental state. It seems that some of the sect's supreme elders guessed correctly. Back then, the sect's Saintess Mo Yao had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Water Pavilion's help, Mo Yao would not have been able to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed, 88-point Jianghu Tower has collapsed, Water Pavilion has also been destroyed, the core Immortal Gu have been obtained by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Oh? And Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. According to the sect's records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of Luck Path from 88-point Jianghu Tower and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, wanting to help her husband Bo Qing. Unfortunately, Bo Qing's tribulation was too deep. Even with Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to attract a small portion of the calamity, he could not continue and both died. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was also destroyed during the tribulation. To think that there was a new Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. This discovery gave Feng Jioge even more questions. Where did Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu come from? Who refined it? Was it the auctioneer? Or was it because Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, scattered outside and taken by others? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao had left behind an inheritance, Would this inheritance contain the refinement recipe of calamity beckoning immortal goo? At once, Feng Jioge's thoughts were complex as they flashed through his mind. He suddenly laughed. Coming to this auction was the right choice. I have just entered and I have already obtained so many clues. No matter what, I have to take back delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace. Spirit Affinity House has already lost Water Pavilion for too long. As for calamity beckoning immortal goo, it is rank 7. The price for it is too high. I will take a look before making a decision. Chapter 756. Time continued to move forward, the number of goo immortals entering gradually decreased. After waiting for a while, Qin Baisheng closed the entrance of his blessed land. He walked to the platform in front of the hall and announced, "Everyone, according to the agreement, the time has arrived, the auction will officially begin." Strange, why did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not enter? Tai Bai Yunxing transmitted to Fang Yuan. That's right, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, she should be sitting in the hall after entering. But she is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan replied. This auction has a main hall, a single room and a secret room. If she chooses a secret room, she will enter it through a secret passage and will not show herself in public. But even if Fairy Li Shan enters a secret room, she will definitely inform us. Did you notice that none of He tribe's goo immortals are here? Tai Bai Yunxing pointed out. Fang Yuan pondered, let's send a letter first and ask about the situation. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan have the Snowy Mountain alliance with us, the possibility of them betraying us is not high. If they are attacked by He Cheng's group with their strength, they should be able to send a letter requesting for help. While the two were discussing, the first item was brought out on the platform. As everyone knows, this is a sky chief cloud. When spread out, it can stretch for over 1 million square kilometers. Such a large number of sky chief clouds are rare even in jewel yellow skies. The starting bid is 20 immortal yuan stone. Each bid must be at least 5 immortal yuan stone. Please begin. Qin Baisheng spoke. Sky Chief Cloud, this is suitable for my Tai Bai blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing's attention was immediately attracted. Without thinking, he controlled the mortal goo prepared in the secret room to bid. Qin Baisheng had a feeling. He announced, 11th secret room. 30 immortal yuan stone. At the next moment, a cloud path goo immortal in the hall spoke, 35 immortal yuan stone. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled lightly, activating his mortal goo and bidding again. He directly raised the price by another 10 pieces, to 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone was enough to buy a desolate beast corpse. The cloud path goo immortal who made the bid earlier gritted his teeth. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain silent. There were earth chief beasts underground and sky chief beasts in the sky. Within the immemorial 9 heavens. Basically, there were more or less sky chief beasts living there. The so-called heavenly chief clouds were formed by the breathing of the heavenly chief beasts over a long period of time. The cloud could create an environment. The production of cloud path goo worms in the immortal aperture increased greatly. If there was a group of sky chief beasts living in the clouds, that would be even better. If it was handled properly, there would be an endless supply of Tiankue clouds. However, the complete immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 goo immortals. Each sky chief beast was at least a beast king, comparable to a normal beast emperor. The king of each sky chief beast herd was basically a desolate beast sky chief. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Going once. Qin Baisheng saw that no one was bidding anymore, so he shouted. In my blessed land. There is already a sky full of float ball tea grass. At the end of this month, we will have our first harvest. Next is to bring in the jade hummingbirds. If we add in sky chief clouds, we will have the foundation to bring in smallpox and floating hawks. Junior brother, even though you became an immortal later than me, you have already managed to immortal blessed land and have experience. Can you give me some advice? What do you think of my idea? Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled as he transmitted to Fang Yuan. On the stage, Qin Baisheng spoke again, 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, going twice. Fang Yuan thought about it before replying to Tai Bai Yunxing. Smallpox indeed grows in the clouds and floating hawks usually have cloud path goo worms on them. Old Bai, you want to cultivate time path and cloud path as a secondary path? Precisely. My time path specializes in healing. I can cultivate cloud path as a secondary path to make up for my other shortcomings. Tai Bai Yunxing spoke bluntly. He was proficient in cloud path movement to begin with. His attainment was at the level of a flying master. Later, he befriended Northern Plains Inkman King Mo Tan Sang and sold the Killer Move 9 Cloud Ring to him at a low price, causing Tai Bai Yunxing to become even more interested in Cloud Path. Fang Yuan did not feel it was strange that he would make such a choice. At this time, Qin Baixing shouted for the third time, 45 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone, auctioning over 2 million km2 of Sky Chief Clouds, going thrice. Wait, 55 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone. Seeing that the outcome was about to be decided, another Gu Immortal spoke. His voice came from single room 17. Tai Bai Yunxing did not expect such a change. He quickly raised the price again. 60 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone. This price finally dispelled everyone's fighting spirit. Tai Bai Yunxing got what he wanted. Next is the second auction item, a rare Black Soul Antelope group. The beast group is 320,000 with 5 beast emperors. The starting price is 10 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone. Each bid must be at least 4 pieces of Immortal Yuan Stone. If you exchange for it with Drooping Rainbow Ointment, you will get a discount. Qin Baixing said. Black Soul Antelopes were almost impossible to see in the outside world of Northern Plains. This beast group was huge in scale. It should be raised in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Moreover, the Gu worms that lived on the antelopes were mostly Soul Path Gu worms, thus they were especially attractive to Soul Path Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortal who sold this Black Soul Antelope needed the Gu refinement material, Drooping Rainbow Ointment. Thus he could use Immortal Yuan Stone or Drooping Rainbow Ointment to bid. After a round of bidding, this Black Soul Antelope was bought by a Gu Immortal for 28 Immortal Yuan Stone. The third auction item is a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era. It is called Inch of Time. It ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. The crucial point is that this Gu recipe has already been modified. All the Gu refinement materials are commonly seen in the current era and can be found. The starting price is 22 Immortal Yuan Stone. You can also use the skin of the desolate beast 6-headed snake as a bargaining chip. Qin Baixing shouted. 23 Immortal Yuan Stone. You only increased the price by 1, aren't you ashamed? 30 Immortal Yuan Stone. I bid 32. The Gu Immortals bidding this time were clearly more than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path Gu worm. It could not be used on humans, but it could be used on other targets. It was widely used for Gu refinement. For example, to refine a Gu worm, it needed 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, by using Inch of Time Gu, it would quickly reach the requirement of 3 days and 3 nights. It would accelerate the Gu worm's preparation and transformation. And the Gu master's true time consumption might only be a short moment. Fang Yuan had once obtained the Gu recipe of the antiquity era Gu worm group Strength Gu. It was only worth 2 Immortal Yuan Stone in the market. Inch of Time was only a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era, but there was a complete set of 1 Inch of Time from rank 1 to rank 5. 5 inches of time from rank 1 to rank 5. Most importantly, this Gu recipe had already been modified by a Gu Immortal. The Gu refinement materials were suitable for the current situation. They were not hard to obtain. Unlike the original Gu recipe, many of the Gu refinement materials were extremely rare. They were either expensive or extinct. Because of this, the price skyrocketed. The starting price was 22 Immortal Yuan Stone. It quickly rose to 48. Tai Bai Yunxing also participated in this bidding. He bid 58 Immortal Yuan Stone. At once, he raised the price by 10, intending to scare off the competitors. Tai Bai Yunxing was rich. He was even richer than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before. These 2-time path healing Immortal Gu were very popular in Eastern Sea, especially when he explored Yulu Blessed Land. Even though he failed. But man as before saved a certain Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal's reward was 100 or so Immortal Yuan Stone, and he personally promised to owe Tai Bai Yunxing a favor. He would repay it in the future. Most importantly, Tai Bai Yunxing's blessed land was healthy. It produced green grape immortal essence every once in a while. He accumulated more and more green grape immortal essence. He could not use it. Is Tai Bai blessed land? Time flowed 33 times faster than the outside world. It was about the same as He Lolan's super-grade blessed land. This was because it was a high-grade blessed land. Moreover, it was a time path Gu immortal. It was quite outstanding in terms of time path resources. A day in the outside world was a month in Tai Bai blessed land. In theory, the blessed land would produce green grape immortal essence every month. At the same time in the outside world, Tai Bai Yunxing's green grape immortal essence would be several times or even more than 10 times that of ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. In contrast, Fang Yuan, although he sold Guts Gu, he had to expend all kinds of resources, especially refining immortal yuan stone to exchange for green grape immortal essence. There was no helping it, his immortal aperture was already dead, it could not produce immortal essence, it would collapse and wither every once in a while, it was a huge burden to him. Tai Bai Yunxing's bid had indeed scared off most of the Gu immortals who were bidding. But there was still a group that persisted. One by two, the price slowly rose to 66 immortal meta stones. 66 immortal yuan stone to buy a set of mortal Gu worm recipes. Some low-level Gu immortals in the hall were tongue-tied. It is not expensive. Although Inch of Time cannot be used on oneself, it can save time and shorten the steps of Gu refinement, it has a wide range of uses. We need to plan for the long term, especially for those Gu immortals who cultivate refinement path. Over time, they can use Inch of Time to save 66 immortal yuan stone in profit. A Gu immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already the limit. It would be unwise to raise the price any higher, unless they have special requirements. Unless he has a special need. Another Gu immortal added in his analysis. 66 immortal yuan stone, going once. Qin Baixing shouted. At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted to Tai Bai Yunxing. Old Bai, let's each take out half of the immortal yuan stone, how about we compete together? Tai Bai Yunxing was overjoyed. Junior brother, it would be great if you want to make a move. Thus, he continued to raise the price to 68. Only one Gu immortal continued to bid, adding an immortal yuan stone. Finally, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing worked together and bought Inch of Time at the exorbitant price of 70 immortal yuan stone. Time slowly passed, treasures appeared one after another. The competition in the auction hall was getting more intense, the atmosphere was getting more heated. Many Gu immortals lost their composure, their faces were flushed with anger. Even though they were rational and calm in front of such huge profits, they had no choice but to compete until their necks turned red. After dozens of items were auctioned, some low-level Gu immortals could no longer compete, some were covered in sweat, some were pale, some were on the verge of collapse. The competition was not just about wealth, it was also a psychological battle. Gradually, rank 6 Gu immortals became fewer and fewer. Rank 6 Gu immortals usually had hundreds of immortal yuan stone in their savings, while rank 7 Gu immortals had thousands or even tens of thousands. At rank 8 they would definitely have tens of thousands. Old cultivators might even have hundreds of thousands of immortal yuan stone in their hands. The higher their cultivation level, the more resources they would have. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals had weak foundations, fortunately they had resources to offset the price. Otherwise, most of them would have been eliminated already. Fang Yuan only had a few hundred immortal yuan stone in his possession. He tried occasionally but he rarely succeeded, most of them failed, he waited patiently. Finally, he heard Qin Baixing announce, "Next, the immortal Gu auction will begin. The main event is here." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, the other Gu immortals also became energetic. The previous auction was only a prelude. The main dish was finally on stage. Chapter 757. Qin Baixing stood on the stage, he took out several mortal Gu and threw them into the hall. Some Gu immortals caught these mortal Gu and showed puzzled expressions. Qin Baixing continued, "The auction of immortal Gu is very important. The items that are auctioned earlier have more advantages, they have a higher chance of being exchanged for immortal Gu. Thus to be fair, this auction will not follow the order. I have specially prepared these mortal Gu, they can be used to point to an immortal Gu auction item that is recorded. As for which item to point to, it is completely random, there is no possibility of someone manipulating it. Now everyone please inspect these mortal Gu." These words caused a good response. The Gu immortals took turns inspecting the mortal Gu as they conversed. "This is a good method, I was worried earlier that my immortal Gu would be left behind, it would not be good for the auction. Qin Baixing is not simple, this auction has covered all aspects. If he really tampered with it, I will admit it. Anyway, I can see that there are no problems." After this set of mortal Gu was inspected by the Gu immortals in the hall, it was sent to a secret room. Soon it was Fang Yuan's turn. Fang Yuan inspected it personally, there were no problems. After the Gu immortals in the secret room finished inspecting, this set of mortal Gu was sent to a single room. The rank 8 Gu immortals were almost all in a single room. After they inspected it, the mortal Gu were sent to Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing did not continue the auction, he asked, "Is there anyone else who has concerns, why don't you inspect it again?" As expected, some Gu immortals requested to inspect it again. Some of them had already inspected it earlier. There were no problems with this set of mortal Gu. But it was in everyone's hands. What if someone tampered with it during this process? The Gu immortals were meticulous in their thinking, they wanted to inspect it again. After this inspection, there was nothing wrong with it. The highlight of the immortal Gu auction was about to begin. Qin Baixing activated this set of mortal Gu in front of everyone. Immediately, colorful lights flickered, smoke rose and gathered in the air, forming into the words hidden luck. I have chosen it. Then the first immortal Gu is stealth luck immortal Gu. Qin Baixing said loudly. Concealment luck immortal Gu was originally a middle or lower auction item. To think that the first one would be auctioned. Tai Bai Yunxing held the east window Gu and muttered after inspecting it. At the same time many Gu immortals were doing the same thing. The ranking recorded in the east window Gu. That's not really the order. It was very likely that he would be the next one. It was time to use his immortal Gu. As for those who were ranked last they could only blame their bad luck. This method was very fair. None of the immortals present had any objections. Even the rank 8 Gu immortal great experts acknowledged this. On the stage, lights and shadows changed, showing the external appearance of concealment luck immortal Gu. Qin Baixing introduced, everyone can see this Gu looks like a white longhorn beetle. It was about the size of half a palm. It was a rank 6 luck path immortal Gu that could conceal one's luck. The auctioneer wanted a metal path defensive immortal Gu. Who has a metal path defensive immortal Gu? You can participate in the bidding. There is no limit to the minimum price. Conceal luck immortal Gu, concealing one's luck. Luck path has luck inspection Gu, it can observe other people's luck path foundation. There is also concealment luck Gu, it can conceal one's luck and prevent others from seeing it. This concealment luck Gu is a rank 6 immortal Gu, it can counter rank 6 luck inspection Gu. Even though its effect is good, it is too limited. In the hall, the Gu immortals discussed softly but no one bid. If luck path was prosperous and widespread so be it. But ever since Giant Sun Immortal created luck path, he had been keeping it to himself, causing luck path mortal Gu to be very rare. Especially concealment luck immortal Gu, it could only display its value when the opponent had luck inspection immortal Gu. This immortal Gu's usage was too limited, it had a low price performance ratio. The Gu immortals were not fools, how could they bid carelessly? Damn it. The Gu immortal who had concealment luck immortal Gu was a female Gu immortal. She sat in a single room, biting her lips as she helplessly watched as her concealment luck immortal Gu was not auctioned. Nobody wanted to buy it. The first immortal Gu was actually not auctioned. This was unexpected. Qin Baixing's expression sank, he used his mortal Gu to choose the second auction item. Light flashed, turning into a cicada immortal Gu. This cicada was not as exquisite as spring-autumn cicada, it had a large head and wide abdomen, its body was shining with silver light. This is Heavenly Gong immortal Gu rank 6 sound path. I want to exchange for transformation path immortal Gu. Qin Baixing said. In the hall, a Gu immortal saw this Gu and shouted furiously, Heavenly Gong immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was mine but He Lang Zi snatched it away. He Lang Zi, come out now. So be it, do you think I'm afraid of you? From a secret room, He Lang Zi walked out with a sinister smile. It is He Lang Zi after all, a famous lone cultivator of Northern Plains demonic path. I heard that he obtained thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance, thus he can snatch other people's immortal Gu. This person was raised by a female wolf, his nature is like a wild beast, he is cruel and sinister, he acts alone, he is very different from ordinary people. Old ancestor Shui who had once tried to recruit him, but he rejected him. The Gu immortals discussed. He Lang Zi crossed his arms as he walked into the hall, sitting down in front of the roaring Gu immortal. The Gu immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other locations. You. The roaring Gu immortal pointed at He Lang Zi, his face was red, his body was shaking from anger. What about me? He Lang Zi licked his lips, his gaze was ruthless and had a hint of mockery. Old Xiong Yuan, you are a sound path Gu immortal, if you don't bid now, when will you? I happen to have a transformation path immortal Gu here, it is called Demon Weasel Skin. After using it, the human skin can turn into the skin of a heart demon weasel. Free Scholar's voice suddenly came from a single room. Heart demon weasel was a desolate beast, it usually had wisdom path Gu worms on its body. Demon weasel skin could counter wisdom path attacks. After Free Scholar killed a heart demon weasel, he used its skin to refine this Gu. But he already had a method to defend against wisdom path attacks. This Gu was not a problem, thus he took it out now. Demon Weasel Skin. If I gather demon weasel bones, demon weasel blood and other related immortal goo, I can unleash the immortal killer move heart demon weasel transformation. He Lang Zi's gaze flashed as he thought. Transformation path was different from other paths, killer moves were easy to obtain. As long as one gathered an entire set of immortal goo, they would be able to create an immortal killer move. Thus, when exchanging for transformation path immortal goo, there were more considerations than other paths. He Lang Zi himself had 3 sets of wolf transformation immortal killer moves, he could turn into 3 different desolate beast wolves, he had great battle strength. Even though the heart demon weasel form was similar to a wolf, He Lang Zi wanted to develop into fighting in water. Thus, He Lang Zi shook his head, he did not speak. Qin Baisheng had been paying attention. Seeing this, he asked, "Are there any other goo immortals willing to bid? I have a moon demon bat claw immortal goo, it can turn one's hand into a moon demon bat's claw." Feng Jiuge said. "It is Princess Impatience's subordinate, Fairy Yulan. Isn't Fairy Yulan a sword path goo immortal? Why does she want the sound path heavenly gong immortal goo? She is representing the rank 8 great expert Princess Impatience. This bid might very well be Princess Impatience's intention." The goo immortals started to make guesses. Nobody knew that the so-called sword master Yulan was actually Feng Jiuge's impersonation. Feng Jiuge was a sound path goo immortal, he needed heavenly gong immortal goo. He Lang Zi did not speak, he shook his head. Moon Demon Bat Claw immortal goo represented the immortal killer move Moon Demon Bat transformation in the future. But He Lang Zi was not good at aerial combat, he hated the sky. This was because when he was young he grew up in a wolf's den, he learned to run on 4 legs from a wolf mother, and used his teeth to bite. Most wolves were land beasts, they could not fly. Qin Baisheng suddenly had a feeling, he said, "A goo immortal in the first secret room has made a bid, 1 grand smoke turtle armor immortal goo, along with accurate information regarding ascending heaven plane." He Lang Zi's gaze flashed, he raised his head. Grand smoke turtle was a desolate beast of the sea, it fit his expectations. But this turtle was specialized in illusion concealment, it was slow and had weak defense, it was different from He Lang Zi's fighting style. "Ascending heaven plane, what is this place?" He Lang Zi asked. Even though he had strong battle strength, he was a loner, he did not trust any human goo immortal, thus he did not have enough information. Ignorant. Goo immortal Xiong Yuan sneered, he did not give up this chance to attack He Lang Zi. Ascending heaven plane is a place, as long as one passes through it, even mortals can enter the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason why the legendary northern dark eye soul was able to enter the black heaven was through the ascending heaven plane. Qin Baisheng patiently explained. So that's it. He Lang Zi's heart moved. He was a rank 7 lone cultivator, he had to fight for every cultivation resource. But northern 9 heavens was already lacking in resources, it was controlled by super forces. And the immemorial 9 heavens were separated by the heavenly wind chi wall. Only goo immortals with strong battle strength could forcefully break through and explore the 9 heavens. Even though in the immemorial 9 heavens only white heaven and black heaven were left, the other heavens were in ruins, some were even completely destroyed. But be it the complete heaven or the 9 heavens fragment worlds, resources were abundant. My battle strength is enough to break through the heavenly wind chi wall, but I cannot fly. If I can get information about ascending heaven plane. He Lang Zi got more excited as he thought about it. While he was thinking, another 2 goo immortals took out transformation path immortal goo and competed. Among them was goo immortal Xiong Yuan, who had shouted in the auction hall earlier and wanted to tear He Lang Zi to pieces. A total of 5 goo immortals were competing for 1 immortal goo. Both sides continued to compete, they added immortal yuan stones or rare resources, or added lost goo recipes or gave large beast groups. Eventually He Lang Zi chose the first secret room's bid, he obtained glorious smoke turtle armor immortal goo information about ascending heaven plane, and a large group of water wolves. Both sides made the transaction. Because the goo immortal in the first secret room could not show himself, Qin Baisheng passed the information to him. After He Lang Zi obtained information about ascending heaven plane, he checked it on the spot, but his eyes widened as he growled in anger. Chapter 758. What? Is there a mistake in ascending heaven plane's information? Qin Baisheng's expression changed as he asked. This was a matter that concerned his auction. According to the agreement, no matter if it was a transaction, it could not be false. If there was information, it meant that there was a real location. No. He Lang Zi's expression was grim, he did not want to say anything, but he looked like he had suffered a loss. Where is that water wolf group? He asked again. They are somewhere in the blessed land. Qin Baixing said. Bring me there. Yilang Zi said coldly. Qin Baixing waved his hand and teleported Yilang Zi somewhere else. The latter counted the number. Seeing that there was no mistake, he collected the water wolf group, but did not return to the auction. He left in advance. Haha, seeing this wolf cub's expression, I feel so good. In the first secret room, Murong Jin Shao laughed loudly. Beside him, the rank 8 Gu immortal from Eastern Sea was sitting leisurely, playing with Heavenly Gong immortal Gu. Thank you for your help. That Yilang Zi saw that ascending heaven plane was in Eastern Sea, but he could not go. He must be furious. Murong Jin Shao thanked him. No need to thank me. My daughter is skilled in sound path. She cultivates sound path. I bought it for her. I have no intention of teaching Yilang Zi a lesson. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal waved his hand. Ascending heaven plane is in Eastern Sea. I know its exact location. How did the Gu immortal in the first secret room know about it? Fang Yuan had some doubts in his mind. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in northern plains that has connections with Eastern Sea. I think it is Murong tribe? Soon Fang Yuan put down his doubts. Because Qin Baixing had already chosen his third immortal Gu for auction. It was Fang Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud Gu. Qin Baixing said loudly, Rising Azure Cloud immortal Gu rank 6 cloud path, specialized in moving up and down. The auctioneer wants a strength path immortal Gu. Now those who are interested please actively bid. Fang Yuan was already a strength path Gu immortal. This was a fact, it was set in stone. Even if his strength path was weak, he could only walk on this path to the end. And because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, when he revives, his first aperture is going to become a time path Gu immortal. Speaking of which, he felt a little helpless. The reason why Fang Yuan chose the strength path in the early stages of his rebirth was because of the strength path. Just for the transition. In the end, due to a freak combination of factors, the situation forced him to become an immortal through strength. Even because of the true meaning of the reckless savage. His strength path realm had also skyrocketed to Grandmaster level, reaching the same level as Fang Yuan's blood path in his previous life. This was something Fang Yuan had not expected. Fang Yuan would rather give up the path of blood than give up the Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was true that he was a blood path Grandmaster, but he was not the only blood path Grandmaster. The Spring-Autumn Cicada was the only one. Red Lotus Demon Venerable treated it as his vital Gu. Which was more important? It was clear at a glance. But if Fang Yuan wanted to walk on Time Path, he still had a long way to go. He lacked Time Path Foundation and was not a Time Path Gu immortal. With the current situation, Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, and it was still a long time before he could revive. If he wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time, he could only choose Strength Path Immortal Gu. This is Star Desolate Hound Strength Gu. It can obtain the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu here. I will also throw in 150 kilograms of Great Lake soil. A Qi Grand Lion Strength Gu and 5 drops of Rule Eye blood. Bidding noises continued to resound. A Gu Immortal's bid made the hall buzz. Rule Eye blood. Did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, the Rule Eye calamity, only by piercing the Rule Eye can this blood be obtained. This blood is a genuine immortal material. It can be used as the main material of a rank 6 immortal Gu, or as a supplementary material for a rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan shook his head. Although Rule Eye blood was precious, 5 drops were too little. He sighed inwardly. Although Strength Path was declining, there were still many Strength Path immortal Gu. If not for this auction, he would not be able to see so many Strength Path immortal Gu. Compared to the other 4 regions, Northern Plains Gu immortals usually had the lowest wealth. But even so, after accumulating for so many years, their wealth could not be underestimated. Gu immortals had many good things, but they usually kept them to themselves and hid them. Especially immortal Gu, once they were exposed they would be targeted, thus they hid them even deeper. Only in the auction would these Gu immortals expose them. Otherwise, why would they say that the auction was a rare opportunity? They had to cherish it and grasp it with all their strength. A total of 5 Gu immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Gu. After a few rounds there were 2 who stopped bidding. Not long after, the 3rd Gu immortal left. Only 2 were left to compete. But before they could decide the winner, Fang Yuan had already sent a message to Qin Baixing. Alright, let's choose the 3rd person, that Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. An auction involving Immortal Gu was different from ordinary auctions. Firstly, Immortal Gu were unique. Secondly, business was not developed, there was no true currency. Thirdly, Gu immortals had different types of resources. many precious immortal materials were hard to appraise. Thus, during the auction the seller could choose any buyer. The buyers would bid against each other to attract and move the seller. The winner of the auction might not necessarily obtain the item. To sum it up, it was a seller's market. Immortal goo were unique. If the seller did not sell them, where could they buy them? A moment later, Feng Yuan and that goo immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo, while Feng Yuan obtained Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, as well as a large number of immortal materials, which matched the list of materials listed by Land Spirit of Langya. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo was because this was the only bird strength, the rest were land beast strength. Feng Yuan had true solid bat wings now, which matched the strength of a bird. If he could use Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo while flying, it would have the effect of some immortal movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud, the fourth item was a Fire Path Immortal Goo. Once this goo appeared, it caused a commotion in the auction. Even the rank 8 goo Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster made a move. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 goo Immortals or ordinary rank 7 goo Immortals compare to rank 8 goo Immortals? But in the end, 5 Elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him even though he was the final winner. He risked defending a rank 8 Great Expert because the seller was moved by the rare immortal materials offered by the buyer. Immortal materials varied greatly. There were more types than stars in the sky. Even 5 Elements Grandmaster could not include all of them. But precisely because of this, everyone in the auction had a chance. It was even more exciting. The 5th and 6th items were Metal Path Immortal Goo. The auction hall's atmosphere became more heated. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these 5 paths were the mainstream. They were more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were the lowest. Eventually, 5 Elements Grandmaster obtained 1 Metal Path Goo Worm, while the remaining one was won by Qin Bai Sheng. He was not only the host, he was also one of the buyers. Time continued to pass. Immortal goo were bought and sold one after another. This was a rare occasion in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. In the historical records, there had been such occasions. But the scale was much smaller than this. Most importantly, the collapse of 88 Point Jianghu Tower allowed most goo immortals to gain something. This led to such a large-scale auction. Rarely seen immortal goo appeared one after another. Northern Plains goo immortals took the chance to gain some benefits. Next is the 23rd item. Worldly Wave Trace. This goo is rank 6 used for movement. Qin Bai Sheng was still introducing when 2 goo immortals' eyes brightened. It's finally here. Worldly Wave Trace, the core immortal goo of Water Pavilion. I will do my best to obtain it. Feng Jioge lightly clenched his fists. In the first secret room. Worldly Wave Trace, not bad. I did not pay attention to it for so long in vain. I already have the relevant immortal goo recipe. As long as I obtain it, I can refine Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo. Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens at will. It will reduce the expenditure of breaking the heavenly wind chi wall. The rank 8 goo immortal from Eastern Sea was already moved. The usefulness of an immortal goo varied from person to person. For Feng Jioge, it was one of the cores of constructing the rank 7 immortal goo house Water Pavilion. For Eastern Sea's goo immortals, it could lead them to a path of golden benefits that led to the immemorial 9 heavens. These 2 choices, it was hard to say which was more important. I have Star Desolate Hound Strength Goo. 1 Peach Wolf Strength Goo. 1 Roar Whale Strength Goo. The goo immortals bid. Feng Jioge waited patiently for a while. Seeing that the rank 6 goo immortals in the hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Swordmaster Yulan's voice, he said, I also have a Strength Path Immortal Goo called Pulling Mountain. It can pull mountains. I will throw in 150 kilograms of Heaven Gold. Heaven Gold? Incredible, this is an immortal material on par with Rulai Blood. It can only be produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms at once, it is much more than those 5 drops of Rulai Blood. Did I hear wrongly? Suddenly the hall shook slightly. Feng Jioge took out a huge reward, but once he did, he scared off almost all the competitors. 150 kilograms of Heaven Gold was not a joke, it was extremely valuable. But this was only almost. In the first secret room, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal snorted in displeasure. He used his mortal goo and made another bid. A Strength Path Immortal Goo, Overturning River, and another 250 kilograms of Split Divine Water. Crazy, 250 kilograms of Split Divine Water? This is an ingredient that can be used to refine rank 7 Immortal Goo. Split Divine Water can completely match Heaven Gold. It can only be found in the deepest part of Jianghu Lake, and after 100 years, only 20 to 30 kilograms of it can be produced. Huh? A trace of surprise flashed past Feng Jiuge's face. He had not expected such a strong competitor to appear. He smiled proudly. With Swordmaster Yulan's identity, he had less worries. He said in front of everyone, "What else does the seller need, be it materials, goo recipes, beast groups, or variant human slaves? Just state it." Once he said this, the whole hall went into an uproar. Most of the goo immortals immediately thought of Fairy Yulan's backer, Princess Impatience. It seems that Princess Impatience wants to bid for this immortal goo. Even that Eastern Sea goo immortal could not help but guess. But he laughed coldly. His fighting spirit was roused. "Princess Impatience is rank 8, am I not?" Next, his voice resounded in the auction hall. "My conditions are the same as Fairy Yulan's. Please indicate to the seller." The whole hall went into an uproar again. They were guessing who was in the first secret room, directly opposing Swordmaster Yulan, wanting to challenge Princess Impatience. In the 10th secret room, Feng Yuan also showed a slightly surprised expression. His gaze turned as he chuckled. "It seems that both sides have extraordinary origins and are determined to get it. Since they have such a request, it would be unreasonable for me to not agree to it." He directly added several times from the list given by Land Spirit of Langia, before secretly giving it to Qin Baisheng. After Qin Baisheng received it, he showed it to everyone with a strange expression. The whole hall went into an uproar for the third time. "This list isn't it too exaggerated? 3,000 kilograms of heaven gold and split divine water. Who is the seller? Do they think these things are wild vegetables? This is an exorbitant price, asking for sky-high prices." Chapter 759. Interesting. When he saw the list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan tossed out, Feng Jiuge's gaze flashed, and then he calmed down. The Eastern Sea Goo immortal's expression did not change. He leaned back on his chair and asked Murong Jin Shao, who was beside him, "How many Refinement Path Grandmasters do you have in Northern Plains?" The list was filled with Refinement Dao immortal materials, and there was an extremely large amount of them. Moreover, the types were extremely disorderly as well, causing it to be dazzling. For Feng Yuan to take it out so quickly, it was obvious that he had prepared it beforehand. Only Refinement Path Goo immortals would prepare such a list, hoping to gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Shao answered without hesitation, "There are 4 Refinement Grandmasters in Northern Plains. The first to bear the brunt was Yao Clan's rank 8 Goo immortal, Yao Huang. According to rumors, his Refinement Path attainment had already surpassed Grandmaster, reaching quasi-great Grandmaster level. The second is Murong Clan's Goo immortal, Murong Shuexiang. He had once successfully refined a Snow Path immortal Goo. The third was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou, who had refined Goo for many Demonic Path Goo immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator called Lady Miao Li. She is skilled in refining Enslavement Path Goo worms." The Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything. The Goo immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. He wants to find so many Goo refinement materials. Even if he asks for a sky-high price, we can see his extraordinary ambition. In the hall, after the Goo immortals calmed down, they realized this. Now this situation is interesting. The 2 buyers were both mighty figures with deep financial resources. The seller couldn't be ignored either. His background was mysterious, simply unfathomable. Qin Baisheng's eyes were filled with anticipation as he continued to ponder. He was the host of this auction. He knew about the rank 8 Goo immortal in the first secret room. They were from Donghai. Eastern Sea Goo immortals, even if they were rank 8, had to restrain themselves in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, it was extremely easy for people from other realms to join forces and run against them. Thus, the Eastern Sea Goo immortal and Murong Jin Shao concealed their traces and chose a secret room. Since he was going to participate in the auction, he naturally had to contact Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng helped them hide their identities. At the same time, it was also a form of respect for the first chamber. Immortal zombie Sha Huang looks ordinary. But there was probably a rank 8 old monster supporting him. And this rank 8 great expert was skilled in Goo refinement. Fairy Li Shan probably knew this as well. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 6 immortal zombie fight against the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Why are they so close? Qin Baisheng guessed. To some extent, he had guessed correctly. Because behind Feng Yuan was the land spirit of Langia, Longhair Ancestor was indeed a rank 8 Goo immortal back then. If that's the case, I'll add another 150 Thunder Sound Leaves. After a moment of silence, Feng Jioge made the first move. Gasps could be heard in the hall. The thunder sound leaf was no small matter. It did not exist in the outside world. It could only be nurtured in powerful lightning tribulations. It could be considered an object condensed from the essence of lightning. However, thunder sound leaves had always been rare and precious. Hard to get. This was because ordinary Gu immortals undergo tribulation in their immortal apertures. Xiaoqun was already barely able to split himself up. He did not have the ability to pluck the thunder sound leaves in the lightning tribulation. Even if he had the ability, he would need a secret method to pluck the thunder sound leaves. Thus, even in jewel yellow skies, thunder sound leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Jioge took out 150 thunder sound leaves. Hee. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal laughed lightly. Is Prince's impatience so stingy? This list clearly states that he needs 280 thunder sound leaves. After pausing for a moment, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal shouted, I am willing to offer 360 heaven flying jade. Heaven flying jade, it is a jade that can fly in the azure sky of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade is extremely intelligent, it is like a bird or beast, it can avoid being captured by external forces. Who is the person in the first secret room? 360 heaven flying jade at once, it satisfies the number on the list. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Actually, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal was also feeling heartache. Once, he had a fortuitous encounter and barged into a huge azure sky fragment world to explore. He obtained over 400 heaven flying jade after much difficulty, but he even got injured in the process. Right now, in order to fight for worldly wave trace immortal Gu, he threw out a large number of them to create a powerful attack. In the single room, Feng Jioge snorted coldly, his expression turning solemn. The other party's actions made him understand that the other party was like him, they had to obtain worldly wave trace immortal Gu no matter what. Taking out 360 heaven flying jade at once, it showed the other party's immense strength and wealth. However, who was Feng Jioge? He was the publicly recognized #1 person in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even though he was rank 7, he could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. With Spirit Affinity House as his backing, and after many years of accumulation, his foundation was incomparably deep. If there was a list of rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals in the auction house who could challenge a rank 8 great expert, Feng Jioge would definitely be at the top. Raise the price. Feng Jioge did not hesitate, bidding again, I will add 10,000 star pupil. Star pupil was a rare resource in the immemorial 9 heavens, it could not be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that came from the blue sky. Starlight shone in the blue sky, as the stars moved around, they scattered down countless stardust. Among the endless stardust, there were octagonal ones that were like diamonds, there were pentagonal ones with sharp edges, heptagonal ones, 16-sided ones. There were also hornless stardust that were round. These hornless stardust looked like round gems, the starlight condensed into the shape of the pupil. Thus it was called star pupil. Feng Jioge's bid shocked the Gu immortals. When this list appeared, I thought there would not be such a foolish buyer who would pay such a huge price to exchange for an immortal Gu. I was wrong. The list only asked for 8,000 hornless stardust, but Swordmaster Yulan directly bid 10,000. This is clearly a counterattack to the opponent. Too rich, too rich. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am just like a pauper. This is not a good feeling. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal heard Feng Jioge's bid and his breathing froze. To speak the truth, he had not expected that he would provoke an even more intense and powerful counterattack. Even though there are many star pupils. But I need to remind the seller. After all, star pupils also depend on the quality, a broken star pupil and a whole star pupil have different values. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal said. Fang Yuan thought about it, the voice in the first secret room was right, it was indeed so. But the list of immortal materials that Land Spirit of Langya gave him did not mention this. The reason was that Land Spirit of Langya did not think of this. This situation would occur. In his opinion, being able to obtain star pupils was already very rare. It was good enough that he had it. Whether it was in good condition or not was secondary. You have said so much. Make a bid. If you don't, I still have more. Feng Jioge smiled coldly, he continued to attack, listing 7 immortal materials, including realm sand, sun salt, plain fire and star han wind. Even though the quantity was not as high as the list. But the variety was shocking. A Gu immortal sighed, Fairy Yulan is cold and arrogant, she is going all out. The opponent did not make a bid, but she actually raised the price again. A Gu immortal beside him analyzed in a soft voice. This is only an auction strategy. In my opinion, the mysterious Gu immortal in the first secret room has a huge background. He will not give up so easily. Feng Jioge's bid alerted the Eastern Sea Gu immortal in the first secret room. That's right, the other party can take out such a list. He probably cultivates refinement path. Gu refinement requires many materials. No matter how many of a material there is, it is useless. The other party made such a bid. It will no doubt attract more buyers. I need to change my strategy. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal thought about it before speaking again. He and Feng Jioge continued to bid, listing a large number of immortal materials. The Gu immortals in the hall were dumbfounded. They felt like they were in a dream. After several rounds, be it Feng Jioge or the Eastern Sea Gu immortal, their breathing became rough. In the secret room, Gu immortal Murong Jin Shao, who was standing at the side, was speechless. These two lunatics. In a single room, rank 8 Gu immortal 5 elements grandmaster shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivated metal, wood, water, fire and earth path. He needed all 5 path Gu worms. He had wanted to bid for water path immortal Gu worldly wave trace, but looking at the situation now, he wisely gave up on competing. Feng Yuan was also surprised. If the immortal materials listed by Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Gu immortal were added together, he would have gathered almost half of the materials on the list. Of course, Feng Yuan could only choose one of them. There would not be 2 winners in this auction. Feng Yuan was not overjoyed. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. The other party was not a fool. They were pursuing worldly wave trace immortal Gu so intensely, it meant that this immortal Gu could bring them greater benefits. I bid 5 kilograms of drunken immortal Qi. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal called out again. The auction hall buzzed. It was like a small explosion had occurred. What is drunken immortal Qi? This is also an immortal material, but it is rather rare. Even Gu immortals can get drunk from it. It can only be produced in special environments. This drunken immortal Qi is usually sold in strands. Even in jewel yellow skies, the concentrated drunken immortal Qi is sold in 2 grams. Since when is it being sold in kilograms? The Eastern Sea Gu immortal was truly rich. This heavy blow made Feng Jioge's expression turn grim. Feng Jioge knew the value of this drunken immortal Qi. 5 kilograms was simply too shocking. Feng Jioge hesitated. If he were to bid again, it would be worth at least 5 kilograms of drunken immortal Qi. He could not help but think calmly, asking himself, is it worth it to pay such a price for 1 worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Of course it was worth it. Water Pavilion had been the hope of Spirit Affinity House for many years. Although Spirit Affinity House had all the recipes of Water Pavilion, mortal Gu were easy to refine, but the 3 immortal Gu were unique. In order to get closer to Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House's mission details were clear. Every core immortal Gu they retrieved would have a huge mission reward. In that case, let's do it. Feng Jioge thought rapidly. After making up his mind, he gritted his teeth and took out another immortal Gu. This is the Strength Path immortal Gu pulling water. He bid. Chapter 760. The silence did not last for long. The auction hall erupted with commotion. The Gu immortals discussed. Many Gu immortals in the hall directed their gazes towards a single room. This single room was where Fairy Yulan was at. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Swordmaster Yulan, who made such a shocking decision, had. As the host, Qin Baisheng was also a little dazed. He asked, exchanging 2 for 1 Fairy Yulan, is this your intention? Precisely. Since Feng Jioge had made this decision, he did not hesitate anymore. Hearing Feng Jioge's confirmation, the discussions in the hall quieted down. Feng Jioge was a sound path Gu immortal. Why did he have 2 strength path immortal Gu? In fact, he had far more than these 2 immortal Gu. Feng Jioge had led more than 10 Gu immortals to Northern Plains secretly. He had an important mission. The first task was to find out the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower and the arrangements made by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The second task was to collect as many immortal Gu as possible. To achieve this goal, the Central Continent Gu immortals who came to Northern Plains prepared many methods. One of them was to bring many immortal Gu from their sects with the intention of exchanging for Gu. After all, Gu worms were hard to snatch. A Gu master could easily make a Gu worm self-destruct with just a thought. Immortal Gu were also like long-wind literature. Most of these immortal Gu were from obscure paths. For example, Strength Path, Qi Path and so on. Northern Plains information had always been in the hands of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Baisheng had never concealed the matter of the auction. He had even purposely publicized it. Feng Jioge and the rest had already heard of this when they were in Central Continent. One could say this time Feng Jioge infiltrated the auction. It was not an impromptu decision, it was a premeditated action. In the current world, strength path was not flourishing, it was already declining. Those with conditions and ambition would not choose to cultivate strength path even if they were beaten to death. Using these goo worms to exchange for other goo worms. To the 10 great ancient sects, this was a form of victory. Eastern Sea's goo immortals were rank 8 great experts. However, in comparison he still lost to Feng Jioge. After all, Feng Jioge's trip was supported by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea's goo immortals secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to participate in this auction. It was completely personal. Feng Jioge had the courage to trade 2 for 1, but he didn't. However, he was unwilling to give up. So he made a final effort and bid, "I will add a giant sandalwood sacred elephant egg." Soon after, a wave of soft exclamations resounded in the hall. The sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast. After it grows up, it can battle rank 7 goo immortals. The key is to nurture them from a young age so that they can build a deep relationship. The chance of betrayal is very small. A living ancient desolate beast is worth far more than that. If it was handled properly, it was like an inexhaustible treasury. The blood of a sacred elephant was a first-rate immortal ingredient. The sacred elephant's sandalwood tusks can be used to grow again. The goo immortals in the first secret room have taken a different approach. This is a good choice, an immortal goo and an ancient desolate beast, both have their advantages and disadvantages, it is hard to choose between them. Immortal goo are unique, but ancient desolate beasts are also very useful. Especially when the seller seems to have some interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. Everyone discussed. At this point, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea goo immortals stopped bidding. The current situation was hard to say. Feng Jioge was trading 2 for 1, he was bold enough and had a higher chance of winning. But if the Eastern Sea goo immortals dealt with it well, they had a chance of winning. The auction gradually quieted down, everyone was waiting for Feng Yuan to make his decision. How did this unexpected auction end, and who did Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace end up in? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Feng Yuan thought about it and made his decision, secretly informing Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng nodded and announced, "The seller has decided to sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo to Fairy Yulan." Once he said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief and started discussing. It is reasonable that Fairy Yulan can win. It is 2 for 1 after all. If I had to choose, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, 2 immortal goo require a lot of immortal essence. This worldly wave trace immortal goo, which lucky fellow did it belong to? It was actually sold at such a high price, exchanging 1 immortal goo for 2 immortal goo. That's right, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather, the prince's impatience behind her, they definitely have other motives. They are not fools, since they can pay such a high price, they will definitely get more benefits. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. There will be profits. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, Feng Yuan was also trying to guess the intentions of this swordmaster Yulan, in buying worldly wave trace immortal goo at such a high price. Prince's impatience. The Eastern Sea goo immortal muttered this name, his expression turning slightly grim. The auction continued, next was an Earth Path immortal goo. But the atmosphere had fallen drastically, most of the goo immortals were still thinking about what happened earlier, many of them were still discussing softly. Everyone finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing, it was an eye-opener. Even though many people were suspicious, Prince's impatience was a transformation path goo cultivator, why would he suddenly be interested in a water path immortal goo? But the thoughts of a rank 8 great expert were unfathomable, it was not something that outsiders could make wild guesses about. An immortal goo of a mainstream path was quickly sold after several rounds of bidding, it gave people a feeling of dejection. Qin Baisheng was helpless about this, he could only smile bitterly to himself. After that, it was a downer. After all, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea goo immortals bidding had a domineering aura, everyone's morale was greatly weakened. Feng Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with 2 strength path immortal goo as he patiently watched the auction continue. The auction of immortal goo was carried out on the spot. Those immortal materials. Feng Yuan checked them, the quantity and quality were all correct. The two strength path immortal gu were cooperated by Feng Jioge. They had already been completely refined by Feng Yuan, becoming his own. Similarly, worldly wave trace immortal gu was in Feng Jioge's hands. This is worldly wave trace immortal gu. After so many years, it has finally returned to Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Jioge sighed lightly, feeling quite emotional. Immortal gu were auctioned one by one. After some time, the auction house's atmosphere became lively again. Next is the 34th auction item. Strength Path Immortal Gu Cauldron Strength. This is a rare defensive Strength Path Immortal Gu. When activated, it can form a Strength Cauldron. It can defend oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Qin Baixing said loudly. The Gu immortals in the hall, however, showed little interest. Strength Path was already declining, few people cultivated it, thus the market was small. Among the owners of Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, while they were secretly anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room. Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Enduring Affection of Children. This voice, it is Domination Immortal Chudu. Shortly after, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him, his voice is so hoarse. To think that Domination Immortal also came. What is so strange about this? Lord Chudu is a famous Strength Path expert, why would Qin Baixing not invite him? Domination Immortal Chudu. In a single room, Feng Jioge drank tea. His eyes brightened. Before coming to Northern Plains, he had already obtained information. Information on Domination Immortal Chudu. It was voluminous and contained a lot of information. Feng Jioge attached great importance to it. Chudu was a rare Strength Path Gu immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he was also brimming with talent, creating a brand new Strength Path. Strength Path was a huge path, it had once been glorious. Right now, Strength Path was divided into Beast Strength Phantom Style, Weather Heaven and Earth Style, and Human Strength June Strength Style. Beast Strength Phantom Style was Bull Strength, Tiger Strength, and so on. The Strength Path Immortal Gu that Feng Yuan obtained not long ago, Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, belonged to this path. Weather Heaven and Earth Style was Wind Strength, Water Strength, Fire Strength, and so on. For example, when Feng Yuan auctioned Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, he obtained Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. They belonged to this path. Human Strength June Strength Style was Jin Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Jin Gu, Strength of June Gu, Strength of 10 June Gu, Strength of 100 June Gu, and so on. This small path was created by Domination Immortal Chudu alone. He led the trend and allowed the old Strength Path to regain the glory of youth. Right now, Human Strength June Strength Style was the mainstream of Strength Path in the 5 regions. In Northern Plains, most Gu masters had a foundation in Strength Path. Almost all of them used Jin Strength Gu, Strength of 10 Jin Gu, Strength of June Gu, Strength of 10 June Gu, and so on. It could be said that Domination Immortal Chudu alone changed the current situation of Strength Path. He influenced the situation of all the Gu cultivation paths in the world. Such a person, Feng Jioge had to pay attention to him, a lot of attention in fact. Northern Plains has many battles, it is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I need to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Jioge's lips curled into an excited smile. Meeting all the heroes in the world, this was the pride of a true man. At this time, a voice resounded, 1 delight in water and mountain immortal Gu and 5,000 kilograms of cloud mud. Feng Jioge spat out the tea in his mouth, his eyes were wide open, he no longer had his calm expression earlier. Delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. He gasped, damn it, the thing I was worried about still happened. Immortal Gu could be auctioned, they could also be used as bargaining chips to exchange for other immortal Gu. If not for this, the immortal Gu in the records would be stuck and could not be traded, it would be very detrimental to the auction. Feng Jioge naturally understood this rule, he was also the most worried. Whatever he was worried about happened. Feng Yuan had a need for Strength Path Immortal Gu, he had been paying attention to this Strength Path Immortal Gu for a long time. Throwing out Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu now was one of his original plans. Heaven Pillar Wind Path. Facing Feng Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chudu raised his bid. Heaven Pillar Wind was very special, it originated from Green Heaven. It was shaped like a giant pillar, extremely tall and long. When Heaven Pillar Wind blew, it would not move, it would blow on the spot. From the outside it looked like a giant pillar that could support the sky. One Heaven Pillar Wind had a high value, it was not inferior to the 150 Thunder Sound Leaves that Feng Jioge had bid earlier. Domination Immortal Chudu. Feng Yuan muttered, he had a realization, it seems that you are my greatest competitor this time. Chapter 761. 10th Secret Room bids for a complete heavenly dragon skeleton and 30 tails of earth fiend powder. Qin Baisheng stood on the platform announcing loudly. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid for a heaven pillar wind when the Gu Immortal in the 10th Secret Room immediately increased the bid without hesitation. This is a formidable opponent. Chu Du sighed inwardly. Earlier, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal competed, eventually exchanging 2 for 1. The 10th Secret Room gained quite a lot. This was something everyone in the auction knew. Chu Du felt some pressure. He was an old generation Gu cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He had a deep foundation. At his peak, he had over 10,000 immortal yuan stone. But times had changed. Chu Du's immortal aperture underwent tribulation recently, but his foundation became thinner because of it. Thus, he broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered White Heaven to explore, replenishing his resources. In the end he made some gains, but he was injured. To heal his injuries he borrowed other people's immortal Gu. He expended a lot of them. He made a loss in the end. The immemorial 9 heavens were rich in resources, but it was also a dangerous place. To gain something one had to take risks. Thus Chu Du was short of money now. But strength path defensive immortal Gu are rare. I have been a strength path Gu immortal for so many years, but I have only encountered one today. If I do not try to get it, I will regret it in the future. Chu Du thought of this and gritted his teeth, continuing to bid. But no matter how much he bid, Feng Yuan kept on bidding. After a few rounds, Chu Du could not hold on any longer. He secretly sent a message to Qin Baisheng, wanting to communicate with the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baisheng was surprised, but his expression did not change. He secretly asked Feng Yuan. After getting Feng Yuan's permission, only then did Chu Du send a letter to Secret Room number 10. In the letter, if Feng Yuan could withdraw from the competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du would owe Feng Yuan a favor. He would do something of equivalent value for Feng Yuan in the future. If Feng Yuan did not believe it, he could use an immortal Gu to make an oath. Not only that, Chu Du would also provide Feng Yuan with precious information on how to obtain Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. Feng Yuan was pleasantly surprised as he read the letter. Domination Immortal Chu Du's letter was undoubtedly to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu, but he did not have enough wealth. Therefore he wanted to negotiate with Feng Yuan. Of course Feng Yuan would not agree. He was also a Strength Path Gu Immortal. He naturally wanted this rare Cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. As for the Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true intent, Feng Yuan also had a rough understanding of it. In fact, he was someone who had personally benefited from it. I had originally thought that Domination Immortal Chu Du was very wealthy, but I didn't think that he would be exposed so quickly. It seemed that he was out of luck. It was the lowest point. Feng Yuan snickered as he made another bid, adding a huge counterweight. Chu Du gritted his teeth and joined in the bidding, but the items he used were all scraped together. Feng Yuan bid again. He used a rank 7 immortal material. It could be used as the main material for refining rank 7 immortal Gu. It was very expensive. Chu Du sighed. Unwilling to give up, he gathered all sorts of materials again, bidding for many rank 6 immortal materials. Its total value was equivalent to Feng Yuan's rank 7 immortal material. This time, the Gu immortals in the hall could see some clues. Strange, Lord Chu Du seems to be struggling. I vaguely heard that Domination Immortal underwent a tribulation several months ago. It seems that this tribulation injured him deeply. Chu Du had once borrowed healing immortal Gu from Yao Huang. Apparently he paid a huge price. Everyone whispered to each other, sighing. Chu Du was secretly anxious. There was another person who was even more anxious than him. That was Feng Jioge. This Domination Immortal is too incompetent. Feng Jioge was disappointed. He was still hoping that Chu Du would be able to dominate the 10th Secret Room. He would be able to suppress the 10th Secret Room and advance triumphantly, obtaining victory. But Chu Du was famous, but he did not have much wealth now. Feng Jioge could not bear to watch this. He had to think of ways to prevent Feng Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu are in the hands of the Gu Immortal in the 10th Secret Room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a huge origin. He might even be the culprit behind the Imperial Court case. I know about him or her, but he or she does not know about me. Right now, the enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. If I directly ask him or her to buy Delight in Water and Mountain, it might not be appropriate. Not only will I alert him or her, if he or she notices something and decides not to sell the Immortal Gu, that would be even worse. Feng Jioge continued to think. He was a strategist. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not have given him such an important task, sending him to infiltrate Northern Plains as the leader. If I directly make a move and participate in the auction, it would not be appropriate. Even though I am using Swordmaster Yulan's identity, I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. If I openly buy Worldly Wave Trace again. If the person in the 10th secret room knows about the secret of Water Pavilion, the chances of me being exposed would be much higher. Feng Jioge had disguised his identity and infiltrated Northern Plains. Even though he had great battle strength, he was fighting in a guest's territory. He had his concerns. The most annoying thing is, in this auction, even if I outbid everyone else, if I do not choose the seller, I will still fail. If I directly make a move, even if I suppress everyone, there is no meaning. And there was another point, even if Feng Jioge succeeded in the auction and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, what would he use it for? He did not need Strength Path Immortal Goo, he would instead sell Strength Path Immortal Goo to exchange for other suitable Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge's mouth was a little dry from the thought. He took a sip of tea and felt a little regretful. If I wasn't alone this time, or if I had companions to help me, it would be much easier to deal with this problem. But firstly, his vaguely familiar face was an immortal killer move, it was hard to teach it to others. Secondly, the Goo immortals around Prince's Impatience could not use it. This reason was simple: if Feng Jioge's identity was exposed, it would not have much to do with Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience could announce that he did not know anything, it would be easier for him to continue hiding. After thinking about it, Feng Jioge finally calmed down and secretly contacted Domination Immortal Chu Du. The Goo immortals in the single rooms and the main hall could contact each other directly. Unlike the secret room, Chu Du needed Qin Bai Sheng as the middleman to contact Feng Yuan. As long as the Goo immortals in the secret room were not willing to communicate, they could not communicate with each other. Chu Du felt strange when he received Swordmaster Yulan's letter. He was close to Yao Huang, but had only met Prince's Impatience once. In the letter, Feng Jioge said directly. He was willing to help Chu Du obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. But he had a request: he hoped Chu Du could give him the immortal material True Heaven Silver. It seems that getting injured in this exploration of White Heaven was worth it. 600 kilograms of True Heaven Silver is extremely rare even in jewel yellow skies. With Swordmaster Yulan's help, we can still compete. Chu Du naturally had some suspicions towards Feng Jioge's true motive. But he had always been eager to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Jioge, thanking him for his help. He also said that after the matter was completed, he would tell him the exact location of the True Heaven Silver. With Feng Jioge's help, Chu Du had confidence. He started bidding again. The changes in the world were mysterious and interesting. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when Chu Du died in battle, the person who killed him was Feng Jioge. But now, because of Feng Yuan, the two of them had secretly joined hands with Yin Changyang. Both sides working together was a win-win situation. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge's help was like coal in a snowstorm. To Feng Jioge, what he helped Chu Du would return to him in the future. He paid the least but achieved his goal of obstructing Feng Yuan. After several rounds of bidding, the price became higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have made a comeback. He seemed to have more confidence, bidding without hesitation. Feng Yuan gasped, feeling surprised. The immortal materials from Langya Blessed Land had been used up. He had no choice but to use the immortal materials he obtained earlier as capital. This situation caused Feng Jioge to involuntarily feel suffocated. These immortal materials were what he had previously. To think that after they were leaked out, they would be used as a weapon against him so quickly. But Feng Jioge had no choice but to persevere, while calculating his limits. It seems the situation with Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo is going to repeat itself. Domination Immortal Chu Du seems to be very interested in this Strength Goo. He is determined to get it. The 10th secret room has been asking for a Strength Path Immortal Goo. Opposing Chu Du, neither side is willing to give in. It seems that there will be another round of auction. In the main hall, the Goo immortals discussed. Feng Yuan could not sit still anymore. He left his seat and started pacing around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope, that's why he sent this letter. But how did he suddenly gain wealth again? Is this a plan to feign weakness? Impossible. Unless there is a hole in his head, he would not use such a clumsy plan. In that case, someone must be helping him. Feng Yuan frowned as he thought deeply. He had a premonition, but he could not grasp it. Who was this person who was helping him? Why was he helping him? On the surface, it seemed like the two were competing, but Feng Yuan felt that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Fang Yuan knocked on his immortal zombie head, before returning to his seat and using the wills in his mind to help him think. He thought while bidding. After 2 exchanges he suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in his eyes, he had some gains from his earlier thoughts, he had some guesses. I must get this cauldron strength immortal goo. Fang Yuan shouted, putting up a brave front. What else does the seller need? Just state it, I will try my best to satisfy them. Same here, what does the seller need? State it. Chu Du was silent for a while before following up without showing any weakness. The main hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple, he is directly challenging Chu Du. As expected, it has started. Is there going to be a second wave? This was the situation during the auction of worldly wave trace goo. Now let's see what the seller needs. The seller did not think for long, immediately stating a new request, a wisdom path inheritance. Seeing this request, Chu Du smiled bitterly. He did not have any wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path had been passed down for a long time, but it had always been passed down to only one person. It was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the intense competition and became greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Jioge also smiled bitterly. He had many immortal goo, but the seller's request for a wisdom path inheritance was truly difficult for him. Wisdom path was extremely rare. Only a few sects among the 10 great ancient sects had a few wisdom path inheritances. Fang Yuan had offered a high price in jewel yellow skies for a wisdom path inheritance, but he had never gotten it. In the end, he was lucky and only obtained an incomplete inheritance, and the other party urgently needed an ancient desolate beast corpse. There were many wisdom path goo worms, but wisdom path inheritances were very rare. Chapter 762. The seller was asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This was making things difficult for them. The list of immortal materials that Fang Yuan threw out earlier, most goo immortals had at least some of them, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. Moreover, even wisdom path goo immortals would not sell their own inheritances, the foundation of their existence, to others so easily. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, neither did Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and it was quite incomplete. It could not meet this requirement. He sat on his seat and licked his dry lips, not speaking, but his heart was filled with anticipation. For a moment, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du, no one spoke. The hall fell into a strange silence. Gradually, the hall became filled with discussions. Asking for a wisdom path inheritance, this condition is too difficult. Wisdom path immortal goo are easy to obtain, but they actually want to obtain a wisdom path inheritance? This is greed. The 10th secret room and domination immortal cannot take out such a condition. The heated scene earlier has already been ruined. Maybe this cauldron strength immortal goo will not be auctioned. But this is not a big deal. If an immortal goo is not auctioned according to the procedure, there will be a second round of auction. The seller of cauldron strength immortal goo also sensed something amiss. He was anxious and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Qin Baisheng received the seller's transmission and announced, "A wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete, even an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine. Of course, the higher the degree of completion the better." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had an extremely incomplete wisdom path inheritance in his possession. In the 10th secret room. His voice was heard, "I happen to have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance with me." Chu Du heard Fang Yuan's voice and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had some hope in his heart. His hope was naturally placed on Swordmaster Yulan. In his opinion, Swordmaster Yulan had the support of Princess Impatience. Her foundation was extremely deep. She might not necessarily have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. Spirit Affinity House did have some incomplete wisdom path inheritances. But he did not have any now. He quickly used whole earth goo in his immortal aperture to transmit the information. He contacted the other 9 central continent goo immortals. The 9 central continent goo immortals naturally knew about Feng Jioge's actions. In fact, they were already lurking around the Scarlet Reed Marsh. They were waiting to receive Feng Jioge. After receiving Feng Jioge's message, there were 2 people with incomplete inheritances. One was Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a wisdom path goo immortal. The other was Qin Jinqi of the 10,000 Dragon Dock. A flying grandmaster. He had once explored a ruin and obtained one by chance. Naturally, Feng Jioge was overjoyed when he received the two's reply. He hurriedly negotiated with them. Wisdom Path inheritance, even if it was an incomplete inheritance, was very valuable. Old Oracle and Qinjinqi were not from the same sect as Fengjioge. Even if they were from the same sect, they still had to settle their debts. They communicated for a while. Fengjioge finally reached an agreement with Qinjinqi and paid a heavy price. He bought the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Fengjioge hesitated. He could help Chu Du with the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But that would be too obvious. He had deceived Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted the immortal material True Heaven Silver in Domination Immortal's possession. But now, for a mere True Heaven Silver, he wanted to help a precious incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. This was like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was too unreasonable. Fengjioge could completely expect that once this inheritance was taken out, Chu Du would immediately suspect his true motive. Sigh, if only I had a comrade who knew me well by my side and could make a move now. Fengjioge sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller will choose the 10th secret room. It is a pity that when auctioning immortal goo, I cannot contact the seller directly. Just as Fengjioge was willing to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance to help him, Chu Du said, I do not have an inheritance, I will withdraw from this auction. Fengjioge was stunned. It turned out that after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart gradually faded away. He put himself in their shoes. He did not have a deep relationship with Swordmaster Yulan and Prince's Impatience. They were only helping him because of the True Heaven Silver. Even if they had a Wisdom Path inheritance, why would they sacrifice so much to help him? Just for a mere 600 kilograms of True Heaven Silver? That was clearly impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he still had some pride. Right now, Feng Yuan had already made a bid. With so many people watching, Chu Du could not remain silent. Thus, he admitted his failure and withdrew from this auction. Fengjioge's expression sank. The moment Chu Du announced his withdrawal, he realized the cause and effect. At once, Feng Yuan's victory was set in stone. Fengjioge did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, putting himself in the shoes of others? Fengjioge himself had hesitated as well. In the end, he lacked companions by his side, so his hands and feet were tied when he did things. However, it is not impossible to sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. After the public auction, there will still be free transactions. Fengjioge consoled himself, his mind quickly calming down. He had experienced many storms. His setbacks were no less than Feng Yuan's. If not for this, he, Fengjioge, would not have become who he was today. A person like Fengjioge had many similarities with Feng Yuan. They were both unyielding. They did not care about momentary success or failure. They were adaptable. The situation of the auction for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo was clear now. Domination Immortal Chu Du withdrew, while Feng Yuan offered an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But when Qin Baisheng made the first bid for Feng Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is also willing to bid. It is offering a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and immortal materials of equal value to the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baisheng suddenly announced. This unexpected situation made the Goo Immortals in the hall interested again. Another mysterious Goo Immortal is bidding. 11th Secret Room actually offered such a high price. The auction is indeed very deep. Since when did Strength Path Immortal Goo become so popular? Everyone is competing for them. Qin Baisheng was even more curious than the others. He knew that Tai Baiyunxing and Feng Yuan came together. They should be in the same group. Why did they suddenly fight amongst themselves? Not just him, even the person involved, Tai Baiyunxing, was confused. He had only just received Feng Yuan's message, thus he made the bid. In any case, the seller could only choose one person to transact. Whether it was Feng Yuan or Tai Baiyunxing, they would only get one price. From start to finish, Feng Yuan did not violate the rules of the auction. In the 10th Secret Room, Feng Yuan sat on his seat, his fingers tapping on the large handle. He closed his eyes, leaving only a slit as he made another bid, competing with Tai Baiyunxing. After bidding several times, Tai Baiyunxing put together all sorts of things, showing his lack of financial resources. Next, he purposely remained silent before bidding, showing his hesitation. After bidding a few more times, Tai Baiyunxing received Qin Baisheng's notice. After getting his permission, Tai Baiyunxing received a letter from someone else. The content of this letter was roughly the same as the one he had written to Domination Immortal. With the reason that he fancied a certain precious immortal material in Tai Baiyunxing's bid, Seeing that Tai Bai Yunxing was not strong enough, he was willing to sponsor him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, as you expected, someone is willing to sponsor me. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately reported this matter to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, subconsciously straightening his back. Who is it? Swordmaster Yulan. Swordmaster Yulan? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Swordmaster Yulan. Prince's impatience. He could not sit still, directly stood up and started pacing. Fang Yuan's arrangement just now was just a test that stemmed from some kind of guess. Now that the test had a result, this result made Fang Yuan feel very surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du must have received sponsorship to compete with me. This person is very likely to be Swordmaster Yulan. If it is really her, why did she sponsor Chu Du first and then Tai Bai Yunxing for what? I am afraid it is not because of the immortal material, but to prevent my delight in water and mountain immortal goo from falling into the hands of others. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo has no use in my hands, so I sold it. If it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, he will not sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo if he needs it. Swordmaster Yulan had spent a huge sum earlier, using 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo to buy Worldly Wave Trace Goo. Now she is thinking of ways to stop my Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. For what? The answer had already flashed in his mind. That was the Rank 7 Immortal Goo House, Water Pavilion. Fang Yuan paced as he pondered. After a while he suddenly stopped and raised his head to look. The secret room had a picturesque scenery, but Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie, as if he could see through layers of illusions. He could see the many Goo immortals in the hall, Swordmaster Yulan in the single room, and even the central continent outside of northern plains. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. He sneered in his heart. Amazing, this is a great investment. In my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a certain supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House successfully attracted Prince's impatience with his emotions. Prince's impatience suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House, catching everyone off guard. They almost killed Ma Hongyun, who was already rank 7, causing the situation in Northern Plains to worsen. A large number of Northern Plains Goo immortals were sacrificed, countless territories were lost. Spirit Affinity House became the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince's impatience was a pawn of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jioga had vaguely familiar face disguise. Fang Yuan could not find out the truth. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent Feng Jioga and the other Goo immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains. It was an important secret mission. Several Wisdom Path Goo immortals had worked together to conceal all traces. With Fang Yuan's intelligence-gathering ability, he naturally could not find out anything. Chapter 763. This Swordmaster Yulan has brilliant methods. If not for Chu Du's letter to me, I would not have found out. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected the dots. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Feng Jioga's scheming ability was not inferior to Fang Yuan's. Thus, when they made their moves, they were like the spring breeze and rain, leaving no traces behind. But in this battle of wits, Fang Yuan was slightly superior. Firstly, Feng Jioga was tricked by Chu Du. Domination Immortal's letter to Fang Yuan was not known to Feng Jioga. If he knew, he would not have done this. But Chu Du would not tell him for no reason. After all, this was a matter of losing face. At the same time, Chu Du had always thought that Feng Jioga truly wanted his immortal material, the true heaven silver. Feng Jioga's second weakness was that he did not have any companions. He was also using a fake identity. He had too many concerns and his hands were tied. Unlike Fang Yuan, he had Tai Bai Yunxing to help him, saving him a lot of trouble. Feng Jioga's third misfortune was that his opponent, Fang Yuan, was not simple. He was someone who had been reborn. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce many secrets from certain major events. Fang Yuan sat down again. He quoted the price and acted with Tai Bai Yunxing while thinking. Now the situation had changed. Fang Yuan was kept in the dark at first, but now that he had a grasp of the situation, he found out Swordmaster Yulan's motive. Although he did not know the true identity of Swordmaster Yulan, Fang Yuan had the initiative, while Feng Jioga did not know that Fang Yuan had already seen through his motive. This was a great situation where the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark. Right now, Fang Yuan was thinking about whether to keep Delight in Water and Mountain Goo and ruin Spirit Affinity House's plan. Or to exchange for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, or to directly sell Delight in Water and Mountain Goo to Swordmaster Yulan. To sell it to Swordmaster Yulan? With Fang Yuan's breadth of mind, it was not to the extent that he could not see others doing well. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House in exchange for tempting benefits, Fang Yuan would definitely do this. But on the other hand, Fang Yuan could not bear to part with Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. This Strength Path defensive Immortal Goo was very rare. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from the single room. A Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Good Thought Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance and twice the amount of immortal materials. To bid for this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. The hall was in an uproar. Because the Goo Immortal bidding for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo had an extraordinary background, he was one of the 5 great rank 8 Goo Immortals of Northern Plains, Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yao Huang. The Medicine Sovereign is participating in the auction as well? He is a Refinement Path Goo Immortal, why does he need Strength Path? Don't tell me this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. What important interests were involved? It's just that we don't know. In the single room, beside Yao Huang sat one of the leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong. Yin Lu Gong said, Senior Yao Huang, are you really going to buy this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo? Yao Huang chuckled, precisely. I want to refine the Immortal Goo resurrection from the dead. There is a hurdle, I need a formless vessel as the refinement ground. This vessel needs to be ethereal, it cannot be tainted by the 5 elements. Thus, ordinary fire, ice, wood, metal and chi paths. None of them can succeed. Of those that can succeed, Phantom Path is the best. Strength Path is the best, Space Path is second and Rule Path is the last. Yin Lu Gong realized, Phantom Path Immortal Goo are rare to begin with, they are similar to Wisdom Path inheritances. Phantom Path Immortal Goo that can be used as a formless vessel is even rarer. But this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo uses strength to form a cauldron, it cannot be tainted by the 5 elements, it is ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is indeed an excellent Goo refinement vessel. Yao Huang nodded, nurture, use and refine, it all depends on the heart. Immortal Goo are only tools, how they are used varies from person to person. Little Lu, now you should believe my sincerity, right? Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Earlier, Yao Huang had taken a liking to him, pulling his hand and bringing him into the same room. Their close relationship made other Goo Immortals envious. But outsiders did not know the inside story, Yao Huang had other intentions. These last years Yao Huang had been researching, trying to create an immortal Goo called Resurrection from the Dead. As the name suggested, this Goo could allow dead people to revive. Yao Huang walked Refinement Path, he was also most proficient in refining healing Goo worms. This Resurrection from the Dead immortal Goo was his first creation, he had spent a lot of time and effort on it. Previously, I had been working with your alliance, using immortal zombies as samples to research on the law of life and death. Over these years I have made great progress. I have 30% confidence in refining Immortal Goo Resurrection from the dead. Yao Huang said proudly. 30%. Yin Lu Gong showed shock and respect on his face. 30% confidence was already very high for refining Immortal Goo. Once I refine the Immortal Goo, the biggest beneficiary will not be me but your zombie alliance. Yao Huang said to Yin Lu Gong while bidding. Yin Lu Gong's heart shook. Senior is saying? That's right. Yao Huang admitted, this Goo involves the law of life and death, turning death into life. It is suitable for you immortal zombies, it can allow you to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie swamp. It actually has such a wondrous use, as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong was shocked, but he quickly concealed his shock. But Lord, with this immortal Goo not only will it bring huge profits, it can also be used to extend your lifespan, right? Aha, little Lu, you are really astute. You are right, lifespan Goo are hard to find, I do not have much lifespan left, I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it, cooperate with me? Yao Huang smiled, admitting it. Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has already seen that Junior is moved, but to cooperate with Senior, Junior will need to pay at least 10 immortal zombies. Even though I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us can only manage Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This is an important matter, Junior needs to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies is already the minimum. To refine Resurrection from the Dead Immortal Goo, there needs to be something with life and death Dao marks. Thus, immortal zombies are the best main Goo refinement material. I know that in your Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench, there is a tomb with all the past immortal zombie corpses. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Lu Gong quickly waved his hand, Lord Yao Huang, we cannot do that. We immortal zombies pay more attention to this because our bodies are incomplete. If I dig up the tomb, I will definitely incur the wrath of Zombie Alliance. It will also ruin Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation. Think about it, an alliance that even uses the corpses of its own members. Who would want to join such a heartless alliance? Junior has 2 immortal zombie corpses. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. Even so, Junior used the killer move Rock Skin Coffin to keep them inside, to guard the discussion hall's door. I did not use it lightly. You immortal zombies can't even think straight. If I succeed in refining resurrection from the dead immortal goo, it will be very beneficial to you. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression, vaguely exerting pressure on Yin Lu Gong. Precisely because of Zombie Alliance's persistence in this matter, Yao Huang had once disguised his identity and infiltrated Zombie Alliance, wanting to steal the immortal zombie corpses personally. But unfortunately, his plan was completely destroyed by the discussion hall's door. Yin Lu Gong was under huge pressure, but he did not dare to give in on this matter. He considered his words before saying, "How about this, senior? I really cannot make the decision on this matter. Even the 3 of us leaders do not dare to take on this responsibility. We need to inform Leader Fan Tian and let her decide. Within a few months we will give you an answer." Yao Huang had an unhappy expression. The 3 of you leaders are truly loyal to Fan Tian. Yin Lu Gong was covered in cold sweat. Hearing Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had discussed this with the other leaders as well. At the same time he replied to Yao Huang, "It is quite shameful to say that we are loyal. The truth is, we immortal zombies are more agreeable to Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most goo immortals reject us immortal zombies, they look down on us. Zombie Alliance can be considered our home." Yao Huang snorted coldly, bidding again, pouring all of his unhappiness into this auction. "I withdraw." From the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Not long after, from the 11th secret room, Tai Bai Yunxing also said, "I do not dare to compete with Senior Yao Huang, I admit defeat." Yao Huang was determined to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. This was not only his own will, but also to show Yin Lu Gong his determination. To obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, he did not hesitate to expose a portion of his Wisdom Path inheritance. He even split an Immortal Goo to bid for. The transaction was immediately completed. Yao Huang held Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, sighing, "This is only rank 6, it seems I need to put in some effort to raise it to rank 7. That way I will have more confidence in refining resurrection from the dead goo." Yin Lu Gong's heart shook. He knew these words were directed at him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been persuading him. He was trying to show his determination now. This was the determination of a rank 8 great expert. If it was not handled properly, Yao Huang would be enraged. A rank 8 great expert would attack. Yao Clan and Zombie Alliance might even start an all-out war. The Goo Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo would end up in Yao Huang's hands. Fang Yuan backed off. Feng Jioga also let out a sigh of relief. This situation was also in line with Feng Jioga's benefits. If Fang Yuan succeeded, the seller would obtain Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. Feng Jioga would not be able to buy it. The seller needed a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. They would not sell it easily, and most importantly, Feng Jioga could not find the seller. From start to finish, the seller did not expose his location or identity. He had been asking Qin Baisheng to speak. From this, it could be deduced that the seller was a low-tier Goo cultivator with weak battle strength, otherwise he would not be so careful. After the Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next Immortal Goo. This is the 3rd Luck Path Immortal Goo. A Goo Immortal said. The mysterious Luck Path Immortal Goo had long been famous. Because of Giant Sun Immortal, Northern Plains Goo Immortals had a special feeling towards Luck Path Immortal Goo. The 2nd Luck Path Immortal Goo was called Peach Blossom Luck. It had already been bought at a high price. This Luck Path Immortal Goo was called Good Luck. It was a storage Immortal Goo. It could collect the ownerless good luck in the world. The seller wanted a Fire Path Immortal Goo. Chapter 764. In the following auction, as if it was planned, several Luck Path Immortal Goo appeared one after another. Move Luck Goo that could rapidly expend luck, Seal Luck Goo that could seal luck, Transfer Luck Goo that could transfer luck, and also the Break Luck Immortal Goo that Fang Yuan had already found out about. Unfortunately, the sellers of these Luck Path Immortal Goo had their own needs. They wanted to exchange for mainstream Immortal Goo like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. If he did not satisfy this basic requirement, Fang Yuan would not even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. Fang Yuan had tasted the bitterness of Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the sweetness of Luck Path. He had wanted to see if he could obtain some Luck Path Immortal Goo, but there was no chance at all. The most regretful thing was that he had missed Break Luck Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan already had Connect Luck Immortal Goo, it could be used with Break Luck Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, he did not have enough opportunities, he could not obtain it. This auction was not specially organized for him. Fang Yuan's gains were naturally accompanied by losses. The next Immortal Goo is a Rank 7 Luck Path Immortal Goo, it is called Calamity Beckoning. Finally, it was Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo's turn. Qin Baixing introduced it slowly. Rank 7 Immortal Goo were very rare. In this auction, most of them were Rank 6 Immortal Goo. Even though it was only one rank, the difference in value was huge. This was because the success rate of raising Rank 6 to Rank 7 was very low, and the refinement cost was very high. As for Rank 8 Immortal Goo, there was no one in this auction. The Goo Immortals in the hall heard that it was a Rank 7 Immortal Goo, they were interested and looked over. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo's usage, the Goo Immortals shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo harmed oneself while benefiting others. Helping others to undergo tribulations would attract calamities and tribulations to oneself. There were people who sacrificed themselves for others. But there was usually an exchange of benefits. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo had a market, some large forces needed it and could help their own members. Some Goo Immortals were also interested, they could use this Goo to help others and gain profits from it. But Fang Yuan wanted a Rank 7 Strength Path Immortal Goo, no one in this auction could take it out. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not good. He quickly informed Qin Baixing, announcing that he could use Rank 7 Time Path Immortal Goo as well. As expected of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. I wonder if this Immortal Goo also came from the Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room? Feng Jioge pondered for a while before secretly communicating with Qin Baixing, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Fairy Orchid. You really can't hold it in anymore. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He rejected the request without hesitation. Eventually, because no one bid, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not sold. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, it required a Rank 7 Immortal Goo, and it had to be a Strength Path Immortal Goo. There were not many of such Immortal Goo. Most importantly, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not as attractive as other Immortal Goo. In the end, no one showed any interest in it. Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not the only Immortal Goo that was not sold. At the very beginning, there was one Luck Concealment Immortal Goo that was not sold. After that, several other Immortal Goo fell into the same fate. For these failed auction Immortal Goo, there was still a chance. After the auction, there was another segment of the convention, which was free trade. When it was time for free trade, they could still bid. Time continued to pass. Immortal Goo after Immortal Goo appeared on the stage and were bought. The Goo Immortals' expectations gradually increased. There were few Immortal Goo left on the list, they were about to be sold out. The final item of this segment would be revealed soon. It was the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance that Qin Baixing obtained. The next Immortal Goo is called Delight in Water and Mountain Goo, it is Wisdom Path Rank 6. The seller's condition is a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo, Defensive Immortal Goo is the best. Qin Baixing announced. When there were only a few Immortal Goo left, it was finally Fang Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo's turn. This time he was still asking for a Strength Path Immortal Goo. As for the Immortal Zombie Body and the requirement for rebirth, he did not mention anything. He also did not mention anything about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Once these two matters were mentioned, together with the Strength Path Immortal Goo, the clues would be too obvious. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, this was already known to everyone. Even if Fang Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince's Impatience and Spirit Affinity House, he would not make such a request without thinking. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo in exchange for a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. The threshold for this auction was much lower than Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Qin Baixing had just finished speaking when several Goo Immortals made their bids. Strength Path was declining, while Wisdom Path was mysterious and undying. In the eyes of most Goo Immortals, Rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo were much more enticing than Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. At once, the atmosphere of the auction for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo became quite lively. Fang Yuan listened to the bids carefully, he did not move, he was waiting for Swordmaster Yulan to make a move. Not long after, Swordmaster Yulan indeed joined the auction. I have an Eat Strength Immortal Goo. This goo is of both Food Path and Strength Path. It is a Strength Path Cultivation Immortal Goo. It can allow the goo Immortal Strength Path Dao marks to grow on their own by eating Strength Path beast meat or fruits and vegetables. It is completely compatible with the goo Immortal's body. Once she said this, almost all the goo Immortals present were shocked. This is a good Immortal Goo. For Strength Path goo Immortals, it is indeed rare. Food Path no longer exists, it is even worse than Strength Path. At least, Strength Path was still at its peak, but Food Path did not exist and there are no traces of it now. I have only heard that it is very beneficial for raising goo. Hearing the discussions of the goo Immortals in the hall, Feng Jioge smiled. This Immortal Goo did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent, but not long ago, Feng Jioge had expected Fang Yuan's request, thus he asked Prince's Impatience for help. Even though he had many Strength Path Immortal Goo, in terms of Strength Path, he only had Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. Prince's Impatience happened to have one of them. As it turned out, after 88-point Jianghu Tower collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince's Impatience's grotto heaven. Prince's Impatience personally broke the formless hand and captured Eat Strength Immortal Goo. This goo was very beneficial to Strength Path Goo Immortals, but to Prince's Impatience it was not very useful. Feng Jioge sent a letter asking for help. Prince's Impatience, as a fellow disciple, immediately used a method to secretly send this goo to Feng Jioge's blessed land. Fair Yulan, I wonder if this Immortal Goo can be transferred? I am willing to use another Strength Path Immortal Goo to exchange for it, along with a high price of immortal materials. I will not interfere with your contest for delight in water and mountain Immortal Goo. Soon Chudu sent a letter. Domination Immortal is also moved, but it is no wonder. But this goo he is giving, even though it is also Strength Path, how can it be more attractive than Eat Strength Goo? Feng Jioge replied, rejecting Chudu's request. His smile became even more confident. The mysterious goo Immortal in the 10th secret room had repeatedly asked for Strength Path Immortal Goo. It was very likely that he was a Strength Path Goo Immortal. Even if he was not, the temptation of Eat Strength Immortal Goo to this person was absolutely shocking. Everything went as Feng Jioge expected. Fang Yuan heard the introduction of Eat Strength Immortal Goo and was shocked and joyful. This Eat Strength Immortal Goo was too suitable for him. One had to know that goo Immortals mainly relied on their immortal aperture to undergo tribulations. Every time they passed a tribulation, the goo Immortal's body would gain more Dao marks of their own path. The more Dao marks a goo Immortal had, the closer they were to heaven and earth, to the laws of the great Dao. The greater the tribulation, the deeper the Dao marks they would obtain after passing it. Thus, when discussing goo Immortal cultivation level, they would use first or second heavenly tribulation as a standard. The deeper the Dao marks, the deeper the resonance when using the corresponding Immortal Goo, the greater the amplification of the Immortal Goo's power. When Fang Yuan used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, the Strength Path Dao marks on his body were not related to Worldly Wave Trace's Water Path Dao marks, they conflicted. Thus, the effect was not good, he could only use 70 to 80% of his strength. But if Fang Yuan used Strength Path Immortal Goo like Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, he could resonate with the Immortal Goo. Not only could he increase the Immortal Goo's power, he could even use 120 to 30% of it. Furthermore, the deeper the resonance, the more Fang Yuan could understand the laws of Strength Path through using the Immortal Goo. The deeper the understanding, the more his Strength Path attainment level would increase. It would slowly accumulate and deepen. One day the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. However, Fang Yuan's biggest problem was that he had an immortal zombie body, his immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a small portion of the blessed land would disintegrate, but no calamities or tribulations would descend. The heavenly Tao was fair and balanced. The targets of calamities and tribulations were all blessed lands. The greater the blessings, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. It was a good thing that immortal zombies did not undergo tribulations. Since the immortal aperture was dead, if calamities and tribulations appeared, there was basically no way for immortal zombies to survive. But for Fang Yuan, without calamities and tribulations, there would be no increase in Dao marks, there would be no progress in his cultivation level. Of course, to increase Dao marks, I can use Immortal Goo like Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo to carve Dao marks on my body. But such beast strength Immortal Goo are not suitable for the human body, they are rare and have little effect. The Dao marks engraved by 2 or 3 beast strength Immortal Goo are not as good as the Dao marks obtained from passing an earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had experience in using beast strength goo worms. Beast strength was not suitable for the human body, it was not easy to use. Sometimes it could create beast phantoms, sometimes it could not. Like the Iron Crown Eagle strength goo that Fang Yuan obtained, it could engrave a portion of the strength path Dao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle on his body. But these Dao marks were not perfect for Fang Yuan's body. After all, the structure of a human body was different from an eagle. When the Dao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Fang Yuan's body, Fang Yuan would be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle and unleash the strength path beast phantom of an Iron Crown Eagle. Unless he obtained all-out effort immortal goo. All-out effort's true effect was to resonate with the strength path Dao marks on the human body at all times. But Fang Yuan's all-out effort goo was only rank 4. Even though it was his vital goo, he had no idea how to ascend to an immortal. All-out effort goo's immortal goo recipe seemed to have been lost in the long river of history. Regarding this, Fang Yuan's greatest hope was the land spirit of Langya. There were thousands of immortal goo recipes in Langya blessed land. He hoped that there was an immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo among them. Chapter 765. But currently, the relationship between Fang Yuan and land spirit of Langya had not deepened to the point where he could sell immortal goo recipes. Even the mortal goo recipes, land spirit of Langya treasured them and refused to sell them. Regarding goo refinement, land spirit of Langya was very stingy. Fang Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men earlier. These variant human slaves, as long as they were related to goo refinement, land spirit of Langya treated them as treasures. Not to mention goo recipes. But if Fang Yuan obtained eat strength immortal goo, the situation would be greatly improved. Eat strength immortal goo could allow goo immortals to create their own strength path Dao marks. This way the Dao marks obtained would be perfectly suited to his body. Fang Yuan's cultivation level was currently stagnant, he could use this immortal goo to make up for it. Fang Yuan was moved. One could say as long as it was a strength path goo immortal, they would be moved when they saw eat strength immortal goo. With this strength path immortal goo, I am not afraid the other party will not be moved. Feng Jioge sat calmly, he was very confident. Once this goo appeared, the surrounding competitors immediately paled in comparison. As long as one was not an idiot, they could see the benefits of eat strength immortal goo. If I did not see any flaws, I might have made the exchange already. What a pity. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. At this time in the 23rd secret room, someone made a bid. 1 Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal goo, along with 15 drops of the immortal material law eye blood. Hearing this voice, Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud immortal goo to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle strength goo. But during this process he did not expose his identity. Fang Yuan had confirmed the buyer through Qin Baisheng. Thus, the Iron Crown Eagle strength goo ended up in someone's hands. Other than Qin Baisheng, the other goo immortals present did not know. Qin Baisheng had signed the alliance agreement, he naturally would not leak any information. Thus Fang Yuan could use it boldly. As for the person in the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Bai Yunxing. Feng Jioge had made preparations for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He asked Prince's impatience for help. How could Fang Yuan not make the necessary preparations? He had already arranged for Tai Bai Yunxing to secretly change the secret chamber through Qin Baisheng. Although Tai Bai Yunxing did not reveal his and Fang Yuan's identities when they were in the 11th secret room, the Black Dragon sect's secret room had already been destroyed. But in another secret room, it was undoubtedly better. After Tai Bai Yunxing made his offer, Fang Yuan did not respond. As time passed, Feng Jioge secretly frowned. On the other side, Domination Immortal Chu Du suddenly made a bid. He also took out a beast strength immortal goo and added a small portion of immortal materials as a bargaining chip. Chu Du did not need delight in water and mountain immortal goo, he could use it if he had it. He was also a strength path goo immortal. The reason why he gave up on a strength path immortal goo. He was eyeing eat strength immortal goo. Fang Yuan chuckled, immediately understanding Chu Du's thoughts. Who asked Chu Du to expose his identity, he could easily fall into a passive state. As for Chu Du's interference, Fang Yuan was happy to see it, he did not say anything and allowed the auction to continue. Under his instructions, Tai Bai Yunxing raised his bid again. Feng Jioge's brows furrowed even deeper. He had no choice. He also started bidding. The moment he said that, Tai Bai Yunxing immediately spoke. His aura was overbearing, showing his determination to obtain this immortal goo. Feng Jioge could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this eat strength goo did not attract the person in the 10th secret room? Or was he being greedy? He had to wait for a higher price. Feng Jioge did not fall into the trap easily. He was a hero after all. He decided to slow down. This way he could analyze the situation calmly, and also probe Fang Yuan's intentions. Swordmaster Yulan stopped bidding, as if she was unwilling to part with eat strength immortal goo. She backed out of this competition. This situation attracted the attention of the goo immortals. The happiest one was Chu Du. He sent another message urging Feng Jioge to sell eat strength immortal goo to him. Feng Jioge laughed lightly, rejecting again. On the other side, Fang Yuan instructed Tai by Yunxing, raising the price continuously. As the price rose, it gradually became higher. Most of the participating goo immortals backed out, saying that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai by Yunxing were left. Chu Du was having a hard time now. His true target was eat strength immortal goo. But Feng Jioge did not relent. He seemed to want to compete for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Chu Du did not dare to slack off. He kept bidding. On one hand, it was to prevent eat strength immortal goo from falling into his hands. On the other hand, even if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal goo, he would have a high chance of exchanging it with Swordmaster Yulan. Tai by Yunxing's thoughts were very simple. Whatever his junior brother instructed him to do, he would do it. Even if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal goo, it was fine. Anyway, the price he bid would end up in his pocket. Feng Jioge's strategy was very simple. He would sit back and reap the spoils. When the competition was almost over, he would put in some effort and raise the price by a large margin, deciding the outcome. Between these three people, due to their own intentions, a stalemate was formed. As the stalemate continued, after a few rounds, a goo immortal in the hall was the first to realize. He blurted out, "Why is this delight in water and mountain immortal goo so popular? There is a huge pile of immortal materials. The price is already so high." Only then did everyone suddenly realize this point. Yes, it is already very high. A wisdom path immortal goo that can only produce joyful will can be sold at such a high price. It is quite rare. In my opinion, the reason why the price is so high is because Lord Chu Du is involved. He is willing to give up a strength path immortal goo to obtain delight in water and mountain. He must have his own plans. Chu Du, who was being discussed, was not in a good state. He had a worried expression. He was truly lacking in financial resources. "Sai, if I had known this, I would have delayed the tribulation." The pressure from Tai by Yunxing made Chu Du feel unwell. When did I, the Grand Domination Immortal, fall into such a predicament? Chu Du had outstanding battle strength, but in this auction, it was not battle strength that mattered but financial resources. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Tai by Yunxing raised the price again. Chu Du gritted his teeth and endured. After a few rounds, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price. Under the attention of the goo immortals, it slowly rose. Qin Bai Sheng had been observing this silently. When he saw this, he could not help but praise inwardly, "This Sha Huang as an immortal zombie is actually so shrewd. He is not simple." But Chu Du's financial resources are clearly depleted. He is already hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would stop while I am ahead. Qin Bai Sheng knew. Fang Yuan's plan looked simple, but it was not easy to execute. But it was not easy. To execute this plan while being part of the situation, it required a lot of judgment, as well as analyzing other people's thoughts. If he went overboard, it would be all for naught. Fang Yuan did not understand the meaning of stop while he was ahead. He kept instructing Tai by Yunxing to raise the price. He was imposing. Chu Du could not hold on anymore. Sweat appeared on his forehead. His gaze pierced through the single room. He looked towards the direction of the 23rd secret room, thinking that this person probably had a special need for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Otherwise he would not bid such a high price, and he was acting like a fierce tiger, pressuring others. Forget it. Chu Du sighed. He went silent and did not participate in the auction anymore. Like this. Only Tai by Yunxing was left. Even so, Tai by Yunxing raised the price again. He raised the price by a small amount. Meanwhile, there was no sound from Swordmaster Yulan. It was as if she had withdrawn from the auction long ago. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, telling Qin Bai Sheng his decision. Qin Bai Sheng heard this and was stunned. Why would he sell his own people to his own people? But he soon realized that Sha Huang and Bai Sheng were not as close as they looked. He thought about it and understood. But he felt that there was something fishy going on. Qin Bai Sheng shook his head. He was on the stage. He did not have time to think. He announced, 23rd secret room going once. After pausing for a while, he said, 23rd secret room going twice. The Gu immortals in the hall discussed softly. It seems that the winner of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right. Number 23 is very concerned about delight in water and mountain. Even if Domination Immortal withdrew, he still raised the price. His goal is to differentiate and increase the gap. This is to prevent the seller from selling it to Domination Immortal at the last moment. This price is really high. I am drooling over the immortal materials. To think that such a high price would appear at the last moment, it is almost in the top 10 of the highest prices. The outcome was decided, but Fang Yuan became nervous. He squinted, his heart wavering. Did I guess wrongly? 23rd secret room going thrice. Qin Baixing shouted until here when he was interrupted. Feng Jioge spoke. 1 eat strength immortal goo, and 400 kilograms of red refinement gold on top of the 23rd secret room's price. 400 kilograms of red refinement gold immediately raised the price. This was much higher than when Tai Bai Yunxing raised the price alone. Everyone gasped, to think that there would be such a change at the last moment. Qin Baixing was also stunned. Domination Immortal Chu Du's expression turned pale, he sighed deeply. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Swordmaster Yulan, you are really patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai Bai Yunxing's voice could be heard. He raised the price again with an angry tone, as if his plan was spoiled. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. After watching for so long, he believed that the person in the 23rd secret room was bidding sincerely. My luck is not good this time. I wanted to buy 2 immortal goo, but I met with opponents who were determined to get them. Most importantly, these 2 opponents have deep wealth. No, this auction does not prohibit secret room swapping. There is another possibility. The person in this secret room is someone from the first secret room. Maybe he knows about water pavilion's matter? After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance? Or maybe the other 9 sects of Central Continent do not want to see my spirit affinity house. Feng Jioge was a smart person, but smart people think too much. No matter what, for the sake of water pavilion, I need to get this delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Jioge quickly made up his mind. He raised the price again. He and Tai Bai Yunxing fought back and forth, not letting up. Under the increasingly shocked gazes of the Gu immortals, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price continued to rise. Soon it entered the top 5. Next it climbed to the second highest price at an astonishing speed. The first highest price was naturally Feng Jioge's 2-for-1 exchange for Fang Yuan's worldly wave trace immortal goo. Do I have to exchange 2 for 1? Feng Jioge had a cold expression. He had the same feeling as Chu Du. He had experienced what was called an overbearing aura. No matter how he raised the price, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately raise the price, and it would be higher. Feng Jioge could not sit still. He started to pace around the secret room. If the 2-for-1 exchange could succeed, he would grit his teeth and do it. However, he had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with it. If I exchanged 2 for 1 again, someone might see through my true motive. It would be a huge hindrance to me when I search for water and milk fusion goo. Feng Jioge's target was water pavilion, but of the 3 core immortal goo, only 2 appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain water and milk fusion goo. Feng Jioge felt that something was amiss. He even felt a vague sense of unease. He sat back on his seat, deciding to take the initiative. He called out again, asking the seller to give him a new request. He would try his best to satisfy it. Fang Yuan purposely paused for a while, giving the impression that he was thinking. Next he asked Qin Baixing for a new request. A complete wisdom path true inheritance. Everyone gasped. This price was too high. Someone actually dared to say it. Feng Jioge was stunned. He did have a wisdom path true inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was doing this. Did he want it to go unsold? Tai Bai Yunxing shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge followed. I also have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Tai Bai Yunxing snorted coldly, saying, The seller, please state a new request. The Gu immortals looked at each other. They did not hear wrongly. This price was still going to rise. Qin Baixing was silent for a while before speaking for Fang Yuan. The seller wants a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one with the best effect wins. Feng Jioge's heart tightened. The seller said this. It was no doubt that this disguise killer move was more important. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly spoke. I have a perfect killer move. Even though it is mortal, it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It is Unfamiliar Face. Unfamiliar Face? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. There was a commotion in the hall again. Feng Jioge's forehead was covered in sweat. He gripped the handle with both hands, his gaze flickered rapidly, he hesitated for a moment before shouting, "I also have a killer move, but it is an incomplete immortal move, it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it is called Vaguely Familiar Face." Everyone gasped. Feng Yuan excitedly stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. "It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not groundless. Spirit Affinity House indeed has the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Even though Spirit Affinity House had many good things, many of their signature items were not easy to extort. Once he extorted them, the other party immediately realized. And to Feng Yuan, this killer move was the most suitable for him. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had Vaguely Familiar Face, but they kept it a secret. During the Five Regions War, they sent spies to infiltrate the enemy's territory and obtained many battle results. After many times, the Gu immortals in both sides analyzed and gradually confirmed that it was Vaguely Familiar Face. But Spirit Affinity House did not admit it. After all, they were one of the 10 great ancient sects, the leader of the righteous path, but they used a demon venerable killer move, it was a loss of face. Feng Yuan did not know that this immortal killer move actually belonged to Feng Jioge. In his previous life, Feng Jioge contributed it to the sect, thus there were all sorts of rumors and guesses. Feng Yuan did not know this, he did not guess that the other party was Feng Jioge. But this did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Jioge would not give the complete immortal killer move to Feng Yuan. An incomplete immortal killer move was already far superior to the mortal killer move, Unfamiliar Face. Feng Yuan immediately decided to sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu to Swordmaster Yulan. This way he not only obtained a large amount of immortal materials and completed a small portion of the list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal Gu, an incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance, and an incomplete immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 766. Both sides transacted secretly. When the transaction was completed, Qin Baisheng was already auctioning the next immortal Gu. Feng Jioge was expressionless, looking at Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu in his hand, his gaze flickered. The uneasy feeling in his heart was still lingering. After so many twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal Gu. Even though I spent a lot, the sect mission rewards are enough to make up for it and even exceed it. Each Strength Immortal Gu is precious, but it is only useful to Strength Path Gu immortals. Even if I sacrificed Vaguely Familiar Face, I only gave a portion of it. Even if I gave it all, the core immortal Gu is still in my hands, I am not afraid of the other party using it freely. Feng Jioge reflected in his heart, his expression gradually eased. In the hall, many Gu immortals were bidding for immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was like Feng Jioge, he was not on the stage, he was also inspecting his gains. After Feng Jioge gave up Eat Strength Immortal Gu, Feng Yuan easily refined it and stored it in his immortal aperture. There was nothing wrong with it. That incomplete Wisdom Path Inheritance was slightly more complete than Feng Yuan's Malicious Thought Inheritance. There was a Gu recipe for rank 1 to rank 5 Memory Thought Gu, an Immortal Gu recipe for Recall Immortal Gu, and several Mortal Killer moves. This Memory Thought Gu is quite suitable for me. I can only recall the rough parts of my previous life's memories. With the help of this Gu, I should be able to recall them more clearly. If I can refine Recall Immortal Gu, that would be even better. Feng Yuan inspected it and stored this Wisdom Path Inheritance in satisfaction. He did not intend to refine Immortal Gu for the time being. The cost of refining Immortal Gu was extremely high. The risk was extremely high. Feng Yuan already had many Immortal Gu, he did not need to use Recall Immortal Gu. It was just icing on the cake. Feng Yuan's urgent matter was to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his life. Even if Eat Strength Immortal Gu could add Dao marks, it could only make up for it slightly, it could not compare to undergoing tribulation properly. Although undergoing tribulation was dangerous, it would add a lot of Dao marks. If not for that, He Lulan would not undergo tribulation desperately. Feng Yuan focused on Vaguely Familiar Face. This was an incomplete immortal killer move, it was only 50% complete. However, Feng Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party could not possibly sell the complete immortal killer move to him. To be able to obtain such results was already not bad. Especially when the contents did not hide the crucial Core Immortal Gu. Core Immortal Gu. It was the foundation of killer moves. Now, it was under Spirit Affinity House's control. Even though I cannot obtain it, I can modify the killer move. This was Feng Yuan's original plan. He had transformation path attainment level, wisdom Gu's help, and the foundation of vaguely familiar face, the complete unfamiliar face. Now, with this 50% of vaguely familiar face, his confidence was quite high. 3 familiar faces at first sight is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's classic work. However, I can learn from the wisdom left behind by the predecessors. At the end of the day they were all human and others could do it. Why can't I do it? Therefore you don't have to copy others' words. Fang Yuan still had this bit of magnanimity. A moment later, Qin Baisheng had already auctioned the final few immortal Gu. The second last immortal Gu among them. Unfortunately it was not sold. The Gu immortals' gazes were already overflowing with anticipation. Everyone knew that the next part of the auction was the main event, the auction of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. After communicating with Qin Baisheng, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing changed their secret rooms in time. Not just them, many Gu immortals did the same. After all, if the following essence of the luck path true inheritance had huge value, many Gu immortals hoped that others would not know what immortal Gu they had obtained. Actually, allowing secret rooms to be changed at any time was one of the loopholes in the rules of the auction. This auction was held in a hurry, there were many loopholes, it was not as complete as during the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life. Qin Baisheng was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He held this auction to protect himself. If there were too many rules he would offend many forces and people. To him, holding the auction once was enough. He did not want to offend others because of this. The next auction item is the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of luck inspection Gu's recipe. Qin Baisheng's words attracted the intense attention of many Gu immortals. Luck inspection Gu. As the name implied, it was an investigative Gu worm that could observe luck. Luck was formless and intangible, it could not be detected with the naked eye or normal methods. Only luck inspection Gu could do so. It could be said that luck inspection Gu was one of the most important cornerstones of the luck path true inheritance. Especially when some Gu immortals had bought some luck path immortal Gu like move luck Gu, seal luck Gu, transfer luck Gu, break luck Gu, and so on, they had to be used together with luck inspection Gu. Qin Baisheng had his reasons for placing this luck inspection Gu's recipe at the end. Looking at the restless Gu immortals below the stage, Qin Baisheng continued, this set of luck inspection Gu's recipe not only includes mortal Gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, it also includes an incomplete immortal recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal Gu. What, there is no luck inspection immortal Gu? Heavenly Lord Baizu asked. Qin Baisheng smiled, there is indeed a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu, it is in my hands now but I do not want to auction it. But I can guarantee that other than this immortal Gu, everything related to luck inspection Gu is on the stage. Because of the alliance agreement earlier, Qin Baisheng's words were very convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal Gu? Immediately, a Gu immortal in the hall raised his eyebrows, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qin Baisheng snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the person who spoke. A rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu, I think I can still protect it. Guorong, do you have any objections? If you buy this immortal Gu, can you protect it? Gu immortal Guorong's expression changed, he did not speak anymore. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal while Qin Baisheng was a rank 7 expert, the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Looking around, Guorong could not help but break out in cold sweat. He scolded himself for being foolish. He wanted to use everyone's influence to threaten Qin Baisheng. But the immortals watched coldly from the sidelines. It was as Qin Baisheng said. Even though he was forced to hold the auction, he still had the ability to protect a rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu. This was due to his strength. After this small interlude, Qin Baisheng immediately stated his bidding requirements. Because this auction does not involve immortal Gu, you can use any resources to exchange for it. Be it immortal yuan stone or the immortal materials on the list, they are all acceptable. Saying so, he threw out another list. There were only a dozen or so immortal materials on the list, the quantity was not much. It was not as scary as the list that Fang Yuan threw out. Qin Baisheng was not skilled in Gu refinement. Gu refinement expended a lot of resources, lone cultivators were rarely skilled in this path, unless they were extremely talented. Fang Yuan guessed. These immortal materials were most likely to be used as food for immortal Gu. The auction started, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Because it did not involve the exchange of immortal Gu, the threshold for bidding was very low. At once, most Gu immortals joined in. They started to bid. In the hall, the sounds of bidding rose one after another, the momentum was so strong that it could be said to be the first in this auction. The price also rose rapidly under the intense atmosphere. Qin Baixing watched with a smile. Since he was holding this auction, he naturally arranged a process that was more beneficial to him. Fang Yuan also bid a few times, but was soon surpassed by others. I already have one luck inspection goo. Unfortunately, mortal goo had no effect on immortals. This set of mortal goo recipes has no benefit to me. Qin Baixing said that he had luck inspection immortal goo. Even if I obtain a 7th revolution remnant recipe, I deduced that immortal goo are unique. I cannot refine luck inspection immortal goo. Fang Yuan wisely stopped bidding, not bidding anymore. He was just one of the people who had withdrawn from the bidding. The intense bidding quickly eliminated a large number of people. Only Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, Feng Jioge, Yuan Rangzun, and some other experts were left. These people all had one thing in common: they were all members of the major forces. To them, the mortal luck inspection Gu's recipe was much more attractive than the incomplete rank 7 Gu recipe. With mortal path luck inspection Gu, he could observe mortals. With them, these forces would have a whole new set of standards to evaluate talents. All along, the Gu Master world had always used aptitude as the standard of evaluation. However, other than aptitude, there was also a person's talent, temperament, and opportunity. Talent included battle talent, comprehension, refinement path talent, and others. They could be gradually revealed during cultivation. Temperament could also be observed through interaction and familiarity. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to fathom. Many times, Gu masters who did not have good aptitude or talent would soar to the sky due to fortuitous encounters, or rise up unexpectedly. This was a common occurrence. Especially in this world, there were Gu master inheritances and cultural traditions. If these forces had this Gu, they would no doubt be able to evaluate talents more comprehensively and promote them. Those lone cultivators all backed out of the bidding. But to the major forces, it was extremely attractive. All of them competed with each other, not giving in. Eventually, this mortal Gu recipe was sold for an astronomical price. Several force leaders almost used immortal Gu to exchange for it. In the end, Yao Huang said, "I guarantee with my reputation that I will buy it first, and will definitely sell this Gu recipe to everyone in the following free transactions." Yao Huang was one of the 5 rank 8s of Northern Plains. He had the highest reputation. He was also a leader of a righteous sect. With his guarantee, everyone stopped. Qin Baixing was filled with hatred, but he smiled on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, the second item. A luck path rank 7 immortal Gu, called Turn Misfortune into Fortune. As the name suggests, this Gu can turn bad luck and bad luck into good luck. Qin Baixing said loudly. This immortal Gu was similar to Calamity Beckoning immortal Gu. They were both luck path, both rank 7, but the reaction was like heaven and earth. Many rank 7 Gu immortals and even rank 8 great experts bid for it. With this immortal Gu, there was no need for any luck inspection Gu. It was very practical. As expected of the essence of a luck path true inheritance. Regarding Turn Misfortune into Fortune, intense competition started. The intensity was no less than the bloody battles on the battlefield. Because the starting bid was a metal path rank 7 immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Eventually, the price continued to rise, surpassing first place Worldly Wave Trace and second place Delight in Water and Mountain, becoming the highest bidder. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 767. The fierce bidding finally came to an end. Eventually, one of the rank 8 Gu immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Gu and a rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Gu as the main ingredients, along with several other immortal materials, becoming the final victor. The 5 Elements Master cultivated the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus he had many Metal Path Immortal Gu. But this time to him he had to bear the pain of parting with his treasures. He had to give up a steamed bun for a meat bun. Fang Yuan felt rather regretful, but he had no capital to bid. Even though he had Gu immortal captives in terms of value, they could not compare to a unique immortal Gu. In fact, turning misfortune into fortune immortal Gu was especially suitable for spring-autumn cicada. The disadvantage of the spring and autumn cicada was that it brought misfortune to its host. But using this immortal Gu, not only could it make up for the weakness, it could even increase the host's luck. Undeniably, turning misfortune into fortune immortal Gu's usage was much more convenient than connect luck immortal Gu. Sadly, the difference in wealth between Fang Yuan and characters like the Five Elements Grandmaster and the Medicine Sovereign was extremely obvious. Fang Yuan had only ascended for a short period of time. It had only been 2 years in the 5 regions since he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the southern border, the Great War of Etian Mountain had not even begun. To be honest, it wasn't easy for Fang Yuan to build up such a foundation with his immortal zombie body in such a short period of time. As for the 5 Elements Grandmaster, Medicine Sovereign, and Feng Jioge, they had all accumulated their strength over a long period of time. Immortal Yuan Stone was already in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention other immortal materials. Every year, the output of the immortal aperture world would pile up into a mountain. This was especially true when it came to producing resources. It could even seriously affect the market of jewel yellow skies. These were all giants, be it in terms of combat strength, wealth, social connections, or status. The current Fang Yuan was unable to reach him. After turning misfortune into fortune, it was still a rank 7 immortal goo. It was called Fortune in Misfortune. This goo's power was profound. It targeted immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. After goo immortals undergo tribulation, they would have more Dao marks on their bodies and their cultivation level would rise. This was common knowledge in goo immortal cultivation. Fortune from disaster immortal goo targeted this. As long as it was used. After a goo immortal passes the tribulation, the Dao marks on their body will increase by more than double. This was a terrifying number. This was the harvest of a single tribulation. It was equivalent to the result of 2 tribulations for others. But this goo had a flaw. It had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations started. Only when the calamity was over could it be stopped. Affected by this goo, the power of the calamities and tribulations would be the same as before. It seemed to have increased by 30 to 40%. This weakness caused the fire in the goo immortal's hearts to weaken slightly. However, he still found it hard to suppress his desire. After all, 30 to 40% of the power and more than double the amount of Dao marks were obviously more beneficial than detrimental. To those experts who had confidence in passing the tribulation, this immortal goo was extremely attractive. An intense bidding war unfolded once again. As a metal path goo immortal, Qin Baixing naturally used a rank 7 metal path immortal goo. This was the base price of the auction. In the end, sweat appeared on Heavenly Lord Baizu's forehead as he defeated his competitors with a high price. Take down this goo. The following auctions took place one by one. Luck immortal goo that could make countless fortuitous encounters take the initiative to find him. To mainstream goo immortals, metal luck, wood luck, water luck, fire luck, and earth luck were the 5 great immortal goo. A rare immortal goo that surpassed luck path and wisdom path. Calculation immortal goo, it could expend one's own good luck to make predictions in terms of good or bad luck. A luck suppression immortal goo that could suppress luck and prevent luck from flowing away easily. These immortal goo were indeed the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Not only were they mystical divine weapons, they were also extremely useful and eye-opening. But these goo were in the hands of giants like Yao Huang and Feng Jioge. This was to be expected. Fang Yuan also wanted to interfere, but he did not have any metal path immortal goo. This was something that he could not do anything about. The other rank 6 goo immortals and most rank 7 goo immortals were like Fang Yuan, they could only watch as the giants bid against each other. The auction prices reached new highs. Fang Yuan's 2 immortal goo had already been pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final item of this auction. It is also the most important item. Qin Baixing introduced. Keeping them in suspense immediately attracted the interest of the goo immortals. Just as everyone was guessing what immortal goo it was, the sleeping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun appeared on the stage. Qin Baixing explained, "No need to be surprised, I believe many goo immortals have already guessed it." That's right. These 2 were the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance back then. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun. She had early intelligence and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Even though she was not the true inheritor, she obtained many benefits from the luck path true inheritance light lump. She obtained a portion of the luck path inheritance. And this young man is called Ma Hongyun. He is the sole inheritor of the luck path true inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was also implanted with the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo. Once he said this, there was a huge commotion. Countless scorching gazes were fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It really is fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo? Fortune rivaling heaven. This is a rank 8 immortal goo. It is Giant Sun Immortal's trump card goo. Even though there are no records of it in history, There are many rumors that praise this immortal goo of yours. However, this fortune-rivaling heaven immortal goo seems to be an expendable goo. It can only be used once. Since it is rank 8 fortune-rivaling heaven, can Brother Qin use the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate it? In the hall, a goo immortal suddenly asked. Qin Baisheng smiled as he replied, according to the information I obtained, only a rank 8 luck inspection immortal goo can fully observe fortune-rivaling heaven's appearance. Luck inspection immortal goo below rank 8 can only observe a portion. And this is because the other party did not use any concealment methods. To speak the truth, I have already used the rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo to investigate and found some clues about fortune-rivaling heaven. As for why I am certain that fortune-rivaling heaven goo was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I use soul-searching methods on both of you. If you can buy one of them and search their souls, you will be able to see what happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then you will know that I am not lying. At the same time, these two have inherited a large portion of the luck path true inheritance. In the process of soul-searching, you will be able to obtain the contents of the true inheritance that you have learned. Saying so, Qin Baisheng paused for a moment before speaking in a bewitching tone. First, I have bad news to tell everyone. The luck path true inheritance is destined to be incomplete. In the true inheritance, the immortal goo recipe of fortune-rivaling heaven immortal goo is already missing. But there is another piece of good news. In the true inheritance, there is a method to retrieve fortune-rivaling heaven. It can reverse refine a used fortune-rivaling heaven immortal goo into an immortal goo worm. Of course, in the process of goo refinement, the main material that cannot be missed is this young man Ma Hongyun. Hearing this, most of the goo immortals' eyes almost spat out fire, some even gulped down saliva. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baisheng's lips curled up, he showed a confident smile. I think that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Now, I will auction them because they are not immortal goo. There is no reserve price. You can bid for one of them alone or both of them can bid at the same time. Let's begin. No reserve price? I will bid 300 immortal yuan stone. The goo immortals in the hall were excited. One of them shouted. 30,000 immortal yuan stone. Feng Jioga said coldly, raising the price by 100 times. But this price did not restrain the enthusiasm of the other experts. It only excluded most of the bottom-tier goo immortals. Yao Huang Eastern Seas goo immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Xuehu, and Heavenly Lord Baizu made their bids. The representatives of the super forces did not show any weakness. The price shot up like a rocket. The momentum was terrifying. Feng Yuan heaved a deep sigh. His wealth paled in comparison to that of these people. Unless all the goo immortal captives joined in, he would not have a chance. But Feng Yuan would not do that. He was already in strength path. He planned to focus on time path. He did not intend to make any significant progress in luck path. Moreover, he was the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Lands case. He had more experience than Ma and Zhao. He knew the most basic inside information. The contents of the luck path true inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of fortune-rivaling heaven immortal goo, were extremely tempting. But fortune-rivaling heaven immortal goo was rank 8, Feng Yuan was a mere rank 6. How could he have the cultivation level to refine it? He definitely did not have enough wealth to support it. Even if he succeeded, he would not have the ability to preserve it. The bidding for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun lasted for over an hour. Eventually, the two unimaginably high prices occupied the first and second places without any doubt. The second was Feng Jioga, who bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert Old Ancestor Xuehu. This leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the #1 demonic path powerhouse, displayed terrifying wealth at the final moment. Before this, he had been restraining himself and rarely made a move. Finally, at the final moment, he struck with a heavy blow, sweeping away everyone. The Gu Immortals, especially the representatives of the Huang Jin bloodline super forces, could only watch helplessly as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had fought several times before and expended a lot of wealth. Thus, at the final moment, he lost to Old Ancestor Xuehu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyun is in the hands of our Northern Plains righteous path. Many Gu Immortals of the Huang Jin tribes consoled themselves. But they did not know that Swordmaster Yulan, who represented the will of the prince's impatience, was actually Feng Jioga in disguise. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Chapter 768. The public auction has ended. There will be 2 hours of rest next. Everyone, please do your own thing in the auction hall. After 2 hours we will start the free transactions. Qin Baixing said this as he left the platform. He was tired, he had been hosting until now, especially during the auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence. It concerned his own benefits, he had schemed a lot during the process. Even though there were traces of it, many Gu immortals could see it, people died for wealth, Qin Baixing could not care less about it. After the auction is over, I will immediately leave and hide from the world. I will operate for 100 years in secret. After digesting my gains, I will roam the world again. Qin Baixing made up his mind. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners in this auction. The immortal materials he obtained were piled up like a mountain. The metal path immortal Gu were perfect for him. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Wealth moved people's hearts. Even though Gu immortals were usually high and mighty, they only looked down on mortal materials. The auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence was extremely profitable. It was a bit of a hot potato. Even Qin Baixing, a rank 7 expert, felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon broke out. Many Gu immortals walked out of their rooms and entered the main hall, conversing with each other. Of course, Qin Baixing had his own reasons for leaving 2 hours free. It was not for resting but for the Gu immortals to have a chance to communicate and interact. From the earlier auction, everyone had some understanding of each other's resources. Right now, in order to exchange for something they wanted, naturally they had to inquire about it beforehand. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing sat in the secret room, not moving. They did not know each other. But mortal killer moves had limited effects. The two were vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Not being able to obtain any of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance, Fang Yuan felt a sense of regret. Especially Ma and Zhao, they were involved in the truth of the imperial court case. Fang Yuan was happy about it. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch from the side, he could not interfere, there was nothing he could do. Thankfully, the Gu immortal captives had not been sold yet. He hadn't thrown it out yet. He was still looking forward to the transaction. 2 hours later, Qin Baixing appeared again. He announced the start of the transaction. To be fair, he used the same trick, using a Gu worm to randomly choose a lucky person to go up first. This first Gu immortal took out a lot of broken wave flowers and asked for prosperity soil. The broken wave flower was a miraculous flower that could instantly bloom and die in the waves of the great river. Because the time it took for it to grow and wither was extremely short, it was difficult to pick. As for flourishing life soil, drill soil, green fist soil, these were things that ordinary Gu immortals desired. Gu immortals managed their immortal apertures and used the production of the immortal aperture to cultivate. The fertility of the soil has always been a key factor. Flourishing soil could grow all kinds of flowers. Drill soil was easier to produce metal ores, green fist soil was fertile and did not disperse easily, it was suitable for barren immortal aperture landforms like deserts and seas. There were many Gu immortals who had flourishing earth. All of a sudden they opened their mouths and took out more or less soil to trade. The seller standing on the platform actually had a large number of broken wave flowers in his hands. After exchanging for more than 3,000 caddies of flourishing soil, Zhang Xian finally stopped and walked off the stage. The difference between an auction and a free trade was clear at a glance. Auctions were big business, so the threshold was high. Free trade usually sold in bulk, the threshold was low. However, this was not absolute. After several Gu immortals, a Gu immortal who did not want to show his face took out an immortal Gu and asked Qin Baixing to sell it for him. This immortal Gu was one that had not been sold before. This time, the seller greatly lowered his requirements. But even so, he still asked for at least one immortal Gu. There were few who agreed, asking for a lower price. The seller was unwilling, the transaction failed and this immortal Gu returned to the seller. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, 30 had already passed. Secret Room 37, selling a Gu immortal captive. Qin Baixing said as he displayed the sleeping Gu immortal in the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately the auction hall went into an uproar. The immortals were already familiar with slave trading. But selling Gu immortals as slaves, such a large-scale transaction was extremely rare. Many people were seeing it for the first time. At once, the Gu immortals discussed with different expressions. When Qin Baixing announced again, the commotion in the hall subsided slightly. Someone asked for details. Qin Baixing introduced, "Some of you might know this Gu immortal captive, his nickname is Loner Hongyu. He is a rank 6 fire path Gu immortal. His cultivation level is still at 1 heavenly tribulation. Everyone please take a look at the situation of his immortal aperture. Saying so, an illusory projection appeared on the stage, showing the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a bit barren. Yes, the blessed land's management is not good, no wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu immortal who captured him must have plundered the blessed land. For us Fire Path Gu immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hongyu's cultivation level is slightly lower? The Gu immortals were moved. Fire Path Gu immortals especially valued Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. As long as they annexed his immortal aperture, they could avoid one heavenly tribulation and many earthly calamities, their cultivation level would increase, and the blessed land's foundation would rise sharply. Even if they were not Fire Path Gu immortals, most Gu immortals wanted the blessed land. Even if they had different paths and could not annex him after killing him, they could occupy this ownerless blessed land and obtain a good place to manage. If managed well, the blessed land would be a treasure trove, continuously producing resources and supporting the Gu immortals' cultivation progress. As Qin Baisheng had predicted, Loner Hongyu had caused a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's requests were complex and disorderly. First was a large pile of immortal materials, followed by Strength Path, Poison Path, Time Path, Wisdom Path and other killer moves. Next were all kinds of Gu recipes, the rarer the Gu recipes the better. Finally he asked for Desolate Beast corpses, Food Path inheritances or clues, Wisdom Path inheritances or clues, Time Path inheritances or clues. He even asked for Battle Bone Will Gu, White Bone Chariot recipes, Lifespan Gu and so on. Finally, Loner Hongyu belonged to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire and earth paths, so Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture was also useful to him. After Loner Hongyu was sold, it was the next person's turn. According to the rules of free trade, in every round the Gu immortal only had one chance to sell. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he waited patiently. After 7 to 8 rounds he had already sold most of the Gu immortal captives. Not only did he complete the list of materials given by Land Spirit of Langya, he even had leftovers. Not only that, Fang Yuan even obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. During this period, he also found that he was not the only one selling Gu immortal captives. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Heavenly Lord Baizu were selling them openly. Eastern Sea Gu immortals bought 3 immortal zombie bodies, Yin Lu Gong Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and others were very unhappy. Finally, these 3 immortal zombie bodies. The Medicine Sovereign happily kept it into his storage pouch. With this discovery, Fang Yuan's heart relaxed. Land Spirit of Langya was not the only thing that could capture Gu immortals. There was always someone better than you. There were even more capable Gu immortals. And during this period, Fang Yuan kept on changing secret rooms, releasing a dense fog. People could not tell that most of the Gu immortal captives came from him alone. Gradually, more and more Gu immortals stopped trading and chose to watch from the sidelines. They had basically achieved their goals. The remaining Gu immortals were getting fewer and fewer in number. But the items being traded were getting rarer and more precious. After the 9th round, Gu immortals were starting to leave. Right when Fang Yuan thought that the Gu immortal captives would complete the transaction, Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed. He had received an important request from a lone cultivator Gu immortal. He raised his voice. The next transaction is the entire Gu recipe of the immortal Gu House Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller wants wood path items that can aid in cultivation. What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? This immortal Gu House is actually being sold? Why are they only selling it now? The auction is coming to an end. Haha, those who left early must be regretting it. In the 2 single rooms, Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance wanted to get rid of the Gu immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but this lone cultivator was very astute. He did not give them a chance to do anything. Now that they were in the auction, Zombie Alliance could not do anything, they could only persuade him and offer a high price. Next, this lone cultivator might have been influenced by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and offered higher prices, threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, the 2 sides broke down. The lone cultivator Gu immortal immediately took out the Red Fiend Divine Boat. I am willing to pay 6,000 yuan stone and 1,000 kilograms of red refinement gold. I will buy it all. Immortal Farmer Soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of Immortal Farmer Soil. I will give it all to you in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. A bunch of fools, didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants wood path resources. I have blue fall grass here. Blue fall grass is nothing, I have nature roots here. At once, the crowd became excited, especially the representatives of the super forces. Several rank 8 great experts also joined in. The two leaders of Zombie Alliance were extremely furious, but they had no choice but to compete. At once, the relaxed atmosphere of the free transaction became tense again, as if they had returned to the auction stage. The huge attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was evident. I am willing to pay a Woodpath Immortal Goo in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Soon, the representative of the Superforce Meng tribe shouted a high price. My Yuan tribe also has a Woodpath Immortal Goo, we will throw in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rangzun also shouted, the temptation of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was too great. He was even willing to give up his beloved true martial carps as a bargaining chip. If my Zombie Alliance buys this, I Yin Lu Gong swear on my reputation that I will sell it again. Yin Lu Gong said coldly. I Yao Huang can bear witness. Next, Yao Huang's words became heavier. Humph, I have a Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, I can deduce all inheritance clues. I also have 3 large wine jars of Zoysia Spirit Liquid. Heavenly Lord Baizu immediately refuted. At once, shouts could be heard endlessly, the scene was chaotic. Fang Yuan's heart also moved, his eyes shined with bright light. He did not hear wrongly, it should be Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo? Floating Astronomy. Chapter 769. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan muttered as his fingers tapped on the armrest, emitting a loud sound. In the hall, bids were being called out endlessly. At the final moment of the auction, a treasure like Red Fiend Divine Boat actually appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators and lone cultivators could forget about it, only the rank 7 Goo Immortals and rank 8 great experts of super forces could compete for it. Especially super forces, the allure of an Immortal Goo house to super forces was huge. The price soared at an extremely fast speed. Even though this was a free transaction, everyone subconsciously competed intensely for it, they adopted the auction rules. Qin Baisheng smiled bitterly. He was the one who set the rules, but seeing so many experts shouting and shouting, he wisely chose to watch from the sidelines. If he emphasized the rules now, he would offend all of these giants. Do you see this? This is the allure of Red Fiend Divine Boat. Your Zombie Alliance is too stingy. The seller used the situation to be arrogant, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face turned dark. Yin Lu Gong sighed, the current price was already much higher than Zombie Alliance's starting price. This was not the end, the price was still rising. Yin Lu Gong was an understanding person, he knew that at this point, this Red Fiend Divine Boat was no longer fated with Zombie Alliance. He did not know how the leader would punish him for his incompetence when he returned. Fang Yuan listened to the bids as he pondered in silence. I only have 4 Immortal Goo captives left. One of them is Wu Hao. Known as Rushing Thunder Hand, he is the only rank 7 Goo Immortal among the captives. The other 3 are the 3 Huahai Immortals. They belong to Woodpath. Evidently, using these 4 Goo Immortal captives to exchange for Heavenly Lord Baizu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was not likely to succeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a Space Path Goo Immortal, they were not compatible with each other, the allure of these 4 Goo Immortal captives fell sharply. Most importantly, Immortal Goo were unique. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was extremely useful. If not for the temptation of Red Fiend Divine Boat, Heavenly Lord Baizu would not have exposed such a good Goo. It would not be appropriate for me to forcefully exchange it. The Strength Path Immortal Goo that I just obtained. Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down on him. If he used Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo to exchange rank 7 for rank 6, it would be a huge loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, these Immortal Goo are indispensable to me. It can't be traded. But if he could not obtain Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan was unwilling to give up. If he missed this opportunity in this atmosphere, it would be difficult for him to do business in the future even if he had sufficient capital. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo itself was not something Fang Yuan needed. But in Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a way to use this Goo as the core and combine it with other rare supplementary Goo. Brewing a Dream Path Killer Move. Dream Path Immortal Killer Move. At this time, the 3 Venerables spread throughout the 5 regions. Involving Great Dream Immortal Venerable, all super forces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although the results of the research were superficial, they were already able to manifest dreams. 2 Dream Path Immortal Gu had also appeared. One was in the hands of Feng Kim Hong, and the other was controlled by Lady Poison Scorpion. Speaking of which, the latter was more reliable. Feng Kim Hong was still a mortal girl, while Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, sleeping and exploring dream realms. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, she kept it to herself. Even though she created many Dream Path Mortal Gu, she did not circulate them, she treated them as her greatest secret. Those who could become Gu immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men, they had deep foresight and were astute. Thus, even in such an auction, there were no Dream Path-related treasures being sold. Fang Yuan naturally knew many Dream Path Mortal Gu recipes. But Mortal Gu were not very useful in exploring dream realms. Otherwise, the super forces would have already started infiltrating dream realms on a large scale. The truly useful ones were the Dream Path Immortal Gu. The amazing thing was, be it the 2 now or the Dream Path Immortal Gu that appeared later in Fang Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Or maybe it was the 3 venerables, 2 male and 1 female immortal venerable. From this, it could be deduced that Great Dream Immortal Venerable was a female immortal venerable. In the short term, Fang Yuan would not be able to obtain Dream Path Immortal Gu. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, he could use it in place of Dream Path Immortal Gu. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, man was the spirit of all living beings. Simply put, the use of Gu depended on the user. There was no strongest Gu worm, only the strongest Gu master. Genius Gu masters were often able to combine different Gu worms together, and thus display even more power. For example, Fang Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Gu, he only used Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu of Soul Path as the core, along with other Mortal Gu, to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self and create the fusion of Enslavement and Strength Path. This Dream Path Killer move was the same, the core Immortal Gu was Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery, but when used it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this Gu, I can gather Dream Path Gu materials and refine Mortal Gu one by one. Even though it will take time and effort, if I succeed in combining the killer move, the benefits will be thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater. It will make up for the regrets of my previous life, I will be the pioneer in exploring dream realms, I will be ahead of all the forces in the world, big or small, and most of the giants. Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as he thought about it. He evaluated the value of this Dream Path Killer move, it was not inferior to Wisdom Gu. It was only inferior to Spring Autumn Cicada and Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was higher than All Out Effort Gu. Looking at the fortuitous encounters in Fang Yuan's previous life, Spring Autumn Cicada was firmly at the top. Even though it was rank 6 and could not compare to Wisdom Gu's rank 9, it allowed Fang Yuan to be reborn again. Even though there was a chance of failure, it succeeded every time, didn't it? As long as it failed once, it would be the worst fortuitous encounter. But if it succeeded, it would be the undisputed number 1. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was second. It allowed Fang Yuan to have the foundation of a Gu Immortal. When he was immortal, he could stand on the shoulders of Gu Immortals. After becoming an immortal zombie, it greatly made up for the shortcomings of immortal zombies. Precisely because of this place, Fang Yuan had ample capital. Gu Immortal Cultivation was not just about fighting and killing, management was the greatest foundation. Wisdom Gu was third. Using the light of wisdom, it gave Fang Yuan unlimited inspiration and rapidly brought Fang Yuan out of the quagmire. But in the end it still depended on the blessed land and culture. Maybe in the future it could truly control it. It could give Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. But now it was only third. As for the fourth, it was All Out Effort Gu. Even though this Gu was only a rank 4 mortal Gu, the timing was extremely good. It was Fang Yuan's first springboard after rebirth. Without All Out Effort Gu, there would not be Fang Yuan's outstanding battle strength. Without outstanding battle strength, he would be eliminated and might not even be able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if Fang Yuan could obtain it and use it properly, it would be on par with Wisdom Gu at the current stage. But after this period, the value of the Dream Path Killer move would continue to fall. If he obtained this killer move when the Dream Realm manifested and Dream Path was fully unleashed, its value would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter depended on the timing. Spring Autumn Cicada had great value, but after Fang Yuan became a demon venerable, he would be invincible in the world. What was the use? Hu Immortal Blessed Land was good. But if Fang Yuan became a Gu Immortal and had his own blessed land, who Immortal Blessed Land would not be as valuable as it was now. The same logic applied to Wisdom Gu, All-Out Effort Gu, and this Dream Path Killer move. But to obtain this Dream Path Killer move, the core Immortal Gu Unravel Mystery must be obtained. Otherwise everything is just empty talk. Fang Yuan looked at the auction situation. At this moment there were few competitors left. Feng Jioge and old ancestor Shui, who had already been eliminated. These two had spent a huge sum to buy Ma and Zhao, they had suffered a huge loss, they had no strength to compete with others now. Yao Huang also withdrew with regret. He had bought some Refinement Path Immortal Gu earlier, and was also a huge customer of Gu Immortal Captives. Furthermore, Refinement Path consumed a lot of resources, all sorts of factors caused him to be pushed out of the competition. 5 Elements Grandmaster withdrew even earlier. He had bought many Immortal Gu of mainstream paths in the auction, and was a lone cultivator himself. The remaining competitors were Heavenly Lord Baizu, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal, and the 3 super forces, Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe also withdrew from the competition. Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was clamoring, saying that he would sell all of the true martial carps, but he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal Gu house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Baizu were left to compete. Murong Jin Shao, as the sect leader, I do not have an Immortal Gu house to defend my sect. This is very inappropriate. If you stop today, I will reward you greatly. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal persuaded. Murong Jin Shao shook his head, bowing as he smiled. Lord, our Murong Tribe's Immortal Gu house lacks a core Immortal Gu. This is something that everyone in Northern Plains knows. This concerns the benefits of our tribe. Please forgive me for being disrespectful, but I will try my best to compete for it. Regardless of the outcome, I will only be satisfied. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sighed. He did not try to persuade anymore, he raised the price again. It seems that I still have hope. Right now the price had reached 2 Immortal Gu, it far surpassed the value of the 4 Gu Immortal Captives. But Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming brighter. Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, but it does not have a core Immortal Gu. The 3 parties are offering rank 6 Immortal Gu, they are hard to use. 2 Immortal Gu is already the limit, the 3 parties are already hesitating, the price is getting lower each time. After all, even if we get this Red Fiend Divine Boat, which contains the complete Immortal Gu recipe, we will need to spend a huge amount to refine it. The seller is clearly a Wood Path Gu cultivator, they are asking for items that can help their cultivation. Among these 6 Immortal Gu, only one is Wood Path, it comes from Murong Tribe, it is an investigative Immortal Gu. Wonderful. Forget about the Gu Immortal Captive I have, Rushing Thunderhand Wu Hao, the 3 Huahai Immortals are Wood Path Gu Immortals. In this situation I might be able to make use of it. Fang Yuan acted quickly, he immediately contacted Heavenly Lord Baizu through Qin Baisheng. Right now, the 3 parties are in a deadlock, I do not have a Wood Path Immortal Gu, Murong Tribe has the greatest hope. Maybe I can use this to break the deadlock? Heavenly Lord Baizu was moved, he took the initiative to change his offer. He first put down Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, then put up the 3 Huahai Immortals. The seller's eyes shined, after hesitating, he chose Heavenly Lord Baizu in the end. He was a smart person. To him, although the other 2 parties had an extra Immortal Gu, one of them even had a Wood Path Immortal Gu. But Heavenly Lord Baizu offered a Movement Immortal Gu and 3 Wood Path Immortal Apertures. They were suitable for him to swallow and raise his cultivation level. By selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, he had already offended Zombie Alliance. Right now he was only concerned about survival and development. The one that was most suitable for him was the one with the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Baizu had little interest in the 3 Huahai Immortals, but the seller urgently needed them. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, he did not lose anything, he still had to pay 2 Immortal Gu. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, it did not matter who he sold it to. Now that he sold it to Fang Yuan, he broke the deadlock and won the Red Fiend Divine Boat. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. This is a win-win situation for all 3 parties, ha. He laughed heartily. Chapter 770. After an intense contest, Heavenly Lord Baizu became the final victor, obtaining all the information on Red Fiend Divine Boat. And as the beneficiary of the backstage transaction, Fang Yuan also obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Baizu became the focus of everyone's attention, and other than a few crucial people, nobody knew that unravel mystery immortal goo was in his hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat was an accident, it was the final stage of the auction. About 4 hours later, the auction that included many heroes finally came to an end. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's side? Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly transmitted, not yet. Fairy Li Shan is actually absent from such a grand event, it seems something must have happened over there. Should we go back? Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing came to Qin Baisheng's blessed land. They had relied on the whole earth goo that Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan had built together. Right now Fairy Li Shan's situation was unclear, it was unwise to rashly use whole earth goo to return. No, let's leave with the crowd first, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, there will be chaos soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded with a solemn expression. Although the auction had ended, there were definitely many people who were not satisfied with this result. Once the Eternal Wind auction ended, the vow that they had signed earlier would also be over. Without restrictions, wealth would move one's heart, robbing, extorting, and killing would be the next part of the show. Most Gu immortals. They had the same awareness as Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Thus, when everyone left the blessed land, they were in a hurry and were on high alert. We must stop that guy. He actually auctioned Red Fiend Divine Boat publicly. Our zombie alliance's face has been completely lost. Forget about our face being damaged, the crucial point is that this mission was something that leader had instructed us to do before leaving. In the end we screwed it up. If leader hears this news when he returns, I wonder how he will punish us. Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they chased after their target. Above the Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Monarch, I don't know if you are interested in selling the Scarlet Fiend Divine Boat to my Yao family? Yao Huang stayed at the inn. He advised Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled, Lord Medicine Sovereign must be joking. How can I sell such an important artifact so easily? To be honest with the Medicine Sovereign. He had many descendants, filling the heavenly abode. Recently I have the intention to establish a family, perhaps I can cooperate with the Yao family. The leaders of the other forces heard this. Immediately their expressions changed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 giant. If he wanted to establish a clan with his support, it would be a sure thing. Not only that, with a rank 8 Gu immortal supporting them, no matter how weak their foundation was, they were still a super force. Giant Sun Immortal ruled the world, Northern Plains was his homeland. The land of dragon prosperity. All along, the super forces of Northern Plains. Almost all of them were of the golden bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu's involvement in establishing a super faction would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the descendants of the Golden Tribe. At the same time, as a lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force would have a huge impact on both demonic path and lone cultivator factions. Yao Huang's expression did not change, his smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has the intention, who in the world can stop you? Look, it is hard for us old fellows to gather together, there is no time like the present, why don't we have a good chat today, how about it? Aha, that is exactly what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly. Immediately, Yao Huang took out the Immortal Gu House Medicine Hut and invited all the Gu immortals present to participate. Eventually, most of the super forces joined in. Including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the interests of lone cultivators. But when they invited Old Ancestor Xuehu, he rejected. In this auction, Old Ancestor Xuehu made a huge investment, buying Ma Hong Yun and the precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. What he wanted to do now was to use Ma Hong Yun as the main material to recreate fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu and use it on himself. As the representative of the Prince's Impatience's will, Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Swordmaster Yulan, also rejected this meeting and left alone. In a hidden reed bush, he quietly met up with the Central Continent Gu immortals. Feng Jioge smiled as he looked around at the crowd. I've already sent word to let you know about what happened at the auction. Lord Jioge has great methods and guts, I am in awe. With Zhao Lianyun we can soul search her and find many precious clues, we can find the culprit. I still have to thank Lord for helping me exchange for the suitable immortal Gu. What should we do now? The Central Continent Gu immortals spoke one after another. They were clearly following Feng Jioge's lead. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. Along the way he had used his strength to suppress everyone, and now he took the risk and entered the tiger's den to exchange for immortal Gu for everyone. Using Feng Jioge's methods and charm with the iron rod in one hand and the benefits in the other, he finally became the leader of the group. Of course, Feng Jioge also knew that even though the atmosphere was harmonious, everyone still had their own thoughts. But everyone was smart, they were in Northern Plains now and had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Even if they had any thoughts, they would suppress them in their hearts and choose to cooperate sincerely. To Feng Jioge this was enough. Everyone, even though we have Zhao Lianyun to find the culprit, we do not have enough clues. If we had enough, Northern Plains' Gu immortal world would have already found out the truth, and the culprit would have nowhere to hide. I already have a suspect, Feng Jioge said. Everyone heard this and felt their spirits rise. Feng Jioge continued, but this person has concealed himself deeply, I do not know his true identity. To find him, we need to start with the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baisheng? He is a famous expert in Northern Plains, a rank 7 metal path Gu immortal. I know this person, he is a lone cultivator. His achievements today are all due to his own strength. It is very rare. Qin Baisheng not only has outstanding battle strength, he is also good at socializing and has many connections. We need to deal with him. We need to strike at lightning speed and use all our strength. If we let him escape and call for help, it will be difficult. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Although they were the representatives of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and had many methods and strong battle strength, they were fighting as guest armies. Once their identities were exposed, it was very likely that Northern Plains Gu immortals would attack them together. But fortunately, there was also Princess Impatience, the person who was hiding behind the scenes. At another location, the battle had already begun. Yilangzi, you have guts. You actually dare to attack our Jianghu tribe. A Gu immortal who was ambushed shouted in anger. Why wouldn't I dare? So what if you are Jianghu tribe? No matter how strong the winged blade is, can it save you now? As long as you listen obediently. Hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant's egg. I will spare your life today. A huge wolf that was as tall as a hill spoke with an eerie gaze. This egg came from a mysterious Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal. Because of a certain auction, it had fallen into the hands of Jianghu tribe's representative. Yilangzi had left early because he had other plans. He had meticulously set up an ambush outside, waiting for his prey. He caught this unlucky person. Yilangzi, you concealed yourself very well. Someone actually leaked information to you in the auction. Didn't you call yourself Lone Wolf? A lone wolf who disdains communicating with other Gu immortals? If you have guts, fight me to your heart's content. Let's make a bet. If you win, I will give you the sandalwood sacred elephant's egg without hesitation. If you lose, you will join our Jianghu tribe and work for 100 years. The Jianghu Gu immortal shouted. He had just shouted when he heard a woman's laughter coming from the left. Next, black light flashed as 3 Gu immortals appeared. Jianghu tribe's Gu immortal was shocked. The other party's hostility was so obvious, he did not sense it at all. You're Heiqing? Jianghu tribe's Gu immortal looked carefully and quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer. And Fairy Jianghu? Why is the demonic path Shuesongzi with you? Jianghu Zhong'er, I know you have the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe. But if you want to use this move to defeat Yilangzi and recruit a rank 7 fighter for your tribe, you are too naive. Fairy Jianghu continued to smile as she spoke. Jianghu Zhong'er's expression sank. The other party was right. It was because of the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe that he had the confidence to represent Jianghu tribe in this auction. But to think that he had greatly underestimated the human heart, and also overestimated the reputation of Jianghu tribe. Heiqing, you are a He tribe Gu immortal, you have the Huangjin bloodline like my Jianghu tribe. You actually colluded with outsiders of the demonic path to harm us righteous path Gu immortals. Don't make a huge mistake, it is not too late to turn back now. Jianghu Zhong'er's thoughts changed as he tried to persuade Heiqing. Shuesongzi laughed heartily. If your big brother Jianghu Shangyi was here, we would have a headache. If it were your third brother Jianghu Xiasan, we would have given up on the idea of surrounding you. Unfortunately, you do not have your brother's defense, nor your brother's speed, you will definitely lose today. Jianghu Zhong'er's expression turned even uglier, his gaze was like lightning as he stared at Heiqing, shouting, Heiqing, you are a righteous path Gu immortal, do you not want your reputation? If today's matter is exposed, as long as a trace of it gets out, you will be condemned by everyone, you will be hated by everyone like a rat on the street, hunted by everyone. Heiqing's eyes flashed with hesitation, but after hearing Fairy Jianghu's words, he became firm. He did not speak, instead he waved his sleeves and shot out a dark arrow towards Chanyu Zhong air. He was using the most practical action to show his determination. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Third Branch Peak. Green light flickered as Tai Bai Yunxing appeared in the room. Almost at the same time he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other goo worms could not be used during the teleportation process. The second disadvantage was that the immortal essence expenditure would increase according to the strength of the target. Earlier, Fang Yuan was immortal, he had few Dao marks on him, thus the immortal essence expenditure was low. When teleporting goo immortal targets, he would need at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had received them back then. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan are not responding. Due to the alliance agreement, we have to react to this situation. Search, the most likely place is here. A moment later, the two found Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed, they seem to be sleeping? Tai Bai Yunxing had a dazed expression. He was just about to walk up when Fang Yuan stopped him. It's dangerous, don't get close to them. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. They are both in a dream realm. Once we get close, we'll be implicated as well. Chapter 771. Dream Realm? Tai Bai Yunxing heard Fang Yuan's words and his gaze flickered. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Earlier, Fang Yuan and He Lulan worked together to explore Starry Sky Blessed Land. They met with danger in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Fang Yuan had already informed Tai Bai Yunxing of this matter. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunxing heard the word dream realm, he immediately realized the severity of it. He sighed lightly. No wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan did not participate in the auction. They were trapped by the dream realm. I was still guessing if it was because of He Lulan's tribulation. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. It is very likely that they were trapped in the dream realm because of the tribulation, unable to get out. Why would Gu Immortal's tribulation turn into dream realm calamities? Tai Bai Yunxing asked in confusion. Fang Yuan sighed. There was no such thing in the past, but now that dream realms are manifesting, they are gradually creating such calamities and tribulations. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, during the middle and late stages of the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, appearing in every corner of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms turning into calamities was very common. Who knew how many Gu immortals had died? What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot just watch them die. Tai Bai Yunxing was helpless, he could only ask Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent, but his eyes flickered with a dark light. At this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had weak defenses, it was not hard to kill them. But Fang Yuan could not attack due to the alliance agreement, he even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was signed using Mountain Pledge Gu. If I want to violate it, I have to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough, I cannot destroy Snowy Mountain. Even if I can destroy it. Tai Bai Yunxing has a kind nature, if I really want to attack he will be an obstacle. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was indeed a great opportunity. After killing He Lulan he would get Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. The first 3 were Strength Path Immortal Gu. The latter was an enslavement path and was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Especially Self-Strength Immortal Gu as long as he obtained it. As the core, it could raise the power of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self by several levels. There was also Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. With it, Fang Yuan would have the same huge advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other Gu immortals to sign an alliance agreement was a huge transaction. The profits far surpassed the Guts Gu transaction. This is because, using Mountain Pledge Gu to help others set up the alliance agreement. Not only could he get a generous reward but he could also make a lot of friends. Fairy Li Shan was able to do well in both the righteous and demonic paths, it was mostly because of this Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu was not an offensive immortal Gu, nor could it provide defense, nor could it help the Gu immortal move. But no matter which Gu immortal obtained it they would have a huge advantage. It was only a supplementary immortal Gu. But Gu immortals were definitely not people who only fought and killed. Gu immortals prioritized cultivation and management. In reality, fighting was only a small part of a Gu immortal's life. Only during the 5 regions' chaotic war would fighting become the main theme. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, snowy mountain-blessed land suddenly shook. The surging aura of a rank 8 Gu immortal filled the sky and spread out. We welcome old ancestors' arrival. Next, several demonic path Gu immortals' voices came from their respective peaks. It is old ancestor Xuehu. He has his own grotto heaven. He does not usually stay here. Why is he here? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. He had just finished speaking when old ancestor Xuehu's grand voice resounded in the entire blessed land. All of you, quickly come to the main hall to see me. I have something to discuss with you. We obey old ancestor's command. The demonic path Gu immortals replied in unison. Gu immortal figures flew out of the snowy peaks one after another. Tai Bai Yunxing turned pale with fright. Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still dreaming. She has not appeared for a long time and has not replied. Old ancestor Xuehu will definitely be suspicious and come to investigate. We can escape with fixed immortal travel. Fairy Li Shan is also probably safe. The crucial thing is He Lulan. She did not join Snowy Mountain Demonic Cave and is the most crucial person in the Truyang building case. If she is captured and soul searched, we will all be finished. Boom boom boom. An intense explosion occurred as a pitiful figure flew out. Behind him, a huge wolf jumped out of the dust and opened its bloody mouth, speaking in human language. Chanyu Zhong Air, where are you going? The pitiful figure was Chanyu Zhong Air. He escaped while shouting with a fearful expression. He Lang Zi Hei Ching, don't go overboard, I will fight you to the death. Immemorial Flame Axe. His body shook as he put his palms together, turning around and slashing backwards. Immediately, flames surged and condensed into the shape of an axe in the air, slashing towards the huge wolf. Before the attack even arrived, the burning flames had already scorched the huge wolf's fur. The huge flame axe illuminated half the sky. It was powerful and had an intense aura of destruction, as if it could destroy everything. This was an immortal killer move. It had a fierce attack. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's eyes showed disdain and mockery. Whoosh! The huge wolf vanished, dodging the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chanyu Zhong Air's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack is, if it cannot hit its target, so what? Fairy Jianghu appeared, floating in the sky. Earlier, she had used an immortal movement killer move to teleport He Lang Zi away. Damn it! Chanyu Zhong Air gritted his teeth, his heart sank to rock bottom, his furious and helpless face showed a trace of despair. You're distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed Gu immortal appeared behind him. Chanyu Zhong Air was shocked. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was still floating on the spot. He stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at Chanyu Zhong Air. This distance is enough. Now taste the power of my immortal Gu soul lead. Chanyu Zhong Air's movements froze, his body stiffened and his soul shook, as if a huge force was trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chanyu Zhong Air was shocked. Ordinary defensive methods could not defend against this soul path method. He tried his best to stabilize his soul. At once, he was in a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. Quickly help me, the black-robed Gu immortal said. The moment he said that, Hei Cheng and Shuesong Zi flew to his side. They placed their palms on the black-robed Gu immortal's shoulders. After secretly using Gu worms, the 3 immortal souls exerted strength together, forming an even larger force. Using soul lead immortal Gu was like this. It was like a tug of war, disregarding everything else. It was a contest of souls. At this moment, the black-robed Gu immortal, Hei Cheng and Shuesong Zi worked together. Against Chanyu Zhong Air they had a huge advantage. I am unresigned. I hate this so much. Let me go. Chanyu Zhong Air could not resist it. His soul was pulled out. Without the control of his soul, his physical body was like a kite with a broken string falling straight down. But soon, Fairy Jianghu caught it. She quickly inspected it. She laughed loudly. As expected, this fire path immortal Gu is in Chanyu Zhong Air's blessed land. So your true target is my fire path immortal Gu. What are you trying to do? Chanyu Zhong Air's soul was in the black-robed Gu immortal's hands. He shouted angrily. No, we did not lie to you earlier. The sandalwood sacred elephant's egg is also our target. But for an immortal Gu, it is just icing on the cake. Fairy Jianghu smiled. She was in a good mood after her plan succeeded. Just as she was about to explain to Chanyu Zhong Air, her expression suddenly changed. Not just her. The black-robed Gu immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe and a hood, His face was shrouded in darkness, his voice was hoarse. Qin Baisheng was plotted against. So this Swordmaster Yulan is a Central Continent Gu immortal in disguise. We cannot lose Qin Baisheng, we need to save him. Fairy Jianghu's tone was anxious, she did not stop as she flew into the sky. The black-robed Gu immortal and He Langzi followed closely behind. Only He Cheng and Shui Songzi were left behind. Lord He Cheng, should we follow? Shui Songzi was hesitant. He Cheng looked at the black-robed Gu immortal, his heart filled with wariness. Not long ago this person had appeared, he had many methods and great strength, his relationship with Fairy Jianghu was clearly not ordinary. Shui Songzi was hesitant, but so was He Cheng. It seems that this black-robed Gu immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Langzi might be the same as me, we might be collaborators. Shadow Sect and Central Continent Gu immortals. He Cheng's gaze flickered, he flew up and chased after Fairy Jianghu and the rest. Shui Songzi snorted coldly, following closely behind. Huff huff huff. Qin Baisheng breathed roughly, he had dozens of injuries on his body, some were bleeding, some were deep to the bone, some were black and emitting a foul stench. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to injure 3 of them. Feng Jioge crossed his arms as he watched, showing deep admiration in his eyes. Northern Plains Gu immortals have outstanding battle strength indeed. Their methods are clearly on par with ours, but they still allowed you to achieve such results. Qin Baisheng, on account that you are a true man, just surrender. What we said to you earlier was the truth. As long as you tell us the true identities of certain people, we will let you leave safely. In the sky around Qin Baisheng, Central Continent Gu immortals were standing all around him. They spoke and tried to persuade him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui from Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as the young Wisdom Path Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, Old Oracle Z, were all injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Baisheng frowned, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph? A foreign person sneaking into my Northern Plains. Intruder. Let me tell you, I am a man of Northern Plains, I am not a coward. Come at me if you have the guts, don't worry, before I die, I will definitely drag one of you down with me. Feng Jioge sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, all of you step back. I'll do it. Qin Baisheng stared at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze. He did not know Feng Jioge, but he knew that he was their leader. He did not make a move in the intense battle earlier, he had his pride. I will only use one move, if you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Jioge slowly flew towards Qin Baisheng, his expression was calm and his tone was plain. Floating astronomy. Chapter 773. One move. Hearing Feng Jioge's words, Qin Baisheng laughed from anger. I have dominated for hundreds of years, defeating Lu Hao, Shan Yuxiong and New Air Du, killing by Kenzi, Jade Fire Farmer and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, drawing with Yuan Rang Zun, and escaping from 5 Elements Master. In the entire Northern Plains, there are only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals who can defeat me. But it is not easy to kill me. There are very few rank 7 Gu immortals who can match me. You are also a rank 7 Gu immortal, you want to defeat me in one move? Ah. Qin Baisheng laughed loudly, his laughter was filled with confidence towards himself. Feng Jioge's words were indeed too arrogant. At once, even the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals could not help but feel worried. Feng Jioge, however, smiled faintly as he slowly narrated, I've been fond of music since I was a child. When I first started cultivating, I made a grand wish to compose 9 songs to express myself, all living beings and the world. Until now, I have created 6 songs. If you can listen to this song, I will admit defeat and let you leave freely. Qin Baisheng's laughter stopped, he looked at Feng Jioge with a solemn gaze, not blinking for a moment. Looking at the serious tone and smiling Feng Jioge, Qin Baisheng felt a strong sense of threat in his heart. He thought about it and bowed to Feng Jioge solemnly, I have not asked for your name. Feng Jioge returned the greeting, I am Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng's expression changed, so you are the number 1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, no wonder. Haha, then come, let me see your power. As a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin Baisheng had heard of Feng Jioge's reputation long ago. But after knowing Feng Jioge's identity, Qin Baisheng's heart surged with boundless battle intent instead. They were all rank 7 Gu immortals, why could you kill and defeat Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects and be called the number 1 person? I'd like to measure your weight. Feng Jioge breathed in deeply, saying slowly, "This song is called Green Jade Song, please enjoy it." The other central continent Gu immortals retreated, giving them a wide space. "Come." Qin Baixing shouted, his gaze was like lightning, his battle intent surged, he had a heroic aura. Snowy mountain blessed land. Third peak. This time it is all thanks to you guys. If old ancestor Shui Hu, even me, I might not be able to save her life. In the secret room, Fairy thanked Fang Yuan and Fairy Tai Baixing and Immortal. Gu Immortal was Gu Immortal, she Gu, and by Immortals of the Emu of course she of them of course was Gu was she. By once his identity was exposed he would be hunted down by the Gu Immortal world. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed deeply. "Fairy, we were guessing the reason why you were absent from the auction. Once He Lulan was discovered, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing would be implicated. These three were tied to the same rope." Sigh. Fairy Li Shan sighed, "I never thought that dream realms could become disasters. Do you two have a way to wake little Lan up?" Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said solemnly, "Difficult. The dream calamity's main target is He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan. You were only implicated because you touched her. Thus, I only need to injure you and make you wake up from the pain. But He Lulan is deep in the dream realm, even if we kill her, she will not wake up." Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope. "If it is only difficult, then it is not that there is no way, Fang Yuan. It seems that you have a way." Fang Yuan chuckled, "He Lulan is quite lucky. I obtained a Gu at the auction. It can be used to create a dream path killer move. It can solve this problem. But to create the killer move, just the core immortal Gu is not enough. We need the help of many mortal Gu." Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, quickly saying, "I can help with this, Fang Yuan. What materials do you need to refine Gu? You can tell me, I will do my best to satisfy your request." But Fang Yuan shook his head. "These dream path mortal Gu require the refinement materials to be found in dream realms. Refining dream Gu is different from other paths. The entire process requires me to do it personally. So dream path has such details." Fairy Li Shan blinked. This was the first time she had heard of this. Dream path Gu worms were very different from Gu worms of other paths. One of them was that the refinement materials were not material from the real world, they were obtained from dream realms. This dream realm could not be someone else's, it could only be one's own. Only by using materials from one's own dream realm could one refine dream path Gu worms. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, even though his dream path development was slow in his previous life and his achievements were limited, he still knew this common knowledge. After rebirth, this common knowledge had instead become the most advanced research result. It was kept by the few forces that controlled it. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Fang Yuan's words. But in her heart, she could not help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. Fairy Li Shan also knew a portion of Fang Yuan's situation and experiences. Especially the Guts Gu transaction, Fairy Li Shan had a share of the profits. This junior Fang Yuan is truly amazing. It seems like there is no problem that he cannot solve. Previously he researched Airsac Gu and could actually transfer Guts Gu. Now he also has such research on Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator like him can create. I'm afraid his background is not simple. Fairy Li Shan was thinking when Fang Yuan spoke again. "Fairy, you know that I am a straightforward person, I like to communicate openly. If I can save the two of you this time, how much will the reward be?" Fairy Li Shan's eyes turned, she was already familiar with Fang Yuan's nature. She was not surprised, she smiled. "The debt of saving your life is naturally as heavy as a mountain. Fang Yuan, how many immortal Yuan stone, immortal Gu recipes or immortal materials do you want? Just name it." Her tone was very polite. After all, she had a request. Fang Yuan raised his head and smiled. "I don't want anything else, but I want the self-strength Gu and strength Qi Gu in He Lulan's hands. 2 lives, 2 Gu." Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal Gu are Shaolan's core Gu worms. A gentleman does not take what others like. Fang Yuan's condition is too harsh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Could it be that your lives are not as precious as 2 Gu worms?" "You are wrong." Fairy Li Shan shook her head. "Even if we are discovered, Shaolan's life will be in danger. I will be fine. Furthermore, if something happens to Shaolan, the 2 of you will also be implicated. We are bound together for good or ill, helping us is also beneficial to the 2 of you." Fang Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. "Fairy's words are very reasonable, I am full of admiration for you. Let's forget about the previous condition, I will go back and prepare." I promise that in 3 to 5 years, we will definitely save He Lulan. I will take my leave now. Saying so, Fang Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Although both sides had signed an alliance agreement, they could not leave them in the lurch. But there was a rule that neither side could use the alliance agreement to force the other to save them. They had to negotiate a suitable reward. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to save them, it was just that it would take some time, thus his current actions were not going against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She quickly stood up and advised, "Wait, Fang Yuan, let's talk." "Fairy, what do you want?" "I am all ears." Fang Yuan lowered his attitude. He was very humble and polite. "Sai, Fang Yuan, don't be like this. The 2 strength path immortal gu are not mine. I cannot promise you anything now." Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan showed an understanding expression. "That's right, I also feel that this condition is too much. Just pretend I did not say anything." "Fairy, you are right. Self-strength and strength chi gu are He Lulan's immortal gu. How can you make the decision?" "Forget it, we are allies after all. I will definitely help. But you need to know that refining dream path gu worms is very troublesome. Thus, it takes a lot of time. We need to make a lot of preparations. During this time, you can search for other methods to see if you can wake up He Lulan. My method will definitely succeed, but it will take too long. If He Lulan is discovered by others during this time, it will be terrible. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yunxing and I are in Central Continent. Even if He Lulan encounters any mishap, we will uphold our relationship as allies and take revenge for He Lulan." These words made Fairy Li Shan so angry that she rolled her eyes. Tai Bai Yunxing was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He did not forget to add, "Speaking of the alliance agreement, we still have 2 years left. After 2 years, if He Lulan does not wake up, how will we renew the agreement?" "Sai, this is a troublesome matter." Tai Bai Yunxing had a kind nature, but when it came to important benefits, his attitude was firm. He was not always a good person. "You too." Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lulan's identity was hidden. Even though He Qing knew about it, the other party had a scheme and did not dare to expose He Lulan's identity. But this greatly restricted Fairy Li Shan's ability to request for help. The crucial thing was that Dream Path was involved. Even if the large forces researched it and obtained some results, they would not easily give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lulan. Thus, in front of Fairy Li Shan, the most likely and effective method to save He Lulan was to rely on Fang Yuan. Regarding this, Fairy Li Shan was well aware. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, she could only take a step back and say dejectedly, forget it, we are unlucky. We will do as you say to Immortal Gu. But you can only choose between Strength Chi and Strength Chi. I can make the decision for Little Lan. The remaining Immortal Gu will be provided by me. Just tell me the truth, this is my bottom line, don't force me anymore." Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but be moved. He sighed, "He Lulan is truly blessed to have a senior like you." Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Fang Yuan. She knew that even though Tai Bai Yunxing was Fang Yuan's senior brother, Fang Yuan was the leader. To save He Lulan, Fang Yuan had to make a move. Fang Yuan pondered for a while. He knew that even though he could still force her, he would lose their friendship. Earlier, when he took the initiative to give in, the atmosphere that was created with great difficulty would be destroyed. Strength Chi and Self Chi were good, but Fang Yuan had obtained several new Strength Path Immortal Gu. He did not need them as urgently as before. Chapter 774. What, you want Mountain Pledge Gu? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes, showing anger on her face. Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu was extremely important. It was Fairy Li Shan's main source of income. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's wealth is like killing their parents. This was a deep grudge. Not only that, Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu allowed Fairy Li Shan to form relationships with many people, allowing her to move freely between the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. Once Mountain Pledge Gu was lost, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would be gone. Fang Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It was a joke, don't mind it. He naturally knew the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This was mostly a test. He had not thought of the possibility of success. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Fang Yuan, your joke is not funny at all. I have several Immortal Gu here, you can choose from them as half of the reward. As for the other half, when Little Lan wakes up, she will hand it over to you. Fang Yuan was still thinking about that slavery Immortal Gu in He Lulan's possession. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's Immortal Gu, his eyes shined, changing his mind. This Immortal Gu is not bad, I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan chose an immortal goo and sighed internally, her heart filled with bitterness. She had just obtained this immortal goo not long ago. It was snatched away by Fang Yuan before she could even use it. This goo was called Time Luck. It was a luck path and time path immortal goo. It expended immortal essence and time to increase one's luck path. Fairy Li Shan was naturally unwilling. She tried to persuade him. Fang Yuan, if you really choose this goo, I have some good words to say to you. I obtained this time luck immortal goo from Qin Bai Sheng as a reward. If ordinary goo immortals use this goo, they would have to expend their lifespan. You are an immortal zombie, half dead. I am afraid you cannot use this goo. You might as well choose other immortal goo. So it is like that. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with interest. Goo path cultivation did not increase one's lifespan. In this world, the lifespan of ordinary people was about 100 years. If they exceeded the time limit, they would die of old age. A goo master's immortal ascension could not change this time limit. Only lifespan goo could increase lifespan without any repercussions. Other than that, things like zombie transformation, tree man, yin-yang life extension technique, possession technique, or sleeping all day to reduce energy consumption were all unorthodox methods to extend one's life. Thus, goo immortals valued their lives even more than goo masters. They valued their lifespan even more. Qin Bai Sheng's auction included almost all of the heroes and experts of Northern Plains goo immortal world. Even so, not a single lifespan goo was auctioned. Instead, in mortal goo masters' transactions, lifespan goo would occasionally be auctioned. This was easy to understand. After goo masters become immortals, they would naturally understand the difficulty of cultivation. It was not easy to become a goo immortal. They would definitely cherish this kind of high and mighty status in life. As a result, he cherished his life even more and would usually travel around the 5 regions. Unless it was an emergency, they would not enter the blessed lands to live. Because time passed very quickly in blessed lands and grotto heavens, goo immortals had limited lifespans. Living in blessed lands and grotto heavens consumed much more than in the 5 regions. Mortal goo masters did not know the preciousness of lifespan. They would even use some forbidden techniques that would damage their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. The higher the rank, the broader the goo master's outlook, the more they cherished their lives. They would use all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Generation Guyue or Century Boy. And this situation was even more severe for goo immortals. It was like comparing the rich to the poor. Normally speaking, the poor would focus on their career and neglect their health. The rich would cherish their lives even more. They would protect their health. In the end, it was not that the rich were nobler than the poor, but because of their different statuses, their thoughts and actions were different. Fairy Li Shan was naturally a goo immortal. Time luck immortal goo expended immortal essence and lifespan to obtain luck amplification. Thus, she definitely had a method to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with a burning gaze. She knew she could not hide it from him. She said helplessly, I won't hide it from you. I have a method that uses time luck immortal goo as the core to create an immortal killer move. It can extract other people's lifespan and expend it to increase one's own luck. Fang Yuan had been deeply scammed by luck path before, but he had also tasted the benefits of luck path. He immediately asked, I wonder if Fairy can sell this immortal killer move to me? Don't even think about it. Fairy Li Shan's reply was very straightforward. Fang Yuan had already expected it. He was not disappointed. Instead he laughed. In that case, I need this immortal goo even more. Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold. Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plan? I wouldn't dare. Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned solemn. His tone was filled with sincerity as he explained, even if Fairy does not have this killer move, I will still choose this immortal goo. The reason is simple. It is because I obtained a modified mortal goo recipe of Inch of Time in the auction. Since time luck immortal goo needs immortal essence and time to activate, maybe I can use Inch of Time to expend it. It will not affect my lifespan. So it's like that. Fairy Li Shan was stunned. She did not expect this to be the reason. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled, speaking for Fang Yuan. When we bought this goo recipe, we did not expect Fairy to have time luck immortal goo. Now it seems that the two can coincidentally work together. Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunxing was undoubtedly more qualified to speak. Because he was a time path goo immortal, time luck immortal goo and Inch of Time were both time path goo worms. Since he had a feeling that these two could work together, it was most likely true. Fairy Li Shan's expression calmed down, but her tone was still stiff. Even so, to think of a new immortal killer move on the basis of time luck immortal goo and Inch of Time, it will take a lot of time and effort. Why don't the two of you leave time luck immortal goo to me? I can use the immortal killer move to increase your luck. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Fang Yuan laughed, immediately saying, precisely because we have Fairy's immortal killer move, even if we cannot create a way to use time luck and inch of time together, we can still lend time luck immortal goo to you. At that time you can use this immortal killer move to increase our luck, it will be the same. Fairy Li Shan's expression froze, thinking, immortal goo are unique, time luck immortal goo is in your hands, you naturally hold the initiative. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The Great Snow Mountain Alliance has a time limit, whether or not it will be renewed is another matter. If we become enemies, why would time luck immortal goo be lent to me? Fairy Li Shan thought of this and suddenly understood. Wasn't the thing that she was worried about the same thing that Fang Yuan was worried about? With time luck immortal goo in her hands, she also had an immortal killer move, she would hold the initiative. If the alliance agreement lost its effect in the future, even if she could increase the luck of Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing, wouldn't she be able to decide the price she wanted? Fang Yuan, this lad, is really not easy to deal with. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, regretting taking out time luck immortal goo. Her plan was to use time luck immortal goo and this immortal killer move to create another profitable transaction. Increasing the luck of other goo immortals, this transaction would definitely be profitable. It was a pity that He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm. Fairy Li Shan needed his help. But she did not want the two-strength path immortal goo to end up in Fang Yuan's hands, thus she was in a passive situation. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a lot of friends, He Lulan's identity could not be exposed, she could only rely on Fang Yuan's help. Thus she was completely eaten by the latter. Fang Yuan saw this chance and extorted. This ruthless bite was at the crucial point, forcefully tearing out a large amount of flesh essence. Forget it. Just based on Fang Yuan's shrewdness, if not for time luck immortal goo, he might not even want the other goo worms. If he really wants the two-strength path immortal goo, what can I do? Do I have to watch little Lan remain trapped in the dream realm? In her immortal aperture, there was a trace of kinship and a large amount of green grape immortal essence left behind by her younger sister. Precisely so, little Lan could use immortal goo when she was immortal. However, when the dream realm became a disaster because of this kinship, it became even stronger. With the dense emotions, the dream realm was unbreakable, wrapping around little Lan tightly, she could not escape. As time passes, even her soul might dissipate. Fairy Li Shan sighed, it could be said that Fang Yuan was her only hope now. She was also a shrewd person, she schemed in her heart and did not reveal the secret that after Su Xian'er died, she left behind a trace of kinship to take care of He Lulan. She did not lie, she only concealed it. In the future, even if Fang Yuan could not wake up He Lulan because of the alliance agreement, he would have to find a new and reliable method. It could be said that regardless of success or failure, Fairy Li Shan had tied Fang Yuan to her side. At least in terms of rescuing He Lulan, both sides were on the same page. Thinking of this, even though Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, she could only accept it and let Fang Yuan take away time luck immortal goo. In this transaction, both sides obtained what they needed. Fang Yuan grabbed the chance and extorted 2 immortal goo. Coincidentally, this was a new arrangement, he had profited greatly. But he did not find out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In fact, even if Fang Yuan wanted the two-strength path immortal goo, it was not impossible. Unfortunately, Fairy Li Shan's acting was superb, Fang Yuan did not find out her bottom line. As for Fairy Li Shan, she had to pay 2 immortal goo to get out of the dream realm and save her life. Her life was naturally much more precious than immortal goo. Both sides immediately signed a new alliance agreement and completed this transaction. Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing immediately set off, returning to Hu immortal blessed land and quickly refining mini dream path mortal goo to form an immortal killer move to wake up He Lulan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Snowy Mountain's first branch peak. Over there, old ancestor Shui, who had already gathered most of the demonic path goo immortals and urged Fairy Li Shan several times. Chapter 775. When Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu immortal blessed land, in a certain battlefield in northern plains, a battle had already ended, the victor had been decided. More than 10 goo immortals surrounded the 2 people in the center. Qin Baixing landed on the ground, his back was bent, he supported his knees and did not kneel down. He was no longer as valiant and heroic as before. Even the battle intent he had at the start of the battle had dissipated, almost all of it had turned into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song? Qin Baixing raised his head and looked at Feng Jioge. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. His blood was not the normal red color, it was eerie green. When the eerie green blood came out of his mouth, it quickly condensed into balls, turning into jade beads that fell on the ground. These jade beads collided with the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The entire area of 100 li on the ground had turned into a jade field. The soil was originally very ordinary, but now it had turned into green jade. It was a single entity. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also turned into dead jade objects. A light wind blew, the sturdy jade poles swayed with the wind, the thin jade leaves shook with the wind. And on Qin Baixing's body, there was also a jade will. Not only did his clothes turn into hard jade clothes, half of his hair also turned into jade. Even most of his skin had been frozen into jade. The blood in his body was not flowing smoothly, the jade will that was tainted was being spat out by Qin Baixing. Thankfully, his organs were protected by a defensive immortal killer move, they blocked Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baixing's defeat in one move, the other Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. From time to time, they would look at Feng Jioge with unconcealable wariness in their gazes. Feng Jioge floated in the air looking down at Qin Baixing. His tone was full of praise. That's right, this is the Green Jade Song I created, it can turn all living things into jade. For you to be able to withstand it for a quarter of an hour is already very rare. Alright, you are a true man, it is too much of a pity for you to die like this, searching your soul is also disrespectful. How about this? I'll ask and you'll answer. You only need to answer truthfully. The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Jioge's words and felt surprised. This was the action plan that they had discussed earlier. They were not consistent. Lord Feng Jioge. Qin Baixing is an expert of the northern plains. Letting him go so easily is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. This person was able to withstand the Green Jade Song for 15 minutes. Another rogue cultivator. How about? Everyone chimed in. He hoped that Feng Jioge would kill Qin Baixing. On one hand, they were afraid of Qin Baixing's battle prowess. On the other hand, they coveted Qin Baixing's wealth. Qin Baixing was also one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the immortal materials that Fang Yuan obtained by selling all of the Gu immortal captives did not even amount to 1% of what he had. However, Feng Jioge waved his hand. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to say anything. Old Oracle, I will have to trouble you to use the killer move Gentleman's Bamboo. In the face of Feng Jioge's aggressiveness and stubbornness, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. The Jasper battlefield in front of him was the best deterrent. They were also the experts of the 10 great ancient sections. But now they found out that they could not even block one move from Feng Jioge. If they were to switch places with Qin Baixing, they might be even worse off. Feng Jioge's strength was so strong that it caused everyone present to lose their morale. Qin Baixing lost his battle intent, the Central Continent Gu immortals thought to themselves. No wonder Feng Jioge was known as the #1 person in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves, Green Jade Song was only one of them. Such battle strength was truly terrifying, even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, it would not be inferior. The young Wisdom Path Gu immortal that Feng Jioge called out was from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply and walked out of the crowd, arriving at the center of the battlefield. From his wide sleeves, he stretched out his fist and slowly spread his fingers. A colorless crystalline bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 immortal Gu Bamboo Gentleman as the core, along with 660 mortal Gu worms. It is specially used for interrogation and lie detection. Even though the core immortal Gu is rank 6, this killer move can detect rank 7 Gu immortals. Any higher and you will face rank 8 Gu immortals, but you will not be able to do so. Old Oracle introduced, he sounded humble on the surface, but he was warning Qin Baixing not to play any tricks. Qin Baixing's expression was extremely ugly, he naturally understood the meaning behind Old Oracle's words. Defeated in one move, Feng Jioge, you are truly amazing. I am inferior to you, I lost the bet, you can ask me anything. But you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baixing said. You. The Central Continent Gu immortals were unhappy, they frowned and emitted killing intent. Feng Jioge smiled, No matter, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly, I don't have time to waste with you. Qin Baixing spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, recovering some of his vigor. First question, who sold delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace immortal goo? Qin Baixing was stunned, Fang Yuan's figure flashed in front of his eyes, he felt bitter and resentful. Xiaohuang, oh Xiaohuang, so it was you who harmed me. The moment this thought flashed in his mind, Qin Baixing immediately said, this seller is called Xiaohuang, he is an immortal zombie. Xiaohuang, immortal zombie. Feng Jioge muttered, continue. Qin Baixing continued, I have not known this person for long, the reason is that I used rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo and found that this person's luck was not ordinary, thus I purposely befriended him. This person's origin is mysterious, he seems to have a backer. In this auction he sold 13 goo immortal captives alone. Among them was a rank 7 goo immortal rushing thunder hand Wu Hao. Furthermore he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. This is all I know. The moment he said this, Qin Baixing's body shook intensely, his skin burst open, blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Baixing growled in pain, he quickly focused his mind and activated healing immortal goo. After more than 10 breaths of time, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was unbearable, his body was still trembling slightly. This was because he had signed an alliance agreement earlier. Now that he leaked the information, he went against the alliance agreement. He suffered an intense backlash, his life was in danger. Feng Jioge looked at Qin Baixing before turning to Old Oracle. Old Oracle was holding a crystal colorless tender bamboo. It swayed with the wind, without any signs of changing color. This proved that Qin Baixing's words were all true. Thus Feng Jioge asked, second question regarding the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower. Tell me everything you know. Qin Baixing heard this and his expression became even more grim. An hour later the Central Continent Immortals looked at Qin Baixing, who had already shrunk into a black dot in the sky. A figure that was about to leave their vision. One of them said unwillingly, Lord Feng Jioge, are you really going to let him go? After all, he has a lot of immortal goo. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Jioge shook his head, it is not that I am unwilling to make a move. But I found out that this person has a soul explosion method, just the aura that he exudes is terrifying. If we force him, he will drag a few of you down with him. This is inevitable. At that time, our plan to gather information will fail completely. So it is like this. The Goo Immortals were shocked and uncertain. Feng Jioge said with deep meaning, just look at this colorless tender bamboo, you will know that I am not lying. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled awkwardly as he retracted the immortal killer move in his hand. He changed the topic. It is all thanks to Lord Feng Jioge, now that we have these clues, we will be able to deduce the true culprit. Feng Jioge nodded. Next we will split into 2 groups, one group will protect Old Oracle, let him deduce in peace. The other group will follow me to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Check if there is news of Xiaohuang. If Xiaohuang is a member of Zombie Alliance, we will capture him. That would be for the best. The Central Continent Goo Immortals listened to him, they split into 2 groups and retreated. About a quarter of an hour later, several blurry figures landed on the ground. This place, how can it be? Looking at the green jade land, He Lang Zi could still feel the remnant power of the killer move, wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Baixing was ambushed, they have already fought. He Cheng was experienced, seeing this, his expression sank. Fairy Jianghu quickly took out an investigative goo worm. After inspecting it, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, although both sides fought intensely, Qin Baixing was not captured, he escaped and went that way. Fairy Jianghu's investigative method made He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest gasp in amazement. When the Central Continent Goo Immortals left, they used their methods to erase their traces. But under Fairy Jianghu's manipulation, more than 10 Goo Immortal auras appeared in the area. These auras were of different colors, some were big, some were small. Among them, the aura left behind by Feng Jioge was extremely huge, far surpassing the others. More than 10 Goo Immortals attacked, Qin Baixing actually escaped? Shuesong Zi was surprised. There are only 5 of us, how can we trap Qin Baixing? Don't worry, I have my methods. The mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal spoke, his voice was hoarse and deep. Fairy Jianghu stored the goo worms in her hands, showing an anxious expression. Go, he is in that direction, let's chase after him. Langya blessed land. Such a huge piece of thorny gold. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of reincarnation water. This is actually a jadewood egg, gasp, so many of them. Fang Yuan, you are crafty and cunning, you really did not disappoint me. Land Spirit of Langya buried his head into the mountain of immortal materials. His expression was joyful but also painful. The immortal materials in front of him were not only large in quantity but also of good quality. The Land Spirit was very satisfied. But when he thought of the 60-40 split that he had negotiated with Fang Yuan earlier, he felt very uncomfortable. Those 13 Gu immortal captives were all captured alive by Land Spirit of Langya. But in the end, Fang Yuan got the lion's share. No one would feel good about this. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible. Fang Yuan said. Land Spirit of Langya stared with wide eyes. He was not happy, instead he showed intense vigilance. Rascal, what are you up to now? He was truly afraid of being tricked by Fang Yuan. Your blessed land has a large number of hairy men, they are raised well, almost all of them are experts in Gu refinement, my batch cannot compare to them. I have many mortal Gu that I want to refine, help me refine Gu and I will pay immortal materials as compensation. Don't be afraid, this is a fair transaction. Fang Yuan said warmly. Chapter 776. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A crystal mountain stood at the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu, Danghun Mountain. Right now, Fang Yuan was floating above Danghun Mountain in his original form. He was 10 meters tall, with a green face and sharp fangs. He had a stocky build and 8 monstrous arms. But compared to Danghun Mountain, he was as small as an ant. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He stared at Danghun Mountain. He suddenly shouted, "Pulling Mountain." At the next moment, a formless power burst out of his body, rapidly moving towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan spread out his 8 arms in a hugging posture, as if he was hugging a huge object. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength as if he was lifting something heavy. Rumble. At first, this sound was only a slight sound. But in the blink of an eye, the sound became louder and louder. The entire world started to shake. The source of the sound was Danghun Mountain. Under Fang Yuan's control, this crystal mountain started to rise, leaving the ground. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and persevered, the muscles on his 8 arms bulging up like thick rocks. Not just his arms, all the muscles in his body were mobilized. Creaking sounds came from his body. This was the sound of his bones being overwhelmed. Under his efforts, Danghun Mountain rose higher, gradually leaving the ground, reaching a height of 5 to 6 inches. At the side, Hu Immortal Land Spirit's mouth was slightly agape. She had an expression of shock. Rise again. Fang Yuan wanted to experiment to reach this step. He still did not stop. His body started to shine with rays of light. These lines were all over his body, they were not close together. They looked very sparse. The rays of light became brighter. At the same time, Fang Yuan's speed of raising Danghun Mountain also became faster. At first, the mountain was only rising inch by inch, but now it was rising inch by inch into the sky. Fang Yuan activated Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain. He also took some time to inspect his body. These bright rays of light on his body were Strength Path Dao marks. Strength Path Dao marks were scattered all over his body, they were disorderly. Some were intertwined and gathered together, some were independent, occupying certain parts of his skin. I will activate the Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain with all my strength. The Strength Path Dao marks on his body resonated with the Immortal Gu. The power of the Immortal Gu did not change. But when I activate it now, I can use nearly 20% more power. Fang Yuan persisted for a while until cracks appeared all over his body. Danghun Mountain rose to a height of 200 to 300 feet. Only then did he slowly put down Danghun Mountain. The huge and heavy mountain fell to the ground, emitting a muffled thunder-like hum, raising billowing smoke and dust. Fang Yuan panted heavily. His entire body was sore and his muscles were injured. A few breaths later. In front of the powerful regenerative ability of an immortal zombie body, no matter if it was injuries to the bones or muscles, they were all quickly healed. Fang Yuan's aura gradually stabilized, but he was still hovering in the air. He slowly closed his eyes and carefully recalled the feeling he had just experienced. Before using the Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Mountain, Fang Yuan had already made all sorts of deductions. Now that he was using it, he had a deeper understanding of it. As the saying goes, true knowledge comes from practice. Ever since I became a Strength Path Gu Immortal, my Strength Path Dao marks have not increased. Thus, when I use my full strength, under the resonance of the strength path Tao marks, I can only increase my power by nearly 20%. Using pulling mountain immortal goo will continuously expend immortal essence. During this period of time, I have already spent 3 beads of green grape immortal essence. The immortal essence expenditure seems huge, but considering that the target is Danghun Mountain, the expenditure is not much. Danghun Mountain was a mystical land that could produce Guts goo. It was unique in the entire 9 heavens and 5 regions. Even Snowy Mountain could not compare to such an important and precious land. Based on this, Fang Yuan guessed that if he were to uproot other ordinary mountains, it would be much easier than Danghun Mountain. What a great pulling mountain. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and praised softly, feeling very satisfied. After all, any mountain could not be easily uprooted or moved. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Casually uprooting them would destroy them if the roots were broken. According to Qi past description, the entire world was made up of heaven and earth Qi. The 2 Qi converged and fluctuated endlessly, forming all sorts of natural sceneries. For example, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were formed from abundant heaven Qi mixed with earth Qi. As for mountain peaks and hills, they were formed from the accumulation of earth Qi, mixed with some heaven Qi. It was always easier to destroy than to build. Mountains were easy to destroy but not easy to move. The mountain roots were connected to the earth, and the earth Qi intertwined. Like the foundation of a tall building, if one forcefully uprooted it, the earth Qi would be cut and the mountain would be destroyed. But Pulling Mountain had a mystical ability, it could directly cut off the earth Qi and not damage the mountain. After falling down, it could connect with the earth Qi. This was not something ordinary methods could achieve. Pulling mountain, pulling water. Next I will try the strength path immortal goo. Fang Yuan left Danghun Mountain, and with little Hu Immortal's help, he instantly arrived at the eastern side of the blessed land, floating in front of the lake. On the eastern side of Hu Immortal blessed land, there were lakes of all sizes. In the past, Fang Yuan connected the east and north, using water to extinguish the fire. During this period, countless rockmen were sacrificed. Right now there were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, many air bubble fishes and a few water wolf groups living in the lake. Above the lake there was a continuous stretch of dark clouds. Above the dark clouds, there were large numbers of star fragment grass, forming a grassland in the sky. In the grassland, groups of starlight fireflies were flying everywhere. Among the ordinary fireflies, there was a high proportion of starlight firefly goo. Thus, on the eastern side of Hu Immortal blessed land, although the dark clouds were dense, the stars were shining brightly. In the sky, there was a star cloud grassland, while on the ground, there were lakes of all sizes, sparkling and reflecting the light of the stars. Fang Yuan came to the sky above the largest lake, and activated pulling water immortal goo. Similarly, a formless force entered the lake. Fang Yuan slowly raised his hands, and with a splash, a large amount of lake water was pulled up. Compared to pulling Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan's extraction of the lake water here was as easy as picking up a piece of white paper. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The lake's shape was still the same as before. It did not change. Large numbers of fishes, prawns, eels, and turtles were swimming freely inside. But they could not swim out of the periphery. A formless force replaced the shore. The package held up the lake water. Under the suspended lake water, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up, not even a trace of water was left. The riverbed was exposed, large numbers of water plants were piled up together, there were also rocks, shells, and so on. Fang Yuan's 10 fingers moved, the formless force changed. The huge lake water. Like soft mud, Fang Yuan kneaded it as he pleased. Sometimes it looked like a long dough. Sometimes it looked like a sphere, sometimes it looked like a hexahedron. After changing for a while, Fang Yuan's 10 fingers stopped, thoughts moving in his mind. The lake water was shaking. It moved in all sorts of strange shapes. Sometimes it looked like a deer running, sometimes it looked like clouds moving. But no matter how it changed, the fishes and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to fall out. Fun. Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, her eyes were shining brightly as she laughed happily. Tai Bai Yunxing was also watching from the side, and when he saw this he could not help but sigh. Moving mountains and seas, truly the aura of an immortal. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved again. The huge amount of lake water slowly fell back into the lake. Fang Yuan retracted the formless force and stopped pulling water immortal goo. This lake water had returned to its original appearance, but the water surface was surging, not ceasing for a long time. These two strength path immortal Gu are both skillful strength. One targets the mountains, the other targets the waves. With a move of benevolence, it can move clouds and summon rain, moving mountains and opening a path. With a move of malevolence, the mountains overturn and huge waves rise to the sky. Fang Yuan praised in his heart. This was the battle strength of a Gu immortal. Against mortal Gu masters they could directly crush them like ants. With these two Gu my battle strength rose sharply. But to fuse them into the immortal killer move myriad self is not a simple matter. It will definitely take a lot of time and effort. It is not like self-strength and strength chi immortal Gu, which can directly fuse with myriad self. Because the concept of myriad self is the same as the latter two. Designing a killer move was not simple. Thunderpath Gu immortal vicious lightning fiend had gone into closed cultivation for many years before he created lightning deity from blood deity's immortal Gu recipe. He Lulan already had the mortal killer move self-strength phantom. With such a foundation, it would be difficult to modify it into an immortal killer move. She had been working hard but had no results. In Fang Yuan's previous life when he created blood path killer moves, which one of them did not take a lot of time and effort? As for how to fuse these two strength path immortal Gu into myriad self, Fang Yuan still had no idea. But he was not worried, he was even full of confidence. A part of his confidence came from his strength path attainment level. More importantly, it was because Fang Yuan had incomparable confidence in rank 9 wisdom Gu. Bathed in the light of wisdom, one could have unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool for deducing Gu recipes, immortal Gu recipes, mortal killer moves, and other things. Looking back at this auction, Fang Yuan lost worldly wave trace, rising azure cloud, and delight in water and mountain, while he obtained iron crown eagle strength Gu, pulling mountain, pulling water, eat strength, and unravel mystery. They were all good Gu, the key was whether they were suitable for him. During this period, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose by a large amount. Junior brother, you have gained a lot from this auction. When he completely digests them, your battle strength will rise by several times. Tai Bai Yunxing flew over with a joyful expression, congratulating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. That's right, I have the desolate beast bat corpse now, I can add a third pair of bat wings. Eat strength immortal Gu and iron crown eagle strength Gu can be used to increase my strength path Dao marks. The more Dao marks I have, the more powerful my strength path immortal Gu will be. I also need to refine inch of time, memory thought Gu, malicious thought Gu, and others in large quantities. Combining the complete unfamiliar face and incomplete vaguely familiar face, I can think of a brand new disguise method. All sorts of matters and aspects need to be carried out. In the following days, Fang Yuan would definitely be extremely busy, he would not be able to leave. But this was a good sign. The auction was a great opportunity, Fang Yuan grasped it tightly and made full use of it, he was able to open up a lot of opportunities in all aspects. Tai Bai Yunxing reminded, don't forget the alliance agreement you signed with Fairy Li Shan. The most important thing is to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu and combine them into an immortal killer move to save He Lulan. I understand this, go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but smile. These last days Shark Demon has been urging me several times. Junior brother, if anything happens inform me, I will rush back immediately. Fang Yuan frowned, be careful. We exposed many things in the auction, Ma and Zhao are also exposed, this is not good for us. Chapter 777. Light rain fell and Qingmao Mountain looked even more verdant in the rain. Fang Yuan sat quietly in the room, facing his brother Fangzhen. Brother, why are you still so stubborn? All these years, uncle and aunt have raised us painstakingly, but you actually reported them to the clan's elder council. This is simply ungrateful. Fang Zheng stood in front of Fang Yuan with his head held high and chest puffed out, reprimanding him righteously. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, his gaze was like ice as he looked around, thinking, this dream realm is very realistic. Next he inspected his body, and saw that in his rank 3 aperture, there were liquor worm, all-out effort Gu and so on. Fang Yuan's heart settled, thinking, this cultivation is equivalent to when I was in 3 Kings' blessed land. At this time, Fang Jing shouted agitatedly, there is still some time before the elder council starts the trial, brother, you can still withdraw your case now. If you really report it, your reputation will be ruined. The surrounding people will look down on you, and I will not acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Fang Yuan chuckled, standing up and walking towards Fang Zheng. Fangjing took a step back. "Brother, what are you trying to do?" Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of disgust in his heart. This is the dream realm's confusion barrier. Fang Yuan was aware of this, but he endured the disgust in his heart, walking past Fangjing and towards the door. "Brother?" Fangjing suddenly turned around, grabbing Fang Yuan's arm. Fang Yuan was unable to move forward. He turned around and looked at his brother, the disgust in his heart becoming even more intense. He had an urge to slap Fangjing's face and then walk away. But Fang Yuan became calmer. He lightly grabbed Fangjing's arm, slowly exerting force trying to get rid of him. But immediately, Fangjing grabbed Fang Yuan with his other hand. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, but a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. He lifted his leg and kicked Fangjing to the ground. Fangjing was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Only then did Fang Yuan regain his freedom. He turned around and strode away. He walked out of the main gate. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He arrived at the meeting hall of the Guiyue clan. The elders sat on the two sides of the table. The patriarch sat on the high seat in the middle. He looked down at Fang Yuan and Fangjing. Fang Yuan examined himself and realized that he was kneeling on the ground. Beside him, Fangjing was also kneeling. Fang Yuan's mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew that he had just kicked Fangjing. Emotions surged in his heart. It made the dreamland bewildering barrier even stronger. In the first scene earlier there was only one small room and two people. Right now the meeting hall here was even more spacious than the small room. And there were close to 10 people, but their faces were blurry, only Fangjing's face was clear. Fang Yuan's gaze moved around. He only stared at the patriarch for a bit longer before the patriarch's face started to become clearer. Fang Yuan quickly turned his gaze away. He stopped looking. The more he looked, the more memories he had. The dream realm became even more lifelike. The more worrying thing was that it would affect his emotions. Once he fell in love, he would fall into the dreamland bewildering barrier. Fang Yuan did not have the help of a dream path immortal goo. Once he fell into the bewildering barrier, it would be hard for him to escape. Where are the goo refinement materials in this dream? Don't tell me they are not in the second scene but deeper? Fang Yuan searched with his gaze but couldn't find anything. Just as he was pondering, the patriarch spoke. Next, an elder came out and announced to everyone that Fang Yuan was suing uncle and aunt for embezzling his parents' inheritance. As a witness, Fangjing spoke up for his uncle and aunt. Fang Yuan listened to everything. He felt more disgust in his heart. There was even a trace of anger hidden within. The elders in the hall spoke one after another. Their words were biased towards Fangjing's side. They did not like Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan was in a dangerous situation, but his heart was still as calm as ice. He carefully pondered the emotions in his heart, but he snorted in disdain. Summon the defendant's side. At this time the patriarch suddenly spoke. Uncle and aunt appeared. They had expressions of righteous indignation. The moment they spoke, they criticized Fang Yuan, announcing his unfilial attitude. This was purely a false accusation. There was no truth to it, but all the elders believed it. They sneered at Fang Yuan. I will give you one last chance. Do you have anything to say now? At the end, the patriarch spoke, asking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. This was a trap in the dream realm. If he really spoke and stirred up the emotions in his heart, he would fall into a dangerous situation. Thus he shook his head, not saying a word. The patriarch's expression changed. He sneered and pointed at him. You are indeed in the wrong. There is no way to refute this. I will now announce that the 9-leaf vitality grass goo is given to your uncle and aunt. The 9-leaf vitality grass was lifelike. The patriarch took it out of his aperture and handed it to uncle and aunt on the spot. Fangjing kowtowed repeatedly, thanking. Thank you, Lord Patriarch. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your judgment, returning my uncle and aunt's innocence. Fang Yuan felt indignation rising in his heart, but he held it in. His gaze was bright, staring at the 9-leaf vitality grass. The goo refinement material in the dream appeared. It was this 9-leaf vitality grass. Truly sinister. When it fell on the most important thing, it was to try every possible way to arouse my emotions. The more my mind is focused on this dream material, the more my emotions will be stirred up, and I will fall into the dream realm's maze. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence and poured it into several goo worms. Several strength path phantoms burst out, sending uncle and aunt flying. He moved like a rabbit, snatching the 9-leaf vitality grass, and without any hesitation, he rushed out of the door. Scoundrel! The patriarch laughed from extreme anger, chasing after him. He dares to go against his superiors, such audacity, he deserves death. The clan elders roared, following behind the clan leader as they chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stepped out of the door when the scene in front of him changed drastically. He was in a cave, the surrounding stone walls were deathly white like bones, making Fang Yuan recall Baigu Mountain in southern border. Because of Grey Bone Scholar's inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing cooperated and escaped Baigu Mountain, escaping from Bai clan's pursuit. This experience left a deep impression on him, engraved in the depths of his heart. At this moment, with a thought, the surrounding cave became even clearer. It even changed, becoming exactly the same as the white bone cave that he had experienced before. Fang Yuan was vigilant, quickly stopping his memories. At this time, Patriarch Guiyue brought close to 10 elders and appeared in Fang Yuan's vision, chasing after him. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Once he died in the dream realm, it would be harmful to his soul. There were even some who died from their dreams. In his previous life, countless Gu masters were sucked into the maze of the dream realm when exploring the dream realm, eventually losing their lives. According to Fang Yuan's current soul foundation, death was impossible, but his soul would definitely be heavily injured. Fang Yuan was not afraid of soul injuries, because he was the only Getz Gu seller in the world. But if he left the dream realm after getting injured, the dream material he had painstakingly found would vanish. Fang Yuan did not wish for all his previous efforts to go to waste. Fang Yuan retreated while inspecting the 9-leaf vitality grass goo in his arms. The grass goo was vivid and lifelike. Fang Yuan's mind was constantly sensing it, constantly reminding him that this was an excellent material for refining dream goo. Fang Yuan turned left and right, escaping into a small and exquisite cave. He immediately threw down several goo worms as a warning, sitting cross-legged on the ground, refining goo according to the goo recipe in his memory. Halfway through the refinement, Fang Yuan was discovered by the pursuers, blocking the only entrance. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, activating several strength path beast phantoms to forcefully break out of the encirclement. In the intense battle, he forcibly restrained his emotions, only forcing them to retreat, not killing them. A moment later he found a second cave and entered the cave to refine goo again. This time the goo refinement time was even shorter, he only completed 30% before being discovered by Fang Jing. "He is here," Fang Jing shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, sending Fang Jing flying with a kick. At this time, an elder had already rushed over, attacking Fang Yuan's back. Every time he was injured in the dream, it was a heavy blow to his soul. Fang Yuan was in danger, he quickly turned around and burst out with several strength path beast phantoms, turning the elder who attacked him into minced meat. "Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death." Before dying, this elder shouted and cursed. The blurred face suddenly became clear, turning into the academy elder's appearance. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. At the critical moment earlier, he was distracted, his suppression of his emotions weakened, causing him to enter the dream even deeper. This was also the reason why he held back and did not kill the pursuers. The scenes in the dream were endless, it could be said to be endless. Even if Fang Yuan killed the pursuers, other pursuers would appear. Even if they were not pursuers, there would be different kinds of interference. Moreover, in a life and death battle he had to be fully focused, his emotions would leak out easily. Dream realms were created to draw out the dreamer's emotions, causing them to be unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Eventually, they would be immersed in the dream realm, unable to escape. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience. Even though his dream path attainment was pitiful, it was enough for him to face this dream realm. After getting rid of the pursuers, Fang Yuan came to a hall. It was the same as the scene of bone-flesh unity goo in his memories. Here, Fang Yuan finally refined a dream path goo worm. The pursuers arrived. Fang Yuan laughed, muttering to himself, "Time to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of him turned black. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the darkness faded, revealing the scene of Danghun Palace. It was the same as before he entered the dream. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his hands were clenched, he was still in the same position as in the dream. In the dream he was holding the newly refined Dream Path Mortal Goo. Now that he returned to reality, this Dream Path Mortal Goo was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan was not flustered, he looked into his mind. Only to see that in his mind, a Dream Path Mortal Goo was floating, all sorts of thoughts were dissipating like bubbles. The first Dream Path Mortal Goo is finally done. Fang Yuan smiled in relief. Chapter 778. Scoundrel, where are you going? Dragon Commander Yi Cha led the three immortal zombies, flying in the sky. They were fast like 4 bolts of lightning. The one chasing them was none other than Feng Jioge. He disguised himself as an immortal zombie and tried to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but at the crucial moment he was obstructed by the Dao-marked door of the discussion hall. Thus, the secret of him not being a Northern Plains Gu immortal was exposed, but one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, personally chased after him. Suddenly, Feng Jioge stopped. He turned around and looked at the 4 immortal zombies, smiling lightly. Are you having a hard time chasing me? Why don't you stop and let me ask you a few questions? If you answer truthfully, I will spare your lives. What? The immortal zombies were furious. Scoundrel, you can't escape. You actually dare to play tricks in front of me? A muscular immortal zombie said angrily. Be careful, it might be a trap. A female immortal zombie activated her investigative method, scanning the surroundings. Almost at the next moment, the female immortal zombie's face turned pale as paper. She cried out in shock. 3 Central Continent Gu immortals appeared. Together with Feng Jioge, they formed an encirclement, perfectly surrounding the pursuing immortal zombie in the center. Feng Jioge chuckled lightly, removing his disguise and returning to his original appearance. The aura of a rank 7 Gu immortal was completely exposed. The immortal zombies were restless. Rank 7 Gu immortal. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was grim. He immediately raised the morale. So what if it is an ambush? You have 4, I have 4, both sides have the same number of people. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal, so am I. Don't think that immortal zombies are weak, it is just that we do not want to fight for no reason. You Outer Region Gu immortals are truly daring. You want to target our Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? That's right. Don't think I am afraid of you. Let's fight then. Everyone, you are provoking our zombie alliance. Have you thought of the consequences? The immortal zombies spoke. Their morale was set. Feng Jioge clapped as he smiled. By now, your request for reinforcements has probably been sent to Dark Flow Giant City through the Blessed Land, right? That was true. The 3 immortal zombies' expressions changed slightly. Even Dragon Commander Yi Cha's gaze flickered. The immortal zombie was in an awkward situation. If he could avoid a battle, he would think of ways to do so. This place was not very far from Dark Flow Giant City. Thus, the moment the Central Continent Gu immortals appeared, the 4 immortal zombies transmitted the information at the same time. This was not because they were afraid of death. Why not make use of the reinforcements that could be used? The more people they had, the greater the advantage they had. Even if they fought fiercely, they would suffer fewer losses. The more they would benefit from the battle, the more they would benefit from it. Gu immortals were all astute people. Even if he was a battle maniac, he wouldn't fight brainlessly. If that was the case, even if he became a Gu immortal, he would not live long. Feng Jioge observed his expression and suddenly cupped his fists, praising, Your alliance's Dao-mark gate is really powerful. I admire it very much. Although he had heard rumors about this before. But he still wanted to try out his own methods. However, the Dao-mark gate is only a relic of the predecessors. Since we have already appeared, we naturally have confidence. We can take all of your lives before the reinforcements arrive. I'm sure everyone has already sensed that this place looks normal, but it is a battlefield killer move that isolates the inside from the outside. I'm afraid everyone's information cannot be transmitted back. The 4 immortal zombies. Their expressions changed again. Feng Jioge sighed. His tone was soft and gentle. He revealed a sincere and convincing tone. I have my own soul-searching methods, but I have no intention of killing. If you can cooperate. If you speak the truth, I will let you leave safely. Shameless boasting. Let's test each other's methods first. Dragon Commander Yi Cha quickly interrupted Feng Jioge. If he continued, the morale that he had raised with much difficulty would dissipate. Other immortal zombies could submit, but Dragon Commander Yi Cha had a high status. He had reservations. If he did not fight, if he admitted defeat, his reputation would be ruined. How could he convince the masses in the future? How could he remain as one of the 3 lords of Dark Flow Giant City? Dragon Commander Yi Cha charged forward first, followed by the other 3 immortal zombies. They split up and formed a simple formation. Feng Jioge's smile did not diminish. He lightly retreated. The opponents were too weak. He did not need to fight. On the left and right, 2 Central Continent Gu immortals laughed loudly, pincer attacking. It was an intense battle, 2 against 4. From the start, the Central Continent Gu immortals had the upper hand. Their advantage continued to expand. Even though Dragon Commander Yi Cha roared and retaliated, trying to salvage the situation. But from start to finish, the two Central Continent Gu immortals did not lose control of the situation. After fighting for 15 minutes, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's expression was ashen. He stopped. The other three immortal zombies also had low morale, they had fearful expressions. What questions do you have? As long as they do not go against the core benefits of Zombie Alliance, ask away. Dragon Commander Yi Cha said coldly. A wise man submits to circumstances. It is good that you are so magnanimous. Feng Jiuge's smile deepened. He asked directly, I need to know about Sha Huang immortal zombie. Sha Huang? Dragon Commander Yi Cha was stunned. That immortal zombie who just joined. The female immortal zombie behind him said. Feng Jiuge's eyes flashed with joy. He said sincerely, I would like to hear the details. Almost at the same time, another intense battle also ended. Huff huff huff. Fairy Jianghu and the rest were all injured. They breathed roughly. They were in a pathetic state. I was captured by you today because I was not skilled enough. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But if you want my immortal goo and immortal materials, you can forget about it. Qin Baisheng, who had failed to break out of the encirclement, was covered in blood. He had a tragic aura. Fairy Jianghu shook her head, smiling bitterly. Lord Vice Envoy, we do not dare to take your life. I have already said it before, you are our leader. Qin Baisheng's expression was cold. He was still vigilant. Nonsense. To get my immortal goo and immortal materials, you made up such a clumsy excuse. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Lord Vice Envoy, you are a member of Shadow Sect. The reason why you cannot remember secrets is because your soul was modified. Fairy Jianghu explained patiently. Bullshit. Qin Baisheng shouted angrily without hesitation. Since something was done to my soul. As the main body, why can't I sense any traces of it? Next time I will make up a more believable lie. Fairy Jianghu's smile became even more bitter. The black-robed Gu immortal said, Lord Vice Envoy, think about it from another perspective. We are not stupid. Of all the excuses you have to use this one? There are no traces of modification in the soul, that is because we used the supreme method of our sect. Even a rank 9 Gu immortal might not be able to find any clues. But there is a problem, it is too perfect, the user will not be able to sense it. After a long time, the user will become a completely different person. Milord, this plan was originally designed and implemented by you, Milord. I have tried to persuade Lord that this method is very dangerous. Lord Envoy back then was a good example. Unfortunately, Lord insisted on it. It is said that to deceive the enemy, one has to deceive oneself first. This soul path immortal goo contains Lord's missing soul. As long as Lord fuses it into your body, you will understand the cause and effect. Fairy Jianghu said as she took out a soul path immortal goo. Qin Baisheng looked at this immortal goo silent. Fairy Jianghu continued, actually Lord Vice Envoy must have seen it. In the intense battle earlier, we did not use any killing intent. Even when we were heavily injured by you, we did not use any killing intent. I will return this immortal goo to you, feel free to inspect it. The soul path immortal goo flew out. It slowly landed in front of Qin Baisheng. You really gave it to me. Shuesong Zi, who was at the side, watched in shock. He Cheng was expressionless, he healed his injuries as he observed. Qin Baisheng was very vigilant, he used all sorts of methods to inspect it, confirming that the immortal goo had no problems. Then he took it and carefully inspected it with his consciousness. Soon after, he found that this immortal goo had a lump of soul inside. And this lump of soul was vaguely related to him. There was an extremely close connection between them. Qin Baisheng's gaze hesitated for a moment before he suddenly snickered. He pinched his finger and crushed the immortal goo. Scoundrel! This method is the true trump card, right? Even though I considered myself to be knowledgeable, I couldn't see any flaws in it. But if you want to lure me into a trap, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will still fail miserably. This Shuesong Zi cried out, his heart aching. This was an immortal goo, but it was crushed just like that. He Cheng was also slightly shocked. He could not help but feel a trace of admiration towards Qin Baisheng's actions. This was an action that could only be done with absolute confidence. Even when Qin Baisheng was in a desperate situation, his confidence in himself had never wavered. He Cheng could not help but ask himself, if it was him facing such words from the enemy, what would he do? Lord Vice Envoy. The black-robed Gu immortal cried out in shock. He was at a loss. What do we do now? No worries. Fairy Jianghu's lips curled up. As expected, only Lord Vice Envoy understands himself the most. If this were any other place, the immortal goo would be crushed and the soul would vanish. But fortunately we went through a lot of trouble to bring you here. What is this place? Qin Baixing shouted. The surroundings were covered in fog as Fairy Jianghu waved her sleeves. Strong winds blew as the fog dispersed, revealing the stone walls. Qin Baixing, Hei Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest discovered that they were in a valley. Luopa Valley? Qin Baixing took a few glances, his mind shaking. As expected of Lord Vice Envoy. Fairy Jianghu waved her sleeves again. Countless goo worms flew out of the valley, using a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm goo as the foundation, forming a super goo formation. The goo formation activated with great power. Helang Zi, Hei Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest were shocked. Whoosh! Ah! Qin Baixing screamed. The flute music lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before stopping. Dozens of goo worms, including many immortal goo, flew out of the valley, entering Qin Baixing's immortal aperture like swallows returning to their nest. Qin Baixing had recovered his strength. Finally, I'm back. Qin Baixing looked at his hands, his voice was deep and his gaze was cold. This subordinate pays his respects to Lord Deputy Envoy and welcomes your safe return. Fairy Jianghu and the black-robed goo immortal knelt on the ground. Hei Cheng and Shuesong Zi bowed slightly. As for Helang Zi, he was still arrogant and unruly. He crossed his arms and watched coldly. Qin Baixing recalled everything. He snorted coldly. Feng Jioga? I will remember this. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Jianghu, did you only find these people? With just these people we cannot take down Langya blessed land. Was my fault. Fairy Jianghu quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Hei Cheng and Shuesong Zi's expressions changed slightly. Helang Zi opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth as he roared, Qin Baixing, it's fine if you act mysterious, but you dare to look down on me? Chapter 779. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, Helang Zi was like a pile of meat paste, lying at the center of the pit. He struggled, trying to get up, but his body felt like it was being pressed down by a formless mountain. He could not move at all. Helang Zi's eyes were bloodshot, his expression was distorted as he screamed. Qin Baixing's hands were hanging down. He stood at the edge of the pit expressionlessly, looking at the struggling Helang Zi. One move, just one move, and Helang Zi could not retaliate. Shuesong Zi's eyes were filled with shock. Hei Cheng squinted, concealing the intense emotions in his heart as he thought rapidly, what immortal killer move is this? With just one use, Helang Zi could not even use a single killer move. Helang Zi could not move, but he showed no signs of being pressured. This should be a soul path killer move. As for Fairy Jianghu, she was not surprised at all. As for the mysterious black-robed goo immortal, his entire face was covered in a hood, his expression could not be seen. If you have the guts, make me use my killer move. Attacking me first, what kind of skill is that? I'm not convinced. Helang Zi gritted his teeth. He laid in the pit, looking up at Qin Baixing, speaking with much difficulty and anger. Qin Baixing snorted in disdain, looking down at Helang Zi as his lips curled up. Attacking first is the advantage as a demonic path goo immortal? You don't understand this? It seems that I overestimated you. True. Like, when? In a battle of literature, who cares if you are convinced or not? As long as you win, it is skill. Saying so, Qin Baixing paused, his tone was cold as ice. Right now I am the knife, you are the meat. You are at my mercy. You have to submit to me whether you want to or not. I will give you 3 breaths of time to submit to me. Otherwise I will kill you on the spot. Helang Zi did not hesitate. I submit. Qin Baixing laughed heartily, releasing the restriction. Helang Zi felt his body relax. He laughed sinisterly as he used his immortal killer move. At once, a piercing light burst out. The light came and went quickly, it dissipated quickly. A ferocious giant wolf appeared in the huge pit. The giant wolf opened its bloody mouth and immediately pounced towards Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing stood at the edge of the pit, his tiny figure in stark contrast to the giant wolf. The giant wolf's attack had yet to arrive. It had already set off a huge gust of wind. The intense winds caused the goo immortal's robes to flutter loudly. Helang Zi transformed into a giant wolf and attacked furiously. His aura was vast and mighty. Shuesong Zi and Hei Cheng quickly retreated to avoid being implicated. Qin Baixing's position was the closest, seeing the giant wolf charging towards him. However, he did not move at all. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that He Lang Zi's attack did not surprise him. Boom. Another loud boom resounded in everyone's ears. The giant wolf whimpered and suddenly fell from the sky. Its four paws were on the ground, and a huge pressure was pressing down on its body. He Lang Zi was the same as before, once again unable to move. Within the huge eyes of the wolf, he looked at Qin Bai Sheng and yelled, "This move again. What kind of move is this?" "It's not a big deal to tell you." Qin Bai Sheng chuckled. "This immortal killer move is called soul suppression. With my soul foundation I can directly suppress your soul. Even though you are strong, this move targets your soul. You do not have an immortal transformation that counters soul path. No matter what beast you turn into, you will not be my match. He Lang Zi, I will give you one last chance now. Submit to me or die." Facing such a powerful Qin Bai Sheng, He Lang Zi fell into silence. He Cheng and Xue Songzi looked at each other, feeling a bad feeling. Sha Huang. Feng Jioge looked at Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest who were leaving, muttering to himself. The information we got this time has no practical use at all. Beside Feng Jioge, Central Continent Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming mumbled in dissatisfaction. "No, we have already obtained a lot of information." Feng Jioge chuckled. "Firstly, this immortal zombie Sha Huang was able to join Zombie Alliance. It proves that he is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Maybe he is not a native of Northern Plains, but he is definitely a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Secondly, since he is in disguise, he cannot show his true appearance to others. Finally, he has a great expert or force supporting him. This force is likely to be the culprit behind the 88-point Jinyang Tower incident." Lord Jianghu is right. Towards Feng Jioge's deduction, the other three immortals nodded in agreement. "What should we do next?" Feng Jioge thought about it before saying, "We will meet up with Old Oracle and the rest first. We will tell him the information we obtained. It will be easier for him to make deductions. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, First Peak. What? You have not gathered all the soft jade sand yet?" Old Ancestor Xue, who held the list as he asked unhappily. He was questioning Snowy Mountain's fourth peak's Li Peng King. Li Peng King, who was fierce and unruly, lowered his head as he said respectfully, "Old Ancestor, please don't be angry. I encountered a group of Sky Chief beasts. I had to stop my collection. If I go to White Heaven again, I will definitely succeed. Go and prepare. I am not targeting you, but you made such a mistake in the first round of collecting immortal materials. How will you convince the masses in the future and sit firmly on the fourth spot? You were raised by me, your performance was the worst in this round. How will the other Peak Lords look at me?" Old Ancestor Xue, who said a few more words before waving his sleeves, sending the apologizing Li Peng King out of the hall. Li Peng King was unlucky this time. He encountered the Sky Chief Beast group. He was heavily injured, but he still managed to bring a portion of the soft jade sand. It was not easy. After Li Peng King left, a female immortal walked out from the back of the hall. In the entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, only this female immortal could speak to Old Ancestor Xue in such a tone. Old Ancestor Xue turned his gaze towards the female immortal, his expression becoming gentler. "Wife, you do not know the crux of the matter. That is why you feel that I am too harsh on these Peak Lords. I searched Ma Hong Yun's soul and found out about this kid's experiences. The fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu's power was truly terrifying. Do you think Li Peng King's appearance was a coincidence? Absolutely not. Not just him, the other Peak Lords are more or less collecting immortal materials. There are unforeseen circumstances. All of this is because fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu is secretly influencing us. Any action that is detrimental to its host will attract the retaliation of fortune. It is suppressing our luck." "There is such a thing?" The female immortal, Lady Wan Shou, asked in surprise. "According to the theory of luck path, as Gu immortals, we naturally have extraordinary luck to protect ourselves. But fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu is the emperor of luck. We will also be affected. The longer we delay, the more unforeseen circumstances will occur. Not only will the Gu refinement fail in the end, it might even cause a huge disaster." Old Ancestor Xue explained in detail. As the second Peak Lord, Lady Wan Shou understood. After thinking for a while, she frowned. "Isn't this refining Gu for me? It will be a huge hindrance?" Lady Wan Shou was one of the four great refinement path Gu immortals of Northern Plains. According to Old Ancestor Xuehu's plan, she would be the final refinement, using Ma Hong Yun as the main material. To refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Old Ancestor Xuehu nodded. "So in this Gu refinement, Not only do we need to prepare several portions of Goo Refinement Immortal materials, we also need to use other Luck Path Immortal Goo to protect our luck. Thankfully, we have Ma Hong Yun as the main material. Compared to refining Fortune Rivaling Heaven Goo out of nothing, we can save a lot of immortal materials. Even so, we need to prepare too many immortal materials. It is almost beyond the endurance of Snowy Mountain. This Goo refinement is truly a huge matter. We have used up almost all of our life's accumulations. Lady Wanshou was frowning with worry. Old Ancestor Shuehu smiled. He held her waist and consoled, "Wife, are you worried that the Goo refinement will fail?" Lady Wanshou nodded, looking at her husband. "Even a refinement path great grandmaster will fail. Not to mention me?" "Ha ha ha, wife, relax and refine. Regardless of success or failure, I will accept it without a trace of resentment. I have already used up all of my potential to reach my current cultivation level. I am losing confidence in the upcoming calamities and tribulations. Fortune Rivaling Heaven Goo is my hope, I hope I can make it in time." Old Ancestor Shuehu sighed deeply. "Fang Yuan, bring down that chest of goods." The caravan steward pointed at a chest and shouted. "Yes." Fang Yuan replied, quickly climbing onto the black-skinned fat beetle and bringing down the largest wooden chest. "This kid actually has strength path cultivation level. I was wrong about him." Seeing Fang Yuan easily complete the task, the caravan steward's eyes shined with a dark light. "No, I promise, second young master, I cannot fail like this." Thinking of this, the caravan steward waved the whip in his hand and lashed at Fang Yuan's back. Slap. The clothes on Fang Yuan's back were instantly torn. A deep whip mark was left on Fang Yuan's back. Intense pain assaulted his mind. Fang Yuan fell to the ground as fresh blood flowed out of his wound. In his previous life, when he was in a caravan because he rejected a certain young master's offer, he was suppressed and humiliated. His memories resurfaced. Anger rose in Fang Yuan's heart, but Fang Yuan quickly suppressed it. "What are you dilly-dallying for? Move faster." The caravan steward scolded Fang Yuan for no reason. Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation level, but he did not need it now. As the saying goes, with a sharp blade in hand, killing intent rises. This was a trap in the dream realm. It was purposely luring him to attack and instigate more anger. After surviving for a day and enduring the steward's harassment, Fang Yuan entered the temporary tent and continued to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. "I have already gone through 5 scenes in this dream realm. I am finally about to succeed." Fang Yuan looked at the goo worms that were forming, feeling gratified. But who knew that in the middle of the night, at the crucial moment of the goo refinement, a beast group suddenly attacked the caravan's temporary camp. Even though Fang Yuan had set up defensive methods, he could not resist the beast group's attack. His efforts were in vain. Fang Yuan opened his eyes. Leaving the dream realm, he was still in Danghun Palace. Inspecting his immortal aperture, he found that Fairy Li Shan had sent a message. It stated her situation. Old Ancestor Shui, who had ordered the Peak Lords to gather immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan had left Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It was not safe to leave He Lulan alone. Thus, Fairy Li Shan urged Fang Yuan to hurry up. She also told Fang Yuan that something had happened in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Someone was investigating immortal zombie Sha Huang's identity. Chapter 780. Originally, when Fang Yuan participated in the auction, he had already expected that many clues would be exposed. He would leave many important clues for others to investigate. But the other party's investigation speed was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. But compared to the gains, this was worth it. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind. Using the Dream Path Mortal Goo in his mind, he entered the dream realm again. Ever since he refined his first Dream Path Mortal Goo because of the goo worms, he could explore dream realms more easily and efficiently. Dream realms were deep, there could be traps everywhere. But because Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he avoided most of the dangers. Initially, out of 10 dream realms, only 3 could refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. But with the increase of Dream Path Mortal Goo, the success rate increased from 30% to 50%. 50% success rate was already at the top of the current 5 regions. After all, dream realms had just appeared. Even though the forces had some results, they had to start from scratch. They had to explore step by step. Like this, he did not stop for even a moment, using every second to refine Goo. After half a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan finally succeeded. He refined enough Dream Path Mortal Goo. Using these Dream Path Mortal Goo and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo as the core, he could barely form that immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. With this trump card, Fang Yuan did not stop, he immediately informed Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan was outside, she was gathering goo refinement materials for old ancestor Xuehu. When she heard of Fang Yuan's news, she was overjoyed, she immediately stopped her mission and ignored old ancestor Xuehu's punishment, returning to the third peak. After seeing Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan did not hide the secret, she told Fang Yuan about it. Before Su Xian'er died, she left her daughter, He Lulan, a sense of kinship. Precisely so. With the help of this kinship, she could use the green grape immortal essence that Su Xian'er left behind. This allowed He Lulan to be able to use immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land even though she was immortal. Fang Yuan was not surprised when he heard this secret. In fact, regarding the secret of He Lulan being able to use immortal goo as immortal, he had many guesses. Now that his guess was confirmed, it was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Even so, Fang Yuan still frowned. This is bad. Do not get emotional in the dream, otherwise it will be even more difficult and profound. Now that I have this familial connection, my immortal killer move's power will fall greatly. What do we do now? Fairy Li Shan's expression changed, her worry was evident in her words. She was not worried that Fang Yuan would lie to her. Because of the Snow Mountain Alliance, both sides could not deceive each other. Fang Yuan did not lie, Unravel Dream's power was limited. Right now, the deeper and more difficult the dream realm, the weaker the effect of Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had a heavy expression on his face. We can only give it a try now. Alas, I was 70 to 80% sure. Now, only 20 to 30% remained. The time is too short, the number of Dream Path mortal goo is limited. 20 to 30%. What happens if I fail? Fairy Li Shan immediately asked. If I fail, my soul will definitely be heavily injured. But as the dream owner, He Lulan is still immersed in the dream, she is fine. And there is another benefit. After Unravel Dream is used, a portion of the dream realm will dissipate. For He Lulan there are no benefits. Fang Yuan said honestly. That's good. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of air. She was at ease. Suddenly she felt that her tone was not right, she looked at Fang Yuan apologetically, wanting to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He stopped Fairy Li Shan's words. Fairy, no need to say anything, I am not a petty person. The situation is urgent now, our identities are being investigated. To prevent any problems from happening, saving He Lulan is the most important thing now. Even if we fail and the dream realm is weakened, it will be beneficial for the next rescue. Enough with the idle talk. Fairy, please protect me. Of course. Fairy Li Shan bowed solemnly. Immediately, Fang Yuan faced He Lulan, who was lying on the bed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, activating the Dream Path mortal goo in his mind. These mortal goo were in his mind. They were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a mystical goo formation. After activating them, the goo formation activated. At the final step, Fang Yuan used green grape immortal goo to activate Unravel Mystery immortal goo. Unravel Mystery immortal goo shined brightly in his immortal aperture. The light rushed up and entered his mind. After being converted by the Dream Path goo formation, it turned into segments of green-purple light. Fang Yuan opened his blood-red eyes, there was a green-purple light in his pupils, flickering continuously. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. A loud sound resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. The scene in front of him changed, Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged, but he was no longer in Fairy Li Shan's secret room, he was in a hall. I have entered He Lulan's dream realm. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, he had an understanding in his heart, he turned his gaze and observed his surroundings. There was a banquet being held in the hall. It was the higher-ups of Su tribe, they were treating a young Gu master with great hospitality. Su tribe's leader raised the cup in his hand, laughing loudly, "Young Master He Qing, please have a toast." He Qing was sitting at the front on the left, he raised the cup with both hands, "Thank you, Su tribe's leader." Saying so, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Many of the rank 3 elders around him cheered for He Qing's generous wine bill. He Qing cupped his fists, his tone carried the arrogance of a young genius. Fang Yuan observed this and had an idea. He looked at himself, he found that his identity in the dream realm was that of an elder of Su tribe. His aperture was filled with Wood Path mortal goo, there were quite a number of them. Fang Yuan took a look and knew that he was a rank 3 Wood Path healing goo master. Fang Yuan frowned. Wood Path was not his forte and he was a healing goo master. He sighed internally, consoling himself, This is not my dream realm after all. As an outsider, it is already not bad to have rank 3 cultivation level. But I wonder where He Lulan is? Just as he was thinking, a woman walked out from the back of the hall. She was wearing a maid's clothing, her face resembled He Lulan's. She was extremely beautiful. It was just that she had a gentleness and less domineering aura. Her aura was very different. Su Xian'er. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He immediately recognized this woman. Su tribe leader's wine pot was empty. Su Xian'er carried it and was about to pour some wine. But Su tribe leader pretended to be angry. Are you blind? Go pour wine for our Su tribe's esteemed guest first. Su Xian'er replied softly. She walked over to He Cheng's table with light steps. He Cheng's gaze was fixed on Su Xian'er's face. Only after the wine was poured, did he realize it. Looking at Su Xian'er's beautiful back view, he quickly stood up. I have not asked for young lady's name? Su Xian'er turned around and bowed, lowering her head shyly as she replied in a low voice. My name is Su Xian'er. Su Xian'er. Xian'er. He Cheng muttered. Only after Su Xian'er entered the hall and left his sight did he sit down. Ha ha ha. The Su family's patriarch saw this and laughed. Xian'er is the daughter of this old man on the battlefield many years ago. I brought her back. My wife raised her by my side and watched her grow up day by day, thus even though she is a maid, we treat her like our own daughter. So that's it. He Cheng muttered. He drank again, but it was already tasteless. After the banquet ended, He Cheng was arranged to rest in the high-grade guest room. Su tribe leader gathered the elders to discuss the matter of killing He Cheng in his secret room. Tribe leader. Are we really going to attack? The other party is He tribe, a super force with Gu immortals. An elder was worried. Su tribe leader's eyes flashed with fierceness. So what if it is He tribe? As long as we complete this transaction, our tribe will be able to move to snowy mountain blessed land. At that time, there will be no imperial court contest, there will be no 10-year blizzard disaster. He tribe is a super force, but snowy mountain blessed land is the headquarters of the demonic path. The elders' fantasies were stirred up by these words. Su tribe leader looked around, seeing that there were still people with hesitant expressions. He said fiercely, the matter has come to a head. What are you still hesitating for? Even if we don't do it, even if we inform He tribe. So what? We have offended Snowy Mountain, they will not let us off. Don't forget the lives of our Su tribe. We were all saved by that fairy. Since that fairy was able to save us so easily, she can naturally slaughter us just as easily. Startled by these words, the secret room became somewhat cold. The elders woke up from their stupor, finally recognizing this reality. Tribe leader is right. That He Cheng lad has already been drunk by us. I will make a move now and chop off his head. The battle hall elder said. Killing He Cheng is not easy. Don't look at how He Cheng is alone, there are experts hidden behind him, protecting him. He tribe is a super force and He Cheng has outstanding talent, thus he has 5 guards. Su tribe leader said the information he received. Fang Yuan was also among them, he understood the meaning of this. Then please tell us, Lord Tribe Leader, we will definitely follow your orders. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader, please give the order. The elders were all excited. Good. The tribe leader was overjoyed, he quickly gave the order and made arrangements. He had clearly thought about it for a long time, thus he almost blurted it out. Fang Yuan was a medicine hall elder, a healing Gu master, he had weak offense and defense. Thus the order he received was to deal with the strongest guard with 2 other Gu masters. The moment they stepped out of the secret room, the dream realm changed again, entering the second scene. It was a dark and windy night, the night winds were howling. A He tribe rank 3 Gu master stood proudly, looking at the 3 people around him with anger and shock. Your Su tribe has such guts, you actually dared to touch my He tribe's young master He Cheng. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first, then go and help the others. The 2 Su tribe elders, one attacking and one defending, pounced towards the He tribe Gu master. Only Fang Yuan was left behind to coordinate with them. I still haven't found He Lulan, it seems she is not in this scene. In this situation I should have to kill the Gu master in front of me to enter the 3rd scene. Fang Yuan thought as he activated his wood-path Gu worms to heal the Gu masters on his side. At first, He tribe's Gu master was strong and had the upper hand. But after a while, because of Fang Yuan's continuous healing, both sides suffered injuries and gradually entered a deadlock. Suddenly, He tribe's Gu master roared, risking his injuries to break out of the encirclement, charging towards Fang Yuan. Oh no, stop him. Medicine Hall Elder dodge. Chapter 781. The dream realm was dangerous. In this dream, every injury was a heavy blow to the soul. If one's soul was severely injured, they would become even more muddle-headed. Their hearts would gradually grow restless, and it would be easier for their emotions to be stirred up. From there, they would sink into their dreams, unable to extricate themselves. Seeing He Tribe's Gu Masters charging over, Su Tribe's 2 Gu Masters' hearts sank to rock bottom. He Tribe's Gu Masters had strong battle strength. Even if the 2 of them worked together, it would be difficult to fight them. As an elder of the Medicine Hall, Fang Yuan's strength was not strong. Right now, the 2 Su Clan Gu Masters could only hope that Fang Yuan could persevere for a period of time, giving them enough time to save him. But since He Tribe's Gu Masters had planned this for a long time, risking their injuries to kill the healing Gu Master, they definitely had a powerful killing method. Run. Hold on for a few breaths of time, we'll be there soon. He Tribe's Gu Master quickly closed the distance between him and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood on the spot without moving, causing the 2 Su Tribe Gu Masters behind him to feel anxious. Fang Yuan didn't panic at all and even sneered. It was all because he had not entered He Lolan's dream rashly. He had made preparations and a trump card. This trump card was the immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Undo. Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his right hand, aiming his palm at the He Tribe Gu Master. At the same time, a greenish-purple light flashed in his eyes. Intense despair surged in the He Tribe Gu Master's heart. His body became fainter and fainter as his speed became slower and slower. Finally, when he was a few steps away from Fang Yuan, he vanished without a trace. What move is this? The 2 Su Clan Gu Masters who rushed over were dumbstruck. A killer move that I came up with? It's not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan lowered his right hand and said perfunctorily. This is not worth mentioning. One of the Gu Masters stared with his bull eyes. He looked at Fang Yuan as if he was looking at a wild beast. We killed him in one move. If we had known this, why would we have risked our lives? Another Gu Master sighed. His tone was complex, there was joy and some resentment. Alright, let's hurry up and go support the other groups. The most urgent matter. Kill He Qing. Fang Yuan reminded. Su Tribe's 2 Gu Masters nodded. This was not the time to think about Fang Yuan's killer move. The 3 of them immediately set off and rushed to the depths of the grassland. Fang Yuan followed the 2 Su Tribe Gu Masters. After running a few steps, the scenery changed again. The night was dark and the sky was moonless. There was only sparse starlight. Fang Yuan, the Su clan's patriarch, and the other 2. He chased in the direction where He Qing escaped. I see him, we will be able to catch up to He Qing after going over that hill. While moving rapidly, an elder activated his investigative Gu and said, I already said he is hit by my tracking Gu. No matter how many directions he changes, he will not be able to escape. There's no way we can run. The Battle Hall Elder said proudly. The Academy Elder died in battle, we have to avenge her. Since it's a battle, there will be winning and losing, life and death. The Academy Elder had sacrificed his life for the clan, so he would definitely be commemorated. On the other hand, Su Xian'er dared to betray our clan and help that He Qing escape. She is truly unforgivable. Saying so, Su tribe leader's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. Although Su Xian'er is my adopted daughter, I am selfless in the name of righteousness. After we capture her, we will deal with her according to the clan rules. Hearing him say so, the other elders let out a sigh of relief, saying together, Clan leader is wise. What? A cold laugh suddenly came from the hill where the crowd was. Who is it? Everyone stopped. A figure slowly appeared on the hill. Su tribe leader and the others' hearts sank. This person did not come with good intentions. Just the concealment method alone was amazing. If the other party did not show himself with their investigative methods, they would not be able to discover him. But they did not know what Gu worm or killer move he used. To think that there was an expert like you protecting He Qing. Su tribe leader purposely stalled for time. The elders beside him immediately moved and surrounded the mysterious person, climbing up the hill together. The mysterious Gu master looked around but did not move, he still stood on the spot. Suddenly, a battle erupted on the hill. 2 more mysterious Gu masters appeared, ambushing Su tribe's Gu masters with vicious and ruthless methods. One was heavily injured, while the other was lightly injured. The heavily injured Sioux tribe Gu master quickly retreated, while the lightly injured Gu master continued to fight at the waist of the hill. They actually have helpers. Sioux tribe leader saw this and his heart jumped. He had a bad feeling. The three Gu masters who suddenly appeared were all experts with extraordinary battle strength. They had definitely made many arrangements here. There was little hope of breaking through their blockade and catching up to He Cheng. He Lulan. As a healing Gu master, Fang Yuan had been standing behind Sioux tribe leader. Seeing the Gu master at the waist of the hill, his eyes brightened. He Lulan's appearance was the disguise she used when she was He tribe leader. She had a strong build and a domineering and arrogant appearance. Right now she was fighting with the lightly injured Gu master from Sioux tribe. She had a strong reputation and fierce battle strength, quickly forcing the opponent to flee. She was not like Fang Yuan. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan was an outsider. There was no place for him in the dream, thus when he entered the dream, he needed to take the place of someone else. He Lulan was the owner of the dream realm. As the owner of the dream realm, she participated in the creation of the dream realm. As for her appearance, it was the deepest and most natural self-recognition of He Lulan. He Lulan, it is me, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He shouted and went past Sioux tribe leader, running towards He Lulan. Medicine Hall Elder. Sioux tribe leader shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not care about his thoughts. With a few leaps, he quickly ascended the hill. Scoundrel, so you are an imposter. No wonder you have such a powerful killer move. A Sioux tribe Gu master who had gone through the second scene with Fang Yuan shouted and exposed Fang Yuan's identity. Fang Yuan? He Lulan heard this name and had a dazed expression. Before her eyes shone with a fierce light. Get lost. Saying so, she waved her hand and a dark vortex killer move shot towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, the other two mysterious Gu masters also attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted, shouting, "Unravel dream." Green and purple light flickered on his body. Be it the dark vortex killer move or the two Gu masters, they vanished in a few breaths of time. What killer move is this? This scene shocked all the Gu masters present. They stared with wide eyes. He Lulan's gaze shone. She was extremely wary of Fang Yuan. She suddenly retreated and ran down the low hill. He Lulan. Fang Yuan shouted helplessly, chasing after her. He Lulan was the owner of the dream. She was dreaming. Unravel dream killer move could not affect her. Chase after him. We must kill He Cheng. Sioux tribe leader and the rest gritted their teeth. They had nowhere else to go. They had no choice but to follow. He Cheng seemed to be injured. He was staggering not far away. Beside him, Su Xian'er was supporting him, limping and moving very slowly. Fang Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. This seemed to be a trap. He Lulan quickly met up with He Cheng and Su Xian'er. Warrior, leave with young master first. I will stop them. Su Xian'er did not recognize He Lulan. She shouted anxiously. You are a mere mortal girl with no Gu master cultivation. How can you stop these Gu masters? And now that you have betrayed the tribe, you are dead for sure. He Lulan looked at Su Xian'er with a complex expression. It's too late, warrior, leave quickly. Fang Yuan got closer as Su Xian'er shouted. He Lulan sighed, suddenly stretching out her palm. It struck He Cheng's head. With a loud sound, He Cheng's head shattered like a watermelon. His brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked by this scene. He Lulan screamed, raising her head and shouting, He Cheng, I have finally killed you with my own hands. No one can stop me from taking your life. Ah. Oh no. Hearing He Lulan's shout, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Suddenly the scene in the dream realm changed. In the hall, people were toasting each other. Sioux tribe leader and He Cheng were chatting and drinking. The atmosphere was very lively. Sioux tribe leader raised his cup, laughing loudly. Young master He Cheng, please have a toast. He Cheng was sitting at the front on the left. He raised his cup with both hands. Thank you, Sioux tribe leader. This is the dream of reincarnation. The three scenes are repeating continuously. Fang Yuan looked around, inspecting himself. He found that he was no longer that medicine hall elder, but a guard, a rank 2 metal path Gu master. Right now he was standing at the entrance of the hall, guarding it. As expected, from rank 3 to rank 2 peak stage my strength has fallen. Fang Yuan felt bitter. This is troublesome. He Lulan is already in the dream. She did not even react when I said my name. The more dream realms there are, the deeper we will sink into the dream. This dream has already successfully stirred up He Lulan's killing intent and hatred towards her father. The more He Lulan wants to take revenge, the deeper she will sink into the dream realm. How can I wake her up in this dream? At once, even Fang Yuan was at a loss of what to do. 7 days and 7 nights later in snowy mountain-blessed land. He Lulan, who had been lying on the bed, had a change in her aura as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed at first but soon became clear. She saw the 8-armed immortal zombie sitting on the floor beside the bed, and finally understood. So it was really a dream realm. I was saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also opened his eyes with difficulty. His aura was weak, his soul was heavily injured, and his mind was extremely exhausted. He had gone through dozens of rounds of reincarnation in He Lulan's dream realm, using Unravel Dream to accumulate experience time and again. He suffered setbacks and failures. After many attempts, Fang Yuan was one step ahead and killed He Cheng, causing He Lulan's killing intent to fail. But the dream realm did not dissipate. He Lulan's killing intent and hatred did not vanish completely. It caused a second change in the dream realm. Only after the 17th change did Fang Yuan awaken He Lulan's consciousness, letting her know that she was dreaming. After He Lulan realized this, Fang Yuan took the initiative. After going through another 8 changes in the dream realm, the two finally overcame the difficulty and broke free from the dream realm. I will return first. As for the reward, Fairy Li Shan will explain it to you. Fang Yuan's soul was heavily injured. He did not dare to stay for long. He could barely use fixed immortal travel now. Reward. He Lulan was about to thank him, but hearing Fang Yuan's words, she had a bad feeling. Floating astronomy. Chapter 782. Western Desert. Jiwich. Gu Immortal Tang Miao's body shook. She opened her eyes and coughed out a mouthful of blood. I failed again. Tang Miao's face was as pale as paper. Compared to the injuries on her body, she felt even more despair at the failure of this dreamland exploration. Tang Miao's soul was heavily injured, her vision was blurry and her body was heavy. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Brother, little sister is useless. I can't save you. Even during this exploration of the dream realm, I couldn't find you. She slowly closed her eyes, and bitter tears rolled down her cheeks, forming 2 tear stains. A moment later, Tang Clan's Gu immortals who had rushed over came to the secret room and stood in front of Tang Miao. Tang tribe's first supreme elder Tang Yang frowned. He looked at Tang Miao who was sitting cross-legged on the bed as he said with a heavy tone, "To think that even though we spent a lot of effort to borrow rank 7 love Gu from Shao tribe, it is still not enough. In the end, I still suffered a crushing defeat in the dream realm." Sai, dream realms themselves are strange and mysterious, not to mention that we are exploring Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm. Gu Immortal Tang Lan Ku sighed. The prophecy of 3 venerables had spread all over the world. It was related to Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Not just Central Continent, the super forces of the other 4 regions were exploring dream realms, accumulating experience and researching related Gu worms. As one of the super forces of Western Desert, Tang Clan had accidentally discovered Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm many years ago. This discovery greatly stimulated the Tang family's passion to research Dream Path. In order to explore this dream realm, the number 1 genius of Tang Clan, Tang Fangming, took on this mission. But not only did he suffer many setbacks, he even got lost in the dream realm. His sister Tang Miao. In order to save her brother, she had tried many times but to no avail. Was a failure. It was even more disastrous. For this dream realm exploration, Tang Clan had spent a huge amount of money and borrowed an emotion path Immortal Gu, placing their hopes on it. He didn't expect the result to be so cold. Although Immortal Gu are useful, they can suppress my emotions and prevent me from being easily affected by dream realms. But because of this, he seemed to have become an outsider. It was as if he had been rejected by the core of the evolving dream world. This time, when I entered the dream, I didn't even discover Big Brother's identity. Tang Miao, who was silently healing, said with a heavy tone. Sai, it seems that exploring dream realms requires dream path Gu worms. Unfortunately, the Tang family has been exploring dreams for more than 60 years. He had only created a dozen or so dream path mortal Gu. And they were all below rank 3. More than half of them had limited uses. There are only 4 or 5 of them that are suitable for dream exploration. Everything was difficult at the beginning, especially at the beginning, which was exceptionally difficult. Pioneers are often at a loss, so every small step forward is a great success. No one had any experience with Dream Path. Everything was blank. After going through this difficult initial period, he gradually accumulated valuable experience. his advantage would snowball and grow stronger. At the middle and late stages, the advantage would be even more obvious. The difficulty of dream path exploration would be greatly reduced. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a period where dream path goo worms were created almost every day. There were as many types as the stars in the night sky. It was a flourishing era of dream path. In the history of the human race, there would always be a peerless mighty being born during such a golden age. According to the three venerables, this great expert should be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. It was a pity that Fang Yuan did not get to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Speaking of which, at this initial period, Tang family was already at the forefront of the era. Even among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they were among the top. But the limitations of the era still restricted them. It was like a blind man groping for an elephant. They could not see the big picture. They could only explore step by step and put in a lot of effort to obtain some results. More than 10 Dream Path Mortal Goo. But among these results, there were very few Dream Path Mortal Goo that were practical and had high value for money. Using Earth as an example, they were like laboratory products. They were far from being usable for military use, and even further from being usable for civilian use. Especially when it came to innovation and exploration, not every Goo Immortal could do it. They needed talent and ability. In this aspect, Goo Immortals who followed the rules were mediocre. They did not have the spirit to innovate. They could not even compare to mortal Goo masters. Tang family had many Goo Immortals, but only Tang Fangming was suitable for this. These 10 or so Dream Path Mortal Goo were mostly created by him. One could say he was the main force of Tang family's dream realm exploration. Regretfully, Tang Fangming was currently stuck in the dream realm. As a result, Tang Fangming's exploration progress was stagnant. Tang Fangming's injuries were protected by the clan's Goo Immortals. But his soul was in the dream realm. It had already left his body and was nowhere to be seen. As long as he was in the dream realm, his soul would be continuously weakened until he died. Tang family's Goo Immortals, especially Tang Miao, were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. How is my brother's situation now? After stabilizing her injuries, Tang Miao asked. The Supreme Elders looked at each other. One of them said with difficulty, "We can vouch for him, but there are almost no guts Goo left in the market. We can no longer buy them." Tang Miao immediately frowned, asking anxiously, "What is going on?" The Goo Immortal who spoke earlier answered, "You know, there is only one seller of guts Goo. It is a monopoly business. But not long ago this seller suddenly ran out of stock for some reason. Even though guts Goo are circulating in the market, if the source is not sold, it is like water without a source. Now that it has dried up, the market has far more than what we need." Guts Goo was the #1 method to strengthen the soul. It did not have any side effects, and most importantly, it was extremely effective. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once evaluated this method as the #1 soul strengthening method in the world. He was right. To Tang Fangming, guts Goo was a life-saving method. If there are no guts Goo, then brother? Tang Miao was extremely anxious. Her tone revealed a trace of panic, but she still held onto a sliver of hope as she asked, "Why did they suddenly stop selling? Is there no circulation in the market?" This time it was Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder who spoke. "We have contacted the seller and promised a huge profit." But the other party did not reply. "Recently, Fangming's life has been hanging on because our clan has been purchasing the remaining guts Goo in the market. We have been holding on until now, but the guts Goo are decreasing in quantity. Now there are almost none left." Hearing this, Tang Miao's heart sank to the bottom and her breathing became chaotic. Tang Clan had ordinary methods to strengthen the soul. Before guts Goo appeared in jewel yellow skies, they had used these methods to keep Tang Fangming alive. But now Tang Fangming was too deep in the dream realm. His soul was weakening too quickly. These methods were useless. His recovery could not keep up with his weakening. Without guts Goo, Tang Fangming was facing the danger of death. What should she do? Tang Miao gritted her teeth. She frowned as she stared at the Goo Immortals in front of her. "I don't care. If you had not given this mission to brother back then, this would not have happened to brother. Now that brother is in such a situation, you are just watching on the sidelines?" "You can't say that." "What do you mean watching on the sidelines? All these years our Tang clan has been keeping Fangming alive. We have put in so much effort, we have paid a huge price. You are one of the people involved, you have seen it all." Third Supreme Elder retorted. He had given countless examples. He was not making empty promises. His words were true and logical. "I don't care." Tang Miao frowned deeply. Anger was brewing in her azure eyes, but she looked calm on the surface. It was like a deep pool of turbulence inside. Third Supreme Elder, no need to say any more. First Supreme Elder stretched out his hand, stopping him. Third Supreme Elder did not say anything. First Supreme Elder looked at the furious and stubborn Tang Miao, sighing deeply. Tang Fangming and Tang Miao had a deep sibling relationship. These Tang Clan Gu immortals knew about it. When these siblings were young, because Tang Clan's higher-ups seized power, they were heartlessly abandoned. The siblings went through many hardships and survived. Through many fortuitous encounters, the older brother Tang Fangming became a Gu immortal, while the younger sister Tang Miao became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. The two took revenge and fought their way back to Tang Clan. Tang Clan's Gu immortals came out and negotiated with Tang Fangming. Eventually, Tang Clan sacrificed a group of mortal higher-ups to exchange for Tang Fangming's return. Compared to a Gu immortal, so what if they sacrificed more mortals? Tang Fangming judged the situation and joined Tang Clan. Using their help, he helped his younger sister Tang Miao become a Gu immortal. But Tang Miao was not as broad-minded as her brother. She was still biased against Tang Clan, hiding her anger and resentment. Right now, when her brother's life was at stake, persuasion was useless. Thus, First Supreme Elder said to Tang Miao with a sorrowful expression, "I have discussed with the other Supreme Elders for 3 days and 3 nights. There are only 3 ways to deal with Fangming." "Which 3 ways?" Tang Miao's expression softened as she asked. "The first way is to find an ancient soul beast and kill it. Implant its soul into Fangming's body, and use a killer move to infuse the soul into the soul, allowing Fangming to get through this crisis. The second way is to use the blood path immortal Gu that our clan has, to use a sensing method to forcefully summon Fangming's soul back. As for the last way, it is to seek help from that lone cultivator White Sea Shadow." First Supreme Elder said this slowly, the sorrowful expression on his face becoming more intense. Tang Miao listened quietly, falling into a long period of silence. After a while, she suddenly laughed coldly, raising her head and chasing them away. "I need to consider this, elders, please leave." The Gu immortals left one by one, only Tang Miao was left. She chuckled again as tears rolled down her cheeks. The corners of her mouth were filled with ridicule and coldness. "What best way? Once it is used, even if it succeeds, the soul will fuse, he will become neither a human nor a beast. As for the second way, the chance of success is less than 30%. Even if it does not fail, the soul that is summoned back will be incomplete. Brother might not even recognize me. There is only hope for the second way. That White Sea Shadow might be a lone cultivator, but his dream path attainment is astonishing. Even brother praises him in private. But to invite him there is a huge price to pay. These old fogies are saying this because they want Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritance that we have. Indeed, only this inheritance is able to invite the White Sea Shadow sect." Thinking of this, Tang Miao wiped the tears off her face. "Brother, I will not give up. Even if I have to sacrifice this inheritance, I will save you." Tang Miao sat on the bed in the dim light. She was as beautiful as a flower. Floating astronomy. Chapter 783. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his crimson eyes flickered with a fierce light. After inspecting himself, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He could not help but praise. "I have already used it so many times, this Guts Gu is truly a top-quality Gu for strengthening the soul. In Halolan's dream realm, I suffered such a severe soul damage, but I have already recovered in such a short time." He breathed in deeply, he felt refreshed, the dispirited and drowsy feeling from his soul injury was gone. "Land Spirit, where is it?" Fang Yuan called. Master, are your injuries completely healed?" At the next moment, the lively little Hu Immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan with a swoosh. Her gem-like big eyes revealed a pure and concerned emotion. The green-faced fanged Fang Yuan slowly nodded. "Tell me what happened during this period of time when I was in closed cultivation." Little Hu Immortal shook her head. "Many things happened, but they are not big matters." A moment later, little Hu Immortal finished her report, but Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, not speaking a word. His thoughts fluctuated as he tried to digest this information. In Central Continent, Crane Gate was busy trying to salvage the situation in the reincarnation battlefield, while Fengyang was still rushing around to save that desolate beast flying Crane Little 9. The 10 great ancient sects had their own connections, they kept each other in check. The one in the limelight was Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend. After this immortal came out of closed cultivation, he used his immortal killer move Lightning Deity to challenge everyone. Right now he had already fought over 20 Gu immortals with only 1 draw and 1 loss. His battle achievements were outstanding, his reputation was growing day by day. Many meddlesome Gu immortals were already comparing him to Immortal Monkey King Shirley. These people naturally did not have good intentions. According to Shirley's nature as a battle maniac, he would definitely find vicious lightning fiend and fight with him. However, Shirley had not responded. Central Continent's Gu immortals were puzzled. Why did Immortal Monkey King's temper change? Even Combat Immortal sect seemed to have become much more low-profile during this period of time. The other 9 sects sensed that something was amiss and began to investigate in secret. Fang Yuan already knew that Shirley had discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm appeared in it. Presumably at this moment. He was trying his best to instigate the entire sect to attack the Grotto Heaven. Thinking of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, Fang Yuan's heart moved. Initially he had no methods, he could only escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But now he had Immortal Killer Move Unravel Dream. This was a supreme weapon to deal with star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. During this period, the exploration of the dream path is still in its infancy. Regardless of which superpower it was, they were still stuck in the predicament of starting from scratch. Every step forward was exceptionally difficult. He was breaking through brambles and thorns. His strongest move. They were natural dream path Immortal Gu. And these dream path Immortal Gu could be counted on one hand. But I have a dream path Immortal Killer move, even without a dream path Immortal Gu, I am far ahead of these forces. Fang Yuan's heart was burning. Unravel Dream could effectively counter dreams. Every time he used this killer move, it benefited Fang Yuan greatly. For example, this time after Fang Yuan saved He Lulan and unraveled her dream, he obtained many of He Lulan's insights into the Strength Tao, the foundation of one's Strength Path realm. It had become much more substantial. Especially He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. He was born with a Strength Path immortal seed. His talent and Strength Path was something that Fang Yuan could not compare to. After Fang Yuan digested her understanding of the Strength Tao, he gained a lot. If I can unravel star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, my Wisdom Path attainment level will soar. Even without a complete Wisdom Path inheritance, I might be able to create one myself. Fang Yuan thought. He Lulan was a newly advanced Strength Path Gu immortal. Fang Yuan gained a lot from unraveling one of her dream realms. If he unraveled one of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level would soar like a rocket. However, snatching the Immortal Venerable's dream realm from Combat Immortal sect is too dangerous, it is almost impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head. To unravel the dream, he had to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and get close to star constellation's dream realm. That way he would definitely be discovered. With his current battle strength, even if he rose by a level, he was not Shirley's match. Compared to the entire Combat Immortal sect, Tai by Yunxing He Lulan, and the rest beside him, Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan could not be compared. Unless I have Western Desert Tang Clan's immortal killer move, Steal Dream. I can steal the dream directly and transfer it to another place. I can slowly conquer it and nibble away at my heart. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Western Desert Tang Clan was one of the super forces with the strongest dream path strength in the 5 regions. Originally, even among the dozen or so super forces in Western Desert, Tang Clan was not eye-catching, it was in the middle to lower tier. But with the help of Dream Path during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tang Clan became the strongest force in Western Desert. Even in the 5 regions chaotic war, they could look down on everyone, creating the Great Tang Age that Western Desert's people recognized. Central Continent situation, even though there were some disturbances, could still be considered calm. Fang Yuan coveted star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. But the difference in strength between his side and Combat Immortal sect was too huge, he could only drool and feel envy. But thankfully, Dream Path was still in its exploration phase. Even if Combat Immortal sect took down Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they could not do anything to star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the short term. To make an analogy, this was like a piece of fatty meat, but the meat was boiling hot. Everyone in Combat Immortal sect knew that it was nutritious, but they could only watch anxiously, they could not eat it. Compared to Central Continent, Fang Yuan was more concerned about Northern Plains situation. He had committed a huge crime. He was being investigated now. The other party had great strength and rich methods. Just after the auction ended, they could investigate Fang Yuan's identity as Xia Huang. They were not simple. They gave Fang Yuan a lot of mental pressure. But from little Hu Immortals report, Northern Plains situation was calmer than Central Continent. The Gu Immortals who participated in the auction were busy digesting their gains, converting them into their own strength. Old Ancestor Shui, who mobilized the #1 demonic den of Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain blessed land strength to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. This was already known in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world as the #1 righteous path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Yao Huang. He deepened his cooperation with Zombie Alliance. This cooperation caused Zombie Alliance's influence in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world to be swept away. It was rising steadily. Qin Baisheng had vanished without a trace, but the prince's impatience, which Fang Yuan was most concerned about, did not make any movements either. The calm situation did not ease Fang Yuan's worries. Instead, he became even more worried. The other party would definitely not let go. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Once his identity was exposed, whether it was Central Continent or Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, they would get rid of Fang Yuan and He Lulan. And it involved the huge benefits of Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance. Even if Fang Yuan could escape, he would flee to Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He would definitely be hunted down and would not be able to live in peace. The other party is in the dark. I wonder if Central Continent or Northern Plains is investigating me. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. In a short period of time, he did not have any good ideas. He could only deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. The only consolation was that he had chosen to cooperate with Fairy Li Shan back then. It was the right choice. With Fairy Li Shan's information, Fang Yuan was able to quickly learn of any changes in Northern Plains situation. Taking the initiative and information would often give him a strategic advantage. At the end of the day, I'm still too weak. If I were a rank 8 Gu Immortal, I would have the strength to protect myself. Even if I obtain news of Giant Sun's true inheritance. So what if I announce it to the world? That's not right. Fang Yuan thought of the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. He frowned. If the news that he had Wisdom Gu spread, even if he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he would be attacked by many rank 8 Gu Immortals. No matter what, the most important thing now is to digest my gains from the auction and raise my battle strength. Only then can I deal with any unexpected dangers. A few days later, Fang Yuan's face was covered in soot as he walked out of the secret room with a joyful expression. He spread his bat wings and soared into the sky. The large bat wings on his back had already increased to 3 pairs, giving him strong flying propulsion and greatly increasing his speed. In the Northern Plains auction, he obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. Fang Yuan's killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, was finally completed. Iron Crown Eagle Strength. While flying, he suddenly used Iron Crown Eagle Strength. Immediately, Fang Yuan's speed rose to an astonishing level. He was like a black smoke earlier, but now he was as fast as lightning. At once, Fang Yuan's vision turned blurry. Intense winds assaulted him like blades slashing at him. The Iron Crown Eagle Strength lasted for a moment before its speed fell back to its original level. Fang Yuan's vision became clear now. He turned around and saw that he was 3 li away from his original position. In an instant he flew 3 li. Fang Yuan was satisfied, but also dissatisfied. He was satisfied because this speed was extremely fast, comparable to some movement immortal killer moves. He was dissatisfied because this Iron Crown Eagle Strength could not be controlled at will. He did not know when it would erupt. Unless I can refine my second core Gu, all-out effort Gu all the way to Immortal Gu and raise it to Immortal Gu, then I will be able to use Iron Crown Eagle Strength at will. Fang Yuan sighed as he thought of this. His all-out effort Gu was still limited to rank 4. Fang Yuan had a lot of wealth now, but he did not have the corresponding Gu recipe. Not long ago he took the initiative to ask about Land Spirit of Langya, and the answer he got made him feel both happy and worried. Langya Blessed Land indeed had the Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu from rank 1 to rank 5, it was comprehensive. But when it came to Gu recipes, Land Spirit of Langya would not sell them. Even if Fang Yuan tried to persuade him, he would not compromise. Fang Yuan wanted to use a Dream Path Mortal Gu recipe to exchange for it. But Land Spirit of Langya was smarter this time. He did not want to exchange for any Gu recipe. He gave Fang Yuan a mission. This mission was for Fang Yuan to go to immemorial Purple Heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower, and collect its petals. Fang Yuan was extremely busy, he had no time to leave, and now that there were strong enemies, if he was careless and exposed his identity, he would be a fugitive, pursued by everyone. Fang Yuan did not dare to relax, he tried to raise his battle strength. How could he collect poisonous flowers? Not to mention that immemorial Purple Heaven was already destroyed. Even if there was a fragment world, it would be hard to find. Even if he found it, it would be extremely dangerous. Desolate beasts and desolate plants were common. With Fang Yuan's current battle strength, it was still too low. Forcefully exploring it was a thankless task. Floating astronomy. Chapter 784. This matter gave Fang Yuan a reminder. Even land spirits could not be underestimated, they would grow with time and gain wisdom or experience. Ever since land spirit of Langia met Fang Yuan had taken advantage of him many times. Especially in this auction, the 60-40 split of profits made land spirit of Langia suffer a huge loss. As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. This was reflected in land spirit of Langia, he had become smarter. Land spirit of Langia pondered over this painful experience and reflected on his relationship with Fang Yuan. He finally recognized their strengths and weaknesses, thus he used the Gu recipe to gain the upper hand in the cooperation with Fang Yuan. After all, it was the obsession left behind by long-hair ancestor. Fang Yuan was really choked by land spirit of Langia this time, he felt terrible. And Fang Yuan could not do anything to Langia blessed land. It was not so easy to take advantage of others. Fang Yuan had obtained so many benefits from selling Gu immortal slaves in the auction. Now that the repercussions had erupted, his mouth was filled with bitterness. Slowly descending to the peak of Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan retracted the 3 pairs of bat wings on his back. He stood on the spot and looked far away, deep in thought. All-out effort Gu is only a small setback. It is not an immortal Gu recipe after all. Even if I cannot obtain it, with my strength path attainment level and wisdom Gu's help, I can deduce the mortal Gu recipe. But it will waste a lot of time and energy at this time, there are many undercurrents. Deduce the Gu recipe alone will not raise my battle strength, this is not appropriate. Actually, even if Fang Yuan had a complete all-out effort Gu immortal Gu recipe, Fang Yuan would not have time to refine it. The true trouble was with He Lulan. Fang Yuan's reward for saving her was self-strength immortal Gu. He Lulan learned of this from Fairy Li Shan. She jumped up from her bed in anger. Self-strength immortal Gu was her vital immortal Gu, and also the core of her killer move self-strength phantom. Fang Yuan asking for this Gu was simply digging her foundation. Without self-strength immortal Gu, He Lulan's battle strength would fall drastically. Not only that, it involved self-strength Gu. It was a memento that her mother, Su Xian'er, had left for He Lulan. To He Lulan it was something that she could never give up emotionally. However, Fang Yuan, her, and Fairy Li Shan had a Snow Mountain oath of allegiance. Before saving He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan had represented He Lulan to sign an agreement with Fang Yuan that could not be violated. Unless He Lulan hardened her heart and disregarded Fairy Li Shan's life. He held on to self-strength immortal Gu tightly. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan couldn't do anything to her. After all, it wasn't He Lulan who had signed the contract. But how could He Lulan bear to see anything happen to Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan and her mother, Su Xian'er, were blood-related sisters. When He Lulan was still immortal, she had been taken care of by Fairy Li Shan. After she became an immortal, Fairy Li Shan disregarded the cost and nurtured He Lulan, treating her like her own daughter. While He Lulan was determined to take revenge, she was filled with gratitude and respect towards her kin, Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan had made use of this point to reach an agreement with Fairy Li Shan. He was not worried that He Lulan would go back on her words. However, this matter concerned her vital immortal Gu. He Lulan was not willing to accept her fate so easily. Ever since she learned of the situation, she had negotiated with Fang Yuan more than 10 times. She had threatened him, begged him with soft words, talked about the pros and cons, and even threatened him with the big picture. She had used all sorts of methods to get back self-strength immortal Gu. But how could Fang Yuan give in? Self-strength immortal Gu was the core of He Lulan's life. It was the same for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's trump card was the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Self-strength immortal Gu was also the most compatible, unlike pulling mountain and pulling water, which needed to be modified and modified. He Lulan relied on her immortal ascension. to refine self-strength immortal goo. When Fang Yuan had first received this news, he had felt great regret and regret. Immortal goo were unique. He Lulan had this goo and she was an ally. It was equivalent to cutting off Fang Yuan's chance of obtaining it. Luck was fickle, heaven took pity on her, He Lulan was focused on revenge, she raised her cultivation level with all her strength, but due to her carelessness she fell into the dream realm, giving Fang Yuan a good opportunity. Fang Yuan was black-bellied and sinister, like a shark that smelled blood. He immediately bit down fiercely. Even if they were allies, so what? One's own strength was the most important. Others could not be relied on, only oneself was the most reliable. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He Lulan tried many times but failed every time. In her anger, she purposely withheld self-strength immortal goo from Fang Yuan, and did not appear to help Fang Yuan use strength chi immortal goo to refine air sac goo. He Lulan's gaze was vicious. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of pressure. He Lulan did not want to use strength chi immortal goo, and Fang Yuan did not have air sac goo. Without air sac goo he could not sell guts goo. In order to heal his injuries, Fang Yuan had stopped selling guts goo. It was only for himself. Without this benefit and the 2 stone nests constantly refining goo, his funds were almost dried up. His immortal Yuan stone had already fallen to 100. To break through He Lulan's restrictions, Fang Yuan could use wisdom goo to deduce another air sac goo recipe. In this regard there was quite a bit of trouble. Fang Yuan had already sold Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal goo at the auction. He did not have enough malicious thought goo to replace it. Even though there was an entire stone nest of hairy men refining malicious thought goo day and night, under the light of wisdom, thoughts were expended too quickly. Fang Yuan had expected this. His original solution was to increase the scale of production. But to increase the scale and build a 3rd or even a 4th stone nest, he needed funds. Hairy men, especially hairy man slaves who were skilled in goo refinement, had higher prices. Fang Yuan did not have enough funds, he could not increase the production. The problem went round and round again as if it was tied into a dead knot. Fang Yuan went to look for land spirit of Langya, using immortal materials to entice the hairy men in Langya blessed land to refine malicious thought goo. But land spirit of Langya rejected him again. His request was to go to immemorial purple heaven and find a rank 6 poisonous flower and collect its petals. It seemed that this immortal material was very important to land spirit of Langya. Thus Fang Yuan's path was blocked. With air sac goo refinement obstructed, there was no guts goo trade. The guts goo trade was Fang Yuan's main source of income. Without funds, there would be no malicious thought goo, and Fang Yuan would not be able to use the light of wisdom. This greatly affected Fang Yuan's plan to digest his gains and raise his battle strength. Fang Yuan was well aware that He Lulan was forcing him to give up on self-strength immortal goo and choose strength chi immortal goo. He Lulan, I want to see who can last longer. Fang Yuan sneered, collecting his thoughts. He summoned Hu immortal land spirit and returned to Danghun Palace. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he closed his eyes and fell into a dream realm. Earlier, to save He Lulan, Fang Yuan had used the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. He had expended many dream path mortal goo. To use Unravel Dream a second time, he needed to refine more dream path mortal goo in the dream. At the same time, in a secret area of northern plains, Wisdom Path Goo immortal old oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, walked out of his closed cultivation room. He had an exhausted expression. He had spent all his effort to deduce the culprit behind the collapse of Truyong building. He was exhausted. There was a lot of white hair on his temples, his youthful face had many wrinkles. How is it? Qi Hongming and the other immortals saw him and quickly surrounded him, showing concern. Old Oracle knew that they were not concerned about him, but the results of this deduction. In this investigation they had obtained a lot of crucial evidence, especially when they soul-searched Zhao Lianyun. They had recreated the situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was a huge help to their deductions. But old Oracle shook his head, saying with a desolate expression, "My attainment is shallow, I have disappointed you. How can this be? We still can't deduce it, the culprit is not simple, he has hidden himself too deeply. It seems that we still need to gather more information." The immortals were elites of their sects. After some disappointment, they quickly accepted this result and started to plan their next course of action. After some discussion, Feng Jioga spoke. "We do not have a clear target now, we might as well disperse and act on our own. It was not easy for you to come to Northern Plains from Central Continent. I believe that not only do you have the mission to find out the truth, you also have the personal matters of your sections. In the following period of time, when you deal with your personal matters, please gather more information. Feng Jioge had the highest prestige, no one did not trust him. Most importantly, they had no direction now, they had important matters to deal with, they dispersed and left this place to deal with their sect's missions. Old Oracle and Feng Jioge were the last to speak. Lord Jioge. Old Oracle hesitated. The truth was, he had already made a huge breakthrough in this deduction, but after he informed Feng Jioge, the latter ordered that the news be sealed. Thus, earlier, Old Oracle lied to the immortals, saying that his deduction had failed. Feng Jioge looked at him, smiling with deep meaning. The collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower is most likely to be the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Now that you deduced that the culprit is one of the 10 sects, I will let them move freely. If any clues leak out, we will be able to find out the truth. Old Oracle lowered his head and said, but the result of my divination might be wrong to begin with. Don't worry. If there is really a traitor among the 10 sects and they committed such a huge crime, no matter how we clean it up, there will definitely be traces left behind. Feng Jioge seemed to be consoling but also warning him. Old Oracle raised his head, his gaze was clear and bright as he stared at Feng Jioge. Lord Jioge is hiding this from the other Gu immortals, are you not suspicious of my sect? Feng Jioge laughed heartily, saying frankly with an extraordinary demeanor, to speak the truth, I have my suspicions long ago. I believe that the ancient soul sect also has a secret mission for you. Feng Jioge's words were filled with confidence of controlling the situation. Old Oracle's heart shook, he nodded, indeed I will go now. Saying so, he moved like lightning, vanishing into the horizon. Only Feng Jioge was left standing on the spot, his gaze was eerie and his expression was calm, it was unknown what he was thinking. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.